Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, one and all, to Valencia, Champions of the Future, round 2 here. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, we are ready to go racing today, and as you can see, the view outside, well, not as sunny as what it was in previous days, but we're ready for a full day of qualifying heats. Nicole, what can we expect today?
Well, of course, like you said, a full run, conclusive run for our qualifying heats. We kicked them off yesterday. We had 12 in total, 2 rotations for every single one of our drivers in the OKJ and OK categories. Before that, then, we had our time qualifying sessions, which set up our drivers for their grid spots going into these heats. But this is a full different day yesterday, and I think a day that's going to be a bit up and down, especially as we go into the afternoon phase, where potentially there's some rain on the horizon.
Yeah, certainly is. There was some rain last night as well, which certainly made the morning warm-up this morning a little bit, well, I would say semi-pointless for the drivers, because the track is drying now, which means going into this first race, it should be quite interesting with drivers deciding, do they want wets, do they want slicks? From looking out the window here, I would say it's probably slicks, but there's only one way of finding out. Those first races coming up, of course, very, very soon. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll take that short break and we'll be back in the commentary box to take you through everything that is coming up today. Welcome, one and all, to Valencia. We are set, ready for racing here. It's round 2 of the Champions of the Future as it heads once more to the fabulous coastal city of Valencia. The Lucas Guerrero circuit has certainly played host to many an international event over the years, but now plays host to that second round of the 2026 campaign for nearly 200 drivers over the 2 classes here. Certainly looking forward to seeing what the action can bring today, but the clouds are looming over the circuit as that rain rolled over the night. But here's the track itself, the Kartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, year of opening 2014. Event record set in time qualifying earlier on this weekend in TQ, set by Davide Bataro, a 52.373, an absolutely astonishing time as he went 3.5 tenths of a second faster than anyone else. The circuit, though, absolutely majestic. It's 210 meters down that long start-finish straight, 135 meters down the back straight in towards the likes of turns 15 and 16. It's just shy of 1,500 meters in total track length as well. It's a long old track for the drivers to go racing on, 9 meters wide, as we are 276 meters above sea level here, so a little bit more up in the sky, but no need to worry about that too much. Turns, 19 of them in total, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and the 1 hairpin out there. You'll see that down at turn number 11. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, one of those being turn 11, but we see them into the fast sweeping right-hander of turn 1 with that slipstream into the heavy braking zone at turn 3 and 4. Then you can get the switch over through 6 and 7, then the big diving opportunity at turn 11, and then the switch over again through 12 and 13, and then of course that fabled final chicane. 17, 18 and 19. It has played its part in many a title fight, many a final result. Top speed, drivers will be topping out around 132 kilometers an hour. That'll be down into the braking zone at turn number 1. They'll average around 97 kilometers an hour. That's because they slow it right down through sector number 2, but they do a very quick lap around here, sub 1 minute for the drivers. As you can see, though, the weather hasn't dampened the spirits of everyone joining us here at the track. Plenty of people, and there you can see from that live view a very dramatic difference in terms of racing line. Very dry on the outside, very slick and wet on the inside. First race coming up, OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F, as engines are on and drivers make their way out onto the track for the first time today. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup as hopefully everyone gets going, which it looks like they will do. Certainly going to be an interesting one here in the juniors. Nicolo Perico certainly had a busy day yesterday. Second fastest in time qualifying and a second and third in his races. He started on pole position today. Alexander Lazarus joining him alongside Antoine Vinant and Manny Nuvolini. They go from row 2 with Julian Frasnelli and Alexandre Point on row 3. Mason Robertson and Stepan Mazepin going from row number 4. Olivier Ricini and Gilles Halfay, they round out the top 10. They go from row number 5. They'll see Samuel Hugon and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on row number 6. Jay Kostecki and Neil Nickmouche go from row 7, with Will Green and Tony Cacciaferro locking out the first half of the grid on row 8.
On row number 9, we see Augustine Figlioli alongside Francisco Roca. And then from row number 10, we have Lorenzo Di Petrantonio alongside Aston Martin's Roland Nagy. From 11 is Christian Kobe, hoping for a better day after 5-second time penalties yesterday. He will be starting alongside Benjamin Westwood. From 12, we see Buana Gisesse with Michel Orlando, and from 13, Wendy Bo will join Maxime Noapel. 14th row for a wildcard entrant, it's Alba Cueva on home soil here in Spain alongside TL Pelfrain. And from 15, Tiberius Muller will see Christian Rost. 16 rows in total for this first qualifying heat of today's racing, but of course not the first qualifying heat we have seen at all. And on that 16th and final row, it's Lissandro Carabola alongside Akil Ray, but Akil Ray was missing yesterday throughout our qualifying heats, so not sure whether or not the Birrell Art will clock up on the timing screen. No, he does not. The Birrell driver will not join us.
No, indeed. Well, there's a picture-in-picture view there. Head of race control, Joanna Falcao, joined by Sam Fisher on the right-hand side of your screen. You then have Martin Bean that you could see before a Fusion mechanic decided to step in front of the camera. He now departs, and now you may see him again, joined by Chris Lambret as well on the gantry as we get ready to go. Not only the grandstands filling up, but also the grass banking around the circuit as well filling up. Plenty of viewing spots here around the circuit, and they are prime real estate places to watch the racing. There is the young Italian, the number 63, Nicolo Perico, yesterday, a second and a third, his first season in the junior category. If he stepped up from the Mini 60 class, a very quick driver back then, and is continuing that quickness here in the junior category. But can he maintain that today as he looks like he's elected to switch sides of the grid here, which is a very smart move. It is a drier line on that outside line, so they have done that. Alexander Lazarus then squeezed to the inside, into the tram lines then for the first time today, and it's lights out, fights on in towards turn 1. Lazarus caught out that inside wet line. He's going to have to try and sweep it onto that dry side. Of course, all these drivers, I can imagine, have gone for those slick tyres right to the start of the day as they get through. It's a good start still nonetheless, but it looks like Perico may have lost out on that lead. Possibly could it be Antoine Vinant who's taken it?
No, Perico still out there in the front, so that switch of the grid has really helped him and his teammate of Manny Nuvolini jump now into P2. So the two KRs out there now in front, not just the two KRs, but the two Mercedes drivers out there in this field. Perico leads them through that second and third sector then, with Nuvolini right on his tail. Nuvolini, good day for the Frenchman yesterday. 2 P4s, so a driver of consistency, and now we'll be hoping to stay well inside of this top 2. Steady stuff then as we go into this first stage of the race. Of course, wet and dry conditions out there for these drivers, so just weaving round the circuit, trying to really suss out where that optimum grippy line decides. Perico out there in the front, just under 3/10 clear of teammate Manny Nuvolini. Alexandra Point currently P3 with a 3-place gain ahead of Stepan Mazepin, who's hoping for a good day after some penalties yesterday. But now we have had a change between Mazepin and Point. Side-by-side switch-back there by Mazepin. Takes it back.
Yeah, he does. That's what we're talking about. That nice little up and under there through turn 6, 7 and 8. So beautifully delivered there for the drivers. Down the inside there, you're seeing Julian Frasnelli, who was very successful out in La Conca. He's here now in Spain as he's trying to push his way through, but he's got a bit of trouble there. Mason Robertson, the Red Bull Junior driver, certainly making his feelings very well known the first opening laps of this race today. A little reminder of the races yesterday as well, as this, I say, somewhat settles down as they continue that fight through the final chicane. In fact, no, Mason Robertson's going for it here in towards turn 1. Frasnelli tries to follow as well, does successfully do so. Alexander Lazarus on the front row, tumbling down now to 9th place. So won't be too happy with that one as he tries to fight his way back through. He's got Olivier Adesini now just behind. And then, of course, Emerson McAndrew Uren as well, who is joining in his first season of OKJ Racing. Of course, very strong results from Le Conqueror as well for that young man. Also, Mason Robinson down the inside. Good fighting in this first stage here, Nicole. Robinson looking quite comfortable here.
Yeah, early stages of today then, early doors for these drivers, and I think many of them in this field have opened their eyes this morning and thought to light it up. This is a great little battle going on down towards the back straight. Emerson McAndrew Uren now starting to get all involved in this one as one of the wards goes for one of the parallels just behind McAndrew Uren. So that battle is now between Kostecki, Lazarus and Samuel Hugon, as this is going to be really challenging for these drivers because they're not just battling with each other, they're battling with those track conditions. They're experiencing a bit of understeer out there as they slide across the rubber that is now greasy, of course. Lots of rubber being put down yesterday in those 24-degree track temperatures out there, air temperatures. So, you know, it's going to be really slidey out there for these drivers in the early stages of today. No change then between Perico and Nuvolini just yet. That gap is actually now extended to 0.4 of a second. Stepan Mazepin, Anton Venant and Point are still there in 3, 4 and 5 as the change between Point and Venant has just happened, as there looks to be drama out there. That's one of the KRs who's being assisted by now the marshalling team. So
Neil Nekmouche.
Neil Nekmouche adds to his tally of DNFs again, Anthony.
Yeah, it's a tough one there for the Moroccan. Unfortunately, not seeing a checkered flag in this race either. A big shame. Did I just hear some more tyre squeals there? I did, as two karts have gone off. It's a Fusion and a Forza that have come together on track, and that's not good at all. It looks to me like it could be Benjamin Westwood and Christian Kobe that have collided. They are right in that middle pack of the race, and unfortunately, they will go no further. And I'm just trying to think, what part of the track is that on? Is that down to turn 1? Yes, I believe it possibly could be. So big shame for them. Rest of the racing going on. We saw briefly Stepan Mazepin, fastest driver out there. There he is, currently 3rd place. He's got Antoine Venant for company right on the rear bumper, but he's not attacking just yet. However, I can imagine Antoine might think of something maybe into turn 1. No, things against it. Stays behind for the time being.
Well, Mazepin yesterday rounded out. Big shove there going out the final corner. Big damage on board the number 55 Ward kart as well. That's the driver of looking at the timing screen. It was the 55. So sidepod's now gone. Technical flag will be given to that driver, so Kostecki will now be forced out of the race, and it's already been rewarded to him, but there was a bit of shoving, a nargy-bargy out of that final chicane.
Oh, well, that's happened. Antoine Venant has got that move done on Stepan Mazepin. There you can see they've switched places now, so Venant will go on now to try and close in to the two Mercedes junior drivers who are pushing their way through, Nuvolini and Perico, as they try to break their way forward. It's completely come off now, which is a big shame for Jay Kostecki. He will have seen that, of course. The side pod's very visible to a driver, and unfortunately that will be a retirement there. Now starting to break away. Race nearly coming to a conclusion here, Nicole, as we see the update. Oh dear, and now he was going slowly because the side pod had already come off and detached. And that was a complete misjudgment there out of the corner. Yeah, so, well, understandably, driver behind is going to go full chat out of that chicane. They're not going to slow down, and unfortunately it's just been completely unsighted there.
Of course, that's one of the parts of the circuit as well where there's a bit of water down, so drivers are struggling on the exit of that. There's the rumble strip that the drivers then run, so I think Vignoli, unintentional for him to have then just gone into the back of Jay Kostecki. There's the side pod completely off, comes out of the corner onto the rumble strip, still continuing to race around for now, but of course will be out of this race. Eyes on the front end of the field though. Perico still ahead of Nuvolini, now by half a second. Venant, Mazepin, Point still there as G Halfway now breaks inside of almost the top 5. 4 places gained for Halfway, just shortly ahead of this battle that still goes on between Mason Robertson and him still being involved. Robertson, a good run so far this weekend, but maybe hoping for a little bit more. There we have got the retirement for the ward of Kostecki, so now pulls in. But Robertson inside of the top 10 consistently so far this weekend, but maybe just hoping now to break inside of the top 5. It was a P10 and a P7 yesterday for the Red Bull.
Yeah, it certainly was, and looking to better it now. Looks to the inside. This is a nice move there. Point once again. Making his point very clear on Stepan Mazepin to go for that move, and he has done so successfully through the likes of turns 11, 12 and 13 as they now nearing the end of this race, Nicole. Time very quickly running out for the drivers at the front of the field. There you can see Perico, who is yet to take his first win, and we were talking about this yesterday. We said this young man not taken a win so far. Can he change that over the course of today? And well, it's gone very well, because he's not won a race heat down in La Conca. He's come over now to Valencia in his first season, as yes indeed, more switching over. Venon, Nuvolini wheel to wheel, and they've done a brilliant job of that one. You can see now Nuvolini will check over the shoulder and will try and go defensive again. Venon back down the inside, wait for the up and under. If he goes defensive, Nuvolini could get back down the inside, but unsuccessful on this one. So Antoine Venon up into second place. Be delighted with that one. But for Nicolo Perico, he's looking at his first qualifying heat win of the 2026 campaign in his first year as a junior from Mini. Out of the final corner, Perico takes the win, and I'm sure he'll be delighted with that one. Venon from Nuvolini, point from Mazepin, Robertson from Gialfre, Sini from Fresnelli, Samuel Hugon rounding out the top 10.
Emerson McAndrew finishes off then in P11, shortly ahead of Lorenzo Di Petrotonio, Roland Nagy, Michelle Orlando and Theo Palfrain as your top 15, with Palfrain making up 13 places, making himself your biggest mover. We then have Francisco Roca, Alexander Lazarus, Will Green, Alessandro Carabollo and Christian Rost as your top 20. But there he is, first big win of the 2026 season for Nicolo Perico, setting the tone for our drivers today. First heat done and dusted for our drivers, and first OKJ win for the Italian.
Indeed, a very strong start to the day then, and I can imagine that will be a lot of these drivers just thinking, right, let's get these results out now, knowing that later on, when that weather closes in, could be a spot of bother. And that weather, according to our sources here, ketchup and mustard, that could be arriving between 12 and 1 o'clock today. There is your provisional classification at the end of that one for qualifying heat B versus F. Perico from Venon, Nuvolini the top 3. As we've gone through the rest of the field as well. Theo Palfrain, like we're saying, the biggest mover there in 15th place. From then, Francisco Roca, Alexander Lazarus, tough race there from the front of the grid. Drops to 17th place. Will Green finishing in 18th. Caraballo in 19th with a 12th place gain, ahead of Christian Alexander Rust with a 10th place gain, running at the top 20. Tony Cachapero from Albuquerque, Buono Gisese and Maxim Noapel rounds out the top 24. Augustine Felignoli, Wenyabu and Tiberius Mueller round out the 27 finishers. Retirements, Kostecki, Westwood, Kobe and Nekmush, and the non-starter of Achille Ray. But there, the young Italian crossing the line, Nicolo Perico, and that's first qualifying heat win of the 2026 campaign in the Champions of the Future. Here's your highlights then from it, and you can see, well, Lazarus squeezed to the inside line there. Obviously a change of sides for Perico, switching sides of the grids put him on the optimal racing line. That unfortunately, suffered many drivers there on that inside line. The race went on. Of course, that allowed Manu Nuvolini to close in with him. Alexandre Point also having a good run. Not seeing much of Julian Fresnelli on that one. Nicole was right up there, dropped to 9th place, though, in the middle of the race.
No, not much of Fresnelli, but we saw quite a lot of his Tony Kart teammate Stepan Mazepin. Mazepin well in the mix within the race, finishes off actually in P5, as just shortly behind him it was Mason Robertson, Julian Fresnelli, and of course the Paralin driver getting involved with each other. This was the moment down towards turn number 1 where Christian Kobe and Benjamin Westwood, who started alongside each other on that 11th row, had an incident. Both of them found each other off of the road, and whilst that was unfolding, this was the big moment for Jay Kostecki Kostecki out of the final corner. There was, of course, damage on board. Kostecki came out of the final chicane and just got a big boot up the back bumper, then ended up in a DNF, of course, after a technical flag, missing side pod for that driver and forced to retire, making himself the 4th retirement overall. Still, though, the battles raged on, and it was Stepan Mazepin, the highest up Tony Kart driver of the race, that was having a good battle with Alexandra Point. Points in him were going back and forth, as just ahead of them, this was the conclusion for P2. Anton Venant and Mani Nuvolini side by side. Momentarily, Nuvolini did actually get it back, but left the door open going down towards turn number 11, where Venant managed to push his way through on the final lap. But it was that driver there, 4KR, Mercedes, and, of course, Italy, that took your first race win of the day.
Indeed. Mani Nuvolini then, Nicola Perico starting very strong today with the first race done and dusted for OK Junior. We turn our attention over to the seniors now, who will, of course, have just seen how quick it can be. I'm sure they would have made a solid choice of going for those slick tyres as well for this one, as temperature holding at 16 degrees with a drying circuit out there. Qualifying Heat B versus F then. Next one to head out onto the circuit. Again, both these groups have also had 2 races today, and there Nicolas Schaufler on your screen. You can see there a 4th and a win yesterday. Certainly put himself in a really strong position here. We see him back in the world of karting here with the DPK outfit, and he is getting himself ready to go. But like we say, wasn't pole overall. Found himself on that moment in the front spot, as I think you caught up with him earlier on this weekend, Nicole, in time qualifying.
Nicolas Schaufler, you've just gone fastest in group and fastest overall. You're returning for 2026 after a stint in single-seaters, but now you're back and you're back at the top.
Of course, it's great to be back in karting for this year together with DPK. Yesterday we struggled a bit during the free practices, but I'm quite happy it turned out this way today and feel really confident for the race, and I'm pretty sure that we will have the speed. So a huge thank you to DPK and Yame and all of my sponsors and family supporting me.
And of course, the standards in Champions of the Future is always sky high. For you, jumping back into the grid this year, from what we saw at Le Conca, what are you thinking about the competition, especially going into this run of heats now?
Of course, the racing and everything is really different to single seaters, and yeah, I need to find my way back as well. But I feel really confident for this race, and I think that we can do well.
And of course, trying to do your best throughout these heats, trying to stay at the front. Are there any specific things that you're really going to deploy, maybe from your single-seater experience or just your karting experience in general?
For sure, first of all, just to try and stay as in the front as possible, and then of course also try to save the tires, because I think it's a really important role throughout all of the heats, and I think it will be a long weekend.
Well, Nicolas, like we said, pole in the group and so far, pole overall.
Thank you.
And now, since we were watching that interview, some developments. A change of sides now. Very late call. Nicolas Schaufler deciding he wants that dry racing line, Nicole, towards turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Schaufler then at Le Conca in his return to Champions of the Future. Actually qualified P42 overall. Much better day for him yesterday. Ended up 2nd overall and will now start this one alongside Benjamin Magnac. Magnac, good qualifying session for him yesterday. And a good day overall. 2 P2s out of 2 races. Good stuff for him. And now we'll start, of course, on that typical pole side, because Schaufler, like you said, Anthony, has decided to switch sides of the grid.
That's a fabulous pair of sunglasses out there on the...
I don't know if you need...
I don't need sunglasses. No, usually I wear sunglasses no matter what conditions. And the doggies as well, who will be watching the racing as they get themselves accustomed to the world of karting. Oh, don't go down there. No, you'll get lost. There we go. Stay up on the banking. It's a very cute dog there, Nicole. You had a very... soppy look on your face then.
Cute.
It was cute. Right, there we go. There, Aaron Garcia, as you mentioned, in 2 second places him yesterday. DPK outfit for the Spaniard. Local knowledge, he knows this track like the back of his hand. He's done many a racing here, and looking forward to seeing what he can do. He'll be starting alongside the driver from the United Kingdom, Noah Baglin, who will be joining him on that second row of the grid. A win and a 4th place yesterday after an unfortunate 5-second time penalty, which unfortunately he did win that race, but yeah, dropped him backwards. Right then, engines have fired up. Karts making their way out onto the circuit. Let's very quickly take you through that full starting lineup then. Second race of the day already. As it heads out. Nicholas Schaufler then and Benjamin Magnac on that front row of the grid. A late switch of sides, but Schaufler on that outside line ahead of Baglin. Aaron Garcia and Noah Baglin on that row too. They'll see Dan Alleman and Dean Hugendorn, current championship leader in this one, Nicole, starting on the third row of the grid. He had a really tough day yesterday, a 13th and a 10th after a 5-second time penalty in that second race. Row 4, Zach Green and Iskender Sulfakari go from row number 4. There we'll see Lucas Sell and Angelina Simmons on row 5. They'll lock out the top 10. Armin Kale Osman and Pietro Baguti on row number 6. Drew Waltz and Mariano Lopez will lock out the first half of the field. They will go from row 7.
Row number 8 sees Rafael Bassato, twin of Guillaume Bassato, on the 8th row alongside Sebastian Mins. And from row number 9, Gavin Adam will be alongside Gustavo da Silva. From 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Singapore and Greece with Isaac Sayer and Nefeli Cosmopoulos. And from row number 11, Matteo Gallo will see Anya Lavar. 12th row, Max Wayland with Zemo Yang for Energy Course. And from 13, Jude Swami will start alongside Yuri Lavar. 14th row, Daniel Pagorni and Michael Gurecki, who had a good day of racing yesterday, making up to P10 with to P18 with a 10 place gain. And then those drivers will be starting in front of your last driver on your field, 15 rows in total, and it's Solomon Zanfari on his return to the karting paddock, his return to the Champions of the Future.
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to seeing how this one will transpire as everyone gets themselves primed and ready. There is Zach Drummond, who is in the gantry. He's ready to watch the racing. Go on, Nicole, you've got to...
Do you want to know a fact?
I love a good fact.
fact.
A Nicholas Schaufler fact. Go on.
He said that the qualifying yesterday went so well because he cut his hair himself.
Is that so?
Yeah, he thought his haircut was giving him bad luck, so he cut his hair last week during the testing.
Yeah.
And now he's come into this one and is much faster.
He went for the buzz cut.
He did indeed.
He did indeed go for the buzz cut. There we go. Well, there you go. There is a fun fact for you. As Gabriel Gomez out there as well. Good to see him here supporting the CRG team as well. Right then, here we go. Down the back straight, there is Schaufler with his new fresh do underneath that haircut. Not that it's going to benefit him out there aerodynamically because he's got a helmet on. Confidence. It is confidence. There we go. I'll take it. Right then, I mean, I know drivers who talk about chicken nuggets while they're racing and they get the confidence from that one. Right, cool, check. Right then, here we go into that final corner. There, Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton gets himself sorted out, and he's got some nice bright orange shoes there for us, which is always fabulous to see. Through that final corner then, into the tram lines. Schaufler and Magnac, they've switched sides as we go green and racing towards turn 1. Magnac immediately goes to the outside line. Here comes Bagley around the outside as well as he goes wheel to wheel with, I believe, Dean Hugendorn, who's managed to squeeze his way through and up into second place. It's still Schaufler, though, who holds on to the lead as the DBK pushes through turns 3 and 4 for the first time. A big hook of that curb there for many a driver. Garcia, the first to hit that one, though. The Spaniard slotting into P4.
Well, the switch of grid side for Nicholas Schaufler has absolutely paid off in his favour. Pretty much identical to what we saw earlier on in our first heat for the juniors for Nicola Perico. Just shortly behind then, Dean Hugendorn absolutely lighting things up and goes down the inside for the race lead. Will he hold on to it down towards that third sector? Schaufler snatches it back. Almost a good attempt for Dean Hugendorn, who absolutely jumps up the order straight away within the early stages of this race, but will now see Noah Baglin shortly in his mirrors down the inside at the final chicane, argy-bargy side by side as Schaufler gets caught out.
And it caught many more out as well at that chicane. Multiple drivers going into the barriers there, including Armin Kali Osman. I think one of them, Nefeli Cosmopoulos, could have been one. But there is Armin Kali Osman the only driver for the Haupt Racing team here in this race, and unfortunately is out of it. Wow, Baglin showcasing Dean Hugendorn how he does a move down the inside, and he's just done that there. Baglin taking the lead away from Hugendorn. Schaufler there really had his feathers ruffled by the drivers just behind. Garcia's got through. There's Benjamin Magnac now on the Ward Racing machine, and there's the other Ward Racing machine just coming through. That's Iskender Sulfakari trying to go for the move. That's not worked out for him, though, because Alaman and Green have both got past after that attempt.
Well, it looks to me then, Anthony, like Schaufler has been shuffled down the order. Of course, wet and dry conditions for the circuit. That's why you're just seeing all of this sliding around. As again, you see it out of the final corner. Benjamin Magnac now making himself vulnerable, as it looks like the Spanish driver of Eric Garcia absolutely slides his way through. And watch his body language there through that first corner, just hooking the cart round, shoving his shoulders over the front to try and generate some grip, and now tails up to the back of Dean Hugendorn as he attempts it. Zach Green is involved in this fight. Good stuff for Green yesterday. Ended off with a P3 within qualifying heats. Alaman is arriving. Waltz is arriving into this one as well. Waltz also a very good day and now goes fastest within this front pack.
Angelina Simmons had a tough day yesterday, a 17th and a 14th. You saw there from a graphic, under investigation in this one now for potentially causing a collision. So that could be that, yeah, that could be a really tricky one in this one. We'll wait to see how that transpires out of that final chicane, though. Clear breakaway for Baglin. Here's Schaufler again trying to put the pressure on here. The likes of Waltz, who pushes his way down the inside. And that's a nice move there. So Drew Waltz out of the way on his 7th place gain. Now down to 6. Again, big hit of the curb. You can gain so much time through there. You can also lose a lot of time if you especially knock your chain off, as there. Dramatic moment. Was that Hugendorn colliding with Benjamin Magnac? It was. Magnac's out of the race. Hugendorn with potential kart damage as well.
Well, Hugendorn just turned into Hugendorn Airlines momentarily there on the rumble strip. Absolutely airborne, went up, but did manage to get things back on the track, as we've lost more drivers out there. One of the Energies, and I believe that's Simo one of the Navars as well, exiting around the back of the circuit, as Noah Baglin now pretty unbothered out there in the front, because all of that drama between Hugendorn and Magnac has allowed him to break away. Side by side again for these drivers. This does involve Dean Hugendorn, who now loses another position, this time to Drew Waltz.
Yes, indeed. And Drew Waltz certainly making his feelings very well known here. So is the DPK just behind as well. This is really kicking off. That's Rafael Bassato, also on a 7th place gain now. Make that an 8th place gain as he squeezed his way through. Now the victory lanes and the Tony karts getting involved. This is really kicking off here. Lucas Sell and Gavin Adam, the marshals, nearly out of the way, and he's rejoined right in the middle of the track on the exit of turn 14. The drivers will come through, and he does an amazing job there of trying to clear his own kart. But that's an incredibly scary moment there for the young man from France, who unfortunately tumbles down the order after colliding with his fellow countryman. But that is a huge moment there, and you can see a little bit of discomfort there for Lucas Sell on the track. But a very dramatic few opening laps in this one, Nicole. We've lost a fair few drivers.
Anthony, let's not forget, rain went down in the night. All of that grass out there on the circuit is wet. Gavin Adam, they're really lucky, I would say, to have not ended up completely on the racing line.
Here's
that
the
was
Hugendorn
eye-watering
moment.
stuff.
Wow.
Eye-watering for Dean Hugendorn as well as Benjamin Magnac. So up and airborne, you could actually see just at the other angle, the bottom of the floor tray and the bottom of the chassis. Of course, no restarting attempt for Benjamin Magnac, and this is the moment for Gavin Adam. This is the moment also for the marshals out there. So
good
slides
reactions
across the grass, of course, wet grass, then onto the racing line at the other end of the circuit on the entrance towards that back straight, and instantly you could see the Tony kart jump up, drag the chassis away from the apex of the corner, because he knew that the likes of Noah Baglin were really shortly going to be arriving.
Yeah, indeed. A very dramatic moment there in the early phases of this first senior race. Seems for the moment to have settled down. This, though, the fight on your screen, Dan Alaman and Iskender Sulfakari, currently 7th and 8th place. They have got the likes of Mariano Lopez, Rafael Basato, Isaac Saya, Gustavo da Silva, and Pietro Baguti just behind them also. There's your race leader, Baglin. Gap down to less than 0.7 of a second. Aaron Garcia on the charge here. Is he closing? Well, 0.5 of a second now is the gap. The pace looking just that little bit faster. This is a little moment here. Ah, right. That's an anti-launch device there. Has just been unsettled from the contact that we've seen there. Now, that is DPK, possibly Rafael Basato. That has had that. As slow boards are out, Nicole. We've got a slow procedure, and I'm trying to ascertain why we have got that. I can't see an incident that has happened in recent moment. Oh, no, I can see an incident that has happened in recent moment. It was the last one that we saw, and I think it's Lucas Sell that has had that moment, of course, that we saw with Adam Gavin. And that is on the exit or the entrance to turn 11 at the hairpin. So race now has been neutralized. We are on lap number 8 of 11. So we wait to see how this one will go. But Baglin's lead will be diminished, and he'll have to slow the pack down and close them all in together. Effectively, a virtual safety car here, Nicole, if you are new to racing and wondering what this is now. So the field will have to slow it all down. Basically, Baglin controls the pace.
Well, Baglin then, I would say, would be slightly happy about this stage in the race. Of course, with the rules, he can't be overtaken by anybody. And actually, on the previous couple of laps, Aaron Garcia had some good pace, which I think was being thrown out of the bag because of how much experience Garcia has round this circuit. That is why he's been recruited by TPK for this race, knows Valencia like the back of his hand and was momentarily there chasing up to Baglin. But now, with this slow procedure that we have got going on whilst Lucas Sell is being attended to, Baglin cannot be overtaken. It will stay in this long train, being controlled and watched by none other than our race director, Martin Bean. Of course, 12 qualifying heats yesterday, then a long run of heats for today, and actually quite a dramatic second heat, a lot more dramatic than what we saw from our first group of juniors this morning. So drama has been for the likes of Lucas Sell and Gavin Adam. They're both DNFs at the, for this race. Benjamin Magnac, Mifeli Cosmopoulos, Zimo Yang and Amin Kara Osman.
On his feet is Lucas Sell, and that is good to see. I still think he's in a bit of discomfort there, but good to see that he is up and talking to the medical crews and officials out there, and good to see that. So race still neutralised now as we go on to lap number 10 of this one, Nicole, as I think this race could, I'm not sure, may finish under these slow procedures. We are very quickly running out of laps here to do anything.
Yeah, absolutely are. So the time is ticking for these drivers. They're going to be very limited on what they can try and achieve if we do go racing again. But like you said, Anthony, we're not sure if that is likely just yet. But that doesn't actually mean that the pressure is off for these drivers, because within this stage of the race, they've still got to make sure that they're maintaining what they're doing, temperature, tyre, and also looking at what's going on around them.
Yeah, and one thing that's happened is the red flags have come out. So the race has been stopped. That will, of course, be past a certain percentage of the race distance, meaning the result will stand as you see it on your screen. And these drivers now, I think, will just make it probably straight back into the paddock area, which they do now. So straight back into Parc Ferme. Race over then for them, but great to see there Lucas Sell up and walking on his own 2 feet there under his own steam. So very pleased to see that. So then results then, quickly we'll run over the top 10. We'll go over the full classification a little bit later. Baglin, Garcia, Green, Schaufler, from Drew Waltz, Hugendorn, Alaman, Zulfikari, Lopez, and Basato round out the top 10. There is Noah Baglin a calmer end to his race. An unfortunate one there, I think, for Aaron Garcia. Looked like he was closing in. I thought we could have got a really good fight there. There's the full results, though.
Yeah, I think Garcia would maybe be a little bit frustrated, probably thinking if I had one more lap, I could have had a go. But of course, red flag races finished. Anthony took you through your top 10. After Rafael Bussato, who rounds out your top 10, then we have Isaac Sayer, Gustavo da Silva, Pietro Boguti, Sebastian Mins and Jude Thiramaswamy as your top 15. Max Wayland, Angelina Simmons, Yuri Lavar, Solomon Zanfari and Anya Lavar take you to your top 20. And then we have Daniel Picorni, Matteo Gallo, Michael Gurecki as your final finishers, with of course big moments out there in DNFs for the likes of Lucas Sell, Gavin Adam, Benjamin Maniac, Nefeli Cosmopoulos, Zemo Yang and Amin Kara Osman.
Indeed. Well, lengthy clean-up operation underway. Karts scattered all over the circuit there with multiple retirements from that race. Here is a look at some of the highlights, and, well, quite a few of them, Nicole. Right at the start of that one was Schaufler, a late change of side of the grid. He made that late call to swap sides to the outside line on that optimal dry line. That would help him out, but it would bring Dean Hugendorn into play. He would take an early lead. Well, despite that, Schaufler would certainly make it a little bit difficult for him. Then later on, we saw the moves down into the final chicane. Big sends here. Looked a little unsettled under braking, but managed to get it stopped and actually turned out to be quite the good little overtake there.
Yeah, then caused, though, Nicholas Schaufler to be swarmed by the drivers around him. And this was the moment in the background that we lost Amin Kara Osman at that final chicane. So Hugendorn did command the race, but it was at this stage where Noah Baglin found his way through. That is the hotspot that we have seen time and time again for Baglin so far this weekend. As out of the final chicane, side by side, we had the overtake for Aaron Garcia on Benjamin Maniac when Benjamin Maniac was still in the race. Hugendorn, more than aware of what was going on and around him, did momentarily stay in that P2, but as Aaron Garcia edged closer and closer as this battle went on in the background, it would not quite stay like that. Schaufler did get swarmed in the earlier race, but out of the final sector, he did manage to light things back up, picked off positions once more and picked off position from Drew Waltz down at turn number 1.
Indeed, and those fights did rage on for a little bit more because this was that Maniac and Hugendorn moment. Hugendorn very lucky not to go over there. Unfortunately for Maniac, that steering just getting thrown away from him and unfortunately straight into the gravel trap. Later then, of course, we saw Drew Waltz get that overtake on Hugendorn. He would step his way through. Later, Rafael Bussato as well, certainly getting his name involved. The Brazilian with DPK pushing his way forward here at Valencia. No matter that, still getting caught out with a little bit of damage there. This moment here, unfortunately, Adam Gavin and Lucas Sell, very unfortunate, very lucky for the marshals, and unfortunately that did result in the slow procedure coming out to 10-2. Lucas Sell, who unfortunately was caught out in that moment there. Yeah, the drivers coming through, very, very scary, but great work from the driver there of Adam Gavin to clear his kart off that racing line. Well, we're very quickly moving into the next races then. OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E will be that next one, which will see the likes of Martin Bertolacini and Ascari Volley on that front row of the grid. Both of these drivers have taken race wins so far today. Bertolacini a second and a win. Ascari Volley with a win and a third. And as you can see here, Bertolacini is not elected to switch sides of the grid. He is staying for that normal inside line. Crucial to see what's going to happen here on this one, because both of these drivers very quick in qualifying, very quick out on the track, but they've not raced each other just as of yet. So this is going to be quite the fight between the now Paralin chassis Ward Racing machine, the satellite team, versus the factory Paralin team. Certainly will be a very interesting one. Martin Bertolacini there, though, primed and ready to go, but still curious to see what this will happen.
Yeah, curious indeed. So like you said, Anthony, will be starting alongside Oskari Volley on that front row. Of course, Volley, much better qualifying results this weekend compared to what we saw from him in La Conca, was 27th overall. This time, P5 overall, and now will be starting on that anti-pole side going down towards turn number 1. Slight clean-up operation still underway after that senior race, but these juniors now on the grid and ready to get going for groups C versus E. Other names within the field that had good race results yesterday. Jeff Beck had some moments of greatness. He had a P5. Harry Williams, however, is one of the other names inside of the top 3 rows that stayed inside of the top 3 all day, a P3 and a P2 for the freshly announced McLaren junior driver. So I think it's fair to say a big congratulations going to Harry Williams as we head into this weekend.
Yes, indeed. And we'll have to try and keep that momentum up, of course, over the rest of this weekend to stay in that one. But yes, as you say, so far, so good. There you can just see Oskari Volley getting himself ready to go. The factory Paralin team there, certainly a very strong start to their weekend. The second most successful manufacturer here in the first day of racing, second to Kart Republic. They've had 5 wins yesterday with the Kart Republic chassis. Paralin with 4. We saw OTK with 1 win and the Cali Carter outfit with 2 wins yesterday. That was the outcome of yesterday's racing. That, of course, those numbers will change over the course of the day with the brand new 18 races. Speaking of brand new, there you can see on the left-hand side your pre-grid officer Ross Upton. He's joined by a new chapter on the pre-grid, Bruno, giving him a hand over the. Then, of course, we have Raul in the servicing park, and then everyone else. So some fresh faces for everyone to keep an eye on.
Fresh face on the gantry for this race, I believe, as well. Anthony, I can spot a certain deputy race director of Dan Ashton up there, ready to try and get racing for this third qualifying heat of the day. Going back to numbers then, Anthony, that we were just mentioning about manufacturers and chassis, of course, Paralin themselves, factory team, have 12 drivers in the fight this weekend, but then they've got 10 in the form of the wards as well. So many names could bring them some success this weekend, but they've already had success this year at the first event, Dean Hugendorn being one of those. And of course, now in the junior field, maybe it's Oskari Volley or Martin Bertolacini that's going to match that.
Yeah, certainly so. Could be a close fight. And again, you have to just wait and see, because they are not alone, of course. They've still got the Spree chassis of Jeff Beck, of course, an OTK product. Then you've got Guillaume Bassato of the Kart Republic. You've got Harry Williams, of course, like we were mentioning. Maxim Bobajov, he's on the Lando Norris chassis, also an OTK product. So, again, looking forward to seeing what they can achieve on that inside row. Again, a little bit of a wait on this one. This race due to start at 11:15. It is 11:17 right now. That will be with that cleanup operation out there. There is the man himself, Lucas Guerrero, here at the circuit, watching along, which is fabulous to see, as we're not far away from getting this race underway. Prediction on this one, can't really put anything down on it. All of these drivers, of course, have had some good results. One driver, I think, to keep an eye on, who I think is going to be thinking, I need to push forward today, is Vsevolodovsky Savlovsky, the Ukrainian who starts this one on the 4th row of the grid, 14th yesterday, and then a DSQ in that second race. He'll be thinking, right, today's an important day. I need to get forward.
Yeah, not just Seva, but also a certain Daniel Miron, who is at the back of this starting grid. Miron, of course, was a pole-in group driver, put in that fastest lap in the final OKJ qualifying session of yesterday. It was taken away from him after track limits being broken, but yesterday, in both qualifying heats, actually made up at 21 positions.
Yes, indeed. Well, there you can see the live on board looking backwards from Martin Bertolacini's Ward racing machine as we get ready to go racing here as the engines fire up then for OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E. That's going to give us some fabulous runs throughout this race. Right then, here's your grid. Martin Bertolacini, Oskari Volley on that front row of the grid as the clouds loom in, Nicole, in the background. Jeff Beck and Guillaume Bassato go from row 2. Harry Williams and Juan Garciase on row 3. Maxim Bobrozov and Sevolodo Sashtovlovsky go from row 4 with Felipe Sanchez and Austin Newstead on row number 5. Antonio Ianni and Leo Gorski go from row 6. They'll see Stan Ratajski and Savale Kage on row 7. Remy Samchek and Henry Constant-Kumpen going from row number 8.
Row number 9 is started by Portugal's Xavier Lazaro alongside Atika Mir, who had a DNF yesterday and actually has already deployed some new tyres on the left-hand side. From row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Nicholas Guth and Liam Nachawati. And from 11, Ava Lawrence, who had a P19 and a P11 for Aston Martin yesterday, will be seeing Mark Pilipenko. Row number 12, your top 24, looks like Dia Islami and Daniel Ferraria. And from 13, Lenny Mackinnon will be looking at Jason Cosmopoulos. 14th row is Ludwig Granquist with Santiago Diaz de la Vega. And from 15 is Kim Min Jae with Libor Vlasak. 16th and final row with one of your biggest names in the OKJ field for 2026. Jan Garzelik will start alongside Daniel Moron, will be hoping to fight back inside of that top 10. Both qualifying heats yesterday, then Moron managed to find himself inside of the top 15 after just about 3 laps. Watch on eagerly then to see if the Fusion driver, who's from just an hour away from this circuit, can achieve that once more.
Indeed, you saw there a plethora of mechanics from 2 of the British satellite teams there, the Ricky Flynn outfit that took Orlando Norris to certain heights in the world of racing, as you, of course, now see him in Formula 1. And then, of course, there, Jake from the Fusion team as well, also have done a great work with some of their drivers. Yeah, indeed. Daniel Miron's mechanic will be starting, like you say, back of the grid, but has been showing some fantastic pace nonetheless. Right then, the field make their way onto that 135-metre back straight track, still dry. Clouds looming off in the distance, Nicole. I'm sure at some point today we'll have a look at our fabulous radar that might give us a little bit more of an inkling of what's happening. There, as I said. Well, that's saying that's quite a while away is some clouds, and they're actually moving upwards and not towards us. So maybe I'm talking rubbish, and those clouds in the background are nothing.
Well, maybe we'll have to find out. I don't like to talk about rain until it actually starts hitting the track.
Oh, I love to, because it makes everyone panic. Right then, so as we head round the final corner then, we should be able to start this race. OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E under the watchful eye of Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton, sends them to go racing towards turn 1. Bertolacini holds on to that inside line as it's dried out quite nicely now from the races that we've had. Holds on to the lead while the DPK's wide at the exit of turn number 2. Slots back into the pack, possibly Guillaume Bassato, because I do not see a DPK now up in that sharp end of the field. Green flags out because there's yellow flags out as off the track and out of the race. Unfortunately, is the likes of Savale Kage, one of them. Atika Mir has been caught out. We've lost Ava Lawrence on this race. Mark Pilipenko's had drama. Looks like Daniel Ferreira has also had problems, and can confirm it was Guillaume Bassato also with moments.
Daniel Miron also involved in that. You could just see he was one of the drivers that looked visibly very frustrated. So I would say has maybe been a passenger in what has just unfolded through the first and second sector. Let's watch this one unfold though. The Forzas working together now to push up to the back of Martin Bertolacini, who we go on board with down towards the first corner. These drivers then, brave as you like, on 4 wheels, really barreling some speeds down towards that first sector where the drivers really do pull some G's and pull some force as they then head down towards turns 2 and 3, as well as 4. They take a nice lick of the curb. Oh, almost down the inside. Oscar Volley trying to break back inside of the top 3 and trying to get past Jeff Verbeek. But Jeff Verbeek says, no, I'm holding on to this one, and I'm going to hold on to the back of teammates Harry Williams to get into the race lead. Jeff
Verbeek, good strong start to his first race. A P5 for him, struggled a little bit in that second with a P20. In that race there. Sevolodo Sashtovlovsky going 3 wide. He's on the outside line, unfortunately. He's not going to benefit there at all as through goes there. I think that was Newstead and Kansiase who are fighting away. So they're continuing that fight on. Change for the lead. Williams down the inside. Harry Williams takes the lead of this race. It's the 2 satellite teams going wheel to wheel here. It's the Esprit chassis versus the Paralin chassis between these 2 drivers, but Williams holds on to it for Forza Racing as we go on board now with Bertolacini on the left-hand side of your screen. Can see his other teammate, Jeff Verbeek, just behind. Is Verbeek going to be the ultimate team player here and try and squeeze his way past as well? But he's under his own pressure from Ascari Rolli, who is just there behind him as they exit out of the likes of turns 9 and 10 and down the infield straight. This is 11. Big braking zone here, and Ascari Rolli knows it. He sends it down the inside and takes third place away from Jeff Verbeek.
Well, change for the race lead again because Martin Bertolacini manages to thread his way through back past Harry Williams. Williams doesn't lose any pace to the drivers behind of Verbeek, Ascari Rolli and Austin Newstead, but the Forzas all well within the top 5 trying to push forward. Big train goes down the start-finish straight and a big move now on between Harry Williams and Bertolacini once more as Harry Williams says again, this is my race to win.
Certainly is, and pushes his way through, but again, it's seeming like it's keeping quite a close battle for this front end, and that might make it a little bit interesting for drivers coming through the back of the field, because you can see them now all squabbling for position just in the background, but these leaders stay absolutely nailed to each other. You can see one energy course unfortunately retiring from the race, possibly Jan Garzielik out of this race, but there still the fighting rages on. Williams in the lead, but he's not able to break away from Bertolacini, and Ascari Rolli, who is still on that rear bumper, communicates to Bertolacini to say push forward, let's get in front of him. He sends it down the inside, he goes for it, and that is, well, semi-teamwork between the two of them. They're not teammates, but they are on the same manufacturing chassis.
Well, new race leader, but not for the first time. Martin Bertolacini takes it back. Ascari Rolli now back into P2, where he started this race from. We had a trio of Forzas of Harry Williams, Newstead and Jeff Verbeek, but now they've been separated slightly as we've got the likes of Sevelod, Osachi, Soslovsky trying to get all involved, send down the inside, change for the race lead. This time by Ascari Rolli, gets past on Martin Bertolacini, invites Harry Williams back into the fight, so this trio is back on for the battle for this race win, as Juan Garciase now went well within this fight as well now, Anthony. 2 places gained for Garciase overall, who actually had a P2 yesterday, so some good pace for the driver sat there for now in P4.
Yes, indeed. Another looks down the inside there. Leo Gorski on that charge, just getting past Garciase, so deny that chance to push himself forward. Still, this fight at the front, Nicole, not over. Williams still there, looming in third place, despite the fact that Ascari Rolli in the lead here, not able to break away from Bertolacini. So we'll keep a close eye on this fight as they all square themselves away. That timing board, I'm sure, will update, so we'll leave you with that one. Still, though, Ascari Rolli in the lead of this one. Not going defensive, though, at this stage of the race. We are lap 6 of 9. There is a few to go. I still don't think we've seen the end of it, though.
Well, very much a momentum circuit for our drivers, carrying lots of minimum speed, so you don't want to see that over-defensive driving for too long or too early, because it's going to cost them on the course of the 19 turns that are around this 1,400-metre circuit. Early defensive driver is going to cost these drivers time. That's why you're not seeing it just yet by Ascari Rolli, but what you are seeing is still these battles in the background, 3 wide going down towards that first corner. That's one of the DPKs having a lot to say to the likes of the Ricky Flynn and the MPs around. So this is the battle that's going on in the background between Ludwig Granquist, Liam Nachuate, Guillaume Bassato trying to get involved as well.
Yeah, indeed. That is all the way down in around 20th place or so. So still some strong fighting going on nonetheless, and you can still see that they are continuing to rage on in this fight as they all scramble to find positions at this stage of the weekend. Like you say, your third heat out of your races over the course of a weekend, Nicole. Middle point of it, it's like, isn't it an important one, or is it like a still one you could just be a bit calmer in?
Every race is important, and that's why you're seeing battles like this going on, because drivers are going to want these points, and many drivers actually yesterday had a day of DNFs or a day of really tumbling down the order, So they would have woken up this morning, barreled into this racing and knowing that every single point counts. You know, drivers never go into a race gentle, and they definitely don't go over that curve very gently either. You know, they're always trying to push forward, and that's why you've seen so much drama and so much heats coming out of the first 3 races of today. Still, these moments raging on. This is inside of your top 15. Juan Garciase still trying to get involved, as there are your current list of retirements and those drivers that have failed to get this one finished. Yangar Jelik, Atika Mir, Jason Cosmopoulos, Daniel Miron and Mark Pilipenko. Last lap board now will be out. Oskari Volley will be the first driver to visit that one. There he is, has seen it, has also seen the gap to Martin Bertolucci, who now I would predict, Anthony, he actually doesn't have to defend from.
No, not at all. He's got about 5 kart length lead away from Bertolucci. That's a really strong start to the day for Oskari Volley. Of course, yesterday was also a strong day. The win and a third in those races and can add another win to his name today. For Bertolucci, this still isn't the end of the world for him. That would be his second place with a race win as well. So also in a really strong position nonetheless. Still fighting going on further back in the field. This is still around the 20th place battle there. As you can see, the likes of Kim Min-jae, Samuel Kage and Libor Vlasak all fighting for position. But here at the front, Oskari Volley, uncontested here, will take the lead of the intermediate classification then. At the end of his third race, 141 points then towards Oskari Volley, who so far this season has done a brilliant job, of course, out in the world of that. He's only scored 6 championship points, but he's looking at many more as it stands as he leads that intermediate classification. Oskari Volley then taking the win ahead of Martin Bertolucci. Harry Williams with a P3 ahead of Leo Gorski. Sevlado Sachitowlowski a P5 ahead of Remy Samchek. Jeff Verbeek 7th from Austin Newstead. Stan Ratajski and Henry Constant Kumpin who lock out the top 10. Santiago Diaz de la Vega was your biggest mover. 28th to 12th, a 16th place gain. Well, these drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme. We'll go over the full results in a moment when we see the graphic. But good start there for Oskari Volley. Nicole, I think he'll be delighted to add another win to the tally.
Yeah, absolutely. Has definitely stepped things up from La Conca for round 1, where, of course, he qualified P27 overall, has now instantly remained inside of the top 5 for all races and qualifying so far today. Anthony then took you through your top 10, which is rounded out by none other than Henry Constant Kumpen, who, let's not forget, deployed some new tyres yesterday, so that 6th place gain is maybe being benefited with that decision. After Kumpen, then we have Antonio Ianni in P11 with Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Felipe Sanchez, Maxim Bobrishov and Juan Garciase as your top 15. Lenny Mackinnon, Nicholas Glath, Ludwig Granquist, Liam Nachwate and Ava Lawrence take you to your top 20. And the remaining finishers of that race include Portugal, Xavier Lazara, Dia Islami, Libor Vlasak, Kim Min-jae, Guillaume Bassato, Savlo Kage and Daniel Ferraria. There is your driver, though, that of course took that all-important Paralympic race win. Oskari Volley then coming over the weighing scale, making sure that he is that minimum 140 kilos. Job well done, and another top 5.
Yes, indeed. Strong performance there as he'll head into scrutineering to get that one fully checked over. Here's your highlights from the race. Well, for Bertolucci, strong start there. Didn't really have too much drama. It was also a strong start for Harry Williams. He was able to get those overtakes done really thick and fast quite soon. An unfortunate one there for the early phase of that race, the DPK outfit, unfortunately. We saw the drivers tumble down. Guillaume Bassato started right up there in the field, unfortunately not going forward. Drama for Daniel Miron. He was caught out in that first opening lap. Jason Cosmopoulos, Mark Pilipenko, Atika Mir, Yangar Jelik was another incident later on in the race, but certainly not the start we would have wanted after a great day yesterday for Daniel Miron.
Yeah, that's going to be a thorn in the side for Miron. Of course, had success that was taken away and then had success yesterday and fought back up, but now a DNF is going to actually reduce the impact of those 2 top 15s that he had gained himself. This was the stage then that Harry Williams led the race for one of the first times this year. Of course, new into the world of OKJ racing, but not new into the world of being a race leader. did then momentarily lose it, and we had, of course, that on-board footage with Martin Bertolacini, who was one of the favourites going into this race, starting on pole. Side-by-side moments, and the main battle in the first 3 or 4 laps was between Williams and Bertolacini, the Ward and the Forza. Down towards that first sweeping corner where the drivers can use some of the toe and some of the run out of the final chicane to really get something going into turn number 1. That overtaking opportunity did occur, as whilst that was raging on, we had the retirement of Jan Garzelik for energy. Williams lost out once more, this time out into the final chicane, where Oskari Volley decided to pick things back up and find his way through. Actually was massively helped by the parallel ahead of him of Bertolacini, and then signalled to say push, let's get ahead. But it wasn't for too much. He actually used Bertolacini to his advantage and found his way through in that second sector.
He certainly did, and continued that on all the way to the very end of that race. Leo Gorski as well, also getting those moves done. Earlier on, getting past the likes of many drivers. Juan Garciase, who was fighting right up at the sharp end, then later dropping down at that order, lost out on 6 places when the melee started to ensue. Yeah, it was quite a scramble between the drivers in those last few laps. Big check over the shoulder. Oskari Volley clear over the line, takes his 2nd win of the weekend, as he looking very strong for a good result for the Superheats, and then, of course, maybe even those finals later on. Back to the seniors. This will be qualifying heat C versus E, race 16 of the weekend. And there you can see William Kalija, pole position, 3rd fastest driver in time qualifying, but he's had 2 race wins out of 2. But we caught up with him at the start of the qualifying heats.
William Kalija, first senior qualifying group then, and you are the first pole sitter in those. Great stuff for you. Of course, going into 2026, new team, new chassis, but really good results. Can you talk us about the balance of the kart around the Valencia circuit?
Yeah, well, this kart, the parallel chassis, works really well with this conditions, especially the track as well. The conditions have really warmed up the past few days, so the kart, the way it's flexible, it really works in the slow corners and especially the fast ones as well. And we just hope throughout the heats the tyres don't lose too much temperature, just stay smooth with the driving, and hopefully the kart sticks well with the track.
And of course, that lap out there, good stuff for you around all 19 turns. But tell us about how the racing will differ around here, because you just hinted to it a bit. Tyre is going to really come into play.
Yeah. Well, for the racing, there's for sure. It's going to be definitely not going to be doing the same time as qualifying. It's going to be much slower. So we're just going to make sure we compose the tyres, keep them well enough so that we don't have to use the new tyres too soon, and just so that they last for the rest of the weekend.
Of course, William, we have to see how the other groups get on, but we can confirm you will be at the front. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to hear there from William Kalija, who has taken that fastest time in group to 2 qualifying heat wins. Have had reports come to the commentary box, potentially some karts missing from this grid, potentially missing the gate. With choosing a setup potentially, so we'll have to wait and see who comes out onto the track and who doesn't clock up, but potential of 2 drivers. There's your grid though. William Kalija, Oliver Kinmark, front row of the grid. Australia versus Sweden, joined by Henry Domain and Clovis Nogueira, United Kingdom and France. Emil Hernandez of Mexico, Filippo Sala of Italy. They'll rock out the top 6 on row number 3. Row 4 sees Luke Kornder of Germany. He'll be joined by Bosco Arias of Spain, Vladimir Vanikov joining William Marshall on row number 5. Lev Krutilov and James Anagnostiadis currently joint with Dean Hugendorn in the championship fight. Starts this on row number 6. He'll have Bruno Blanco and Thomas Pradir on row 7.
Row number 8 then locked out by Louis Nunez alongside Gabriel Canal, and then from row number 9 after a DNF yesterday, Andrea Mani of Monaco will be starting with Nicola Frigg, hoping for a good one. It was 2 DNFs for Frigg. Row number 10, your top 20, Oscar Gallen with Archie Owen, and shortly behind from 11, Max Sacroy will be starting alongside Endo Arata. 12th row, top 24, is Rafael Boulard with Peter Gurecki, and from row number 13, it's the USA and Brazil in the form of Nicolas Stanley and Eduardo Salamond. 14th row, Daniel Macier with Emilia Wyszymierska. And then your 15th and final row is Svet Simonov, as now I think we can confirm some of those names that have not managed to get out on the circuit. So Peter Gurecki will be one of those. He has not come up on the timing screens. Neither has Daniel Macier or Svet Simonov. So Simonov then supposed to be starting on that 15th and final row. He will not appear. We've got Daniel Macier was supposed to be starting slightly higher up on P27, just ahead of Simonov. And Peter Gurecki, 24th, is not there.
Indeed. Now, for Peter Gurecki, he was involved in that incident yesterday, which wasn't on the broadcast, but did cause a slow procedure to come out. So hopefully he's feeling okay. Maybe that could be the reason. For Daniel Macier and Svet Simonov, I think they may have missed the gate on this one. Now, I can see the clouds that are coming over the hills. I've been here too many times, Nicole, to not know that, well, that's rain that's coming over the hill there, not just cloud. We're going round again. It's a false start. But yeah, I've been here too many times to know that when those mountains suddenly disappear next to the track, it could be rain on the way.
Yeah, well, Peter Gurecki then, just looking at the warm-up results from this morning, he did go out for warm-up, but it's looking like pace-wise was maybe just a bit of a test of whether or not he felt okay to do that. So hoping that Peter Gurecki, wherever he is in the paddock, is feeling okay.
Yeah, indeed. Well, hopefully see him out a little bit later on in the qualifying heats, maybe. Right then, not far away from getting this race started. First false start of the day here for the seniors. And I can imagine that may be some drivers seemingly out of position. There's 3 drivers missing from the grid, so there's going to be a bit of difficulty there in the back to get themselves organised.
Yeah, of course. Luckily for these drivers, then the 2 that are missing of Svet Simonov and Daniel Macier are right at the back, so
yeah,
drivers
so
behind, won't struggle to keep those gaps open. So it won't necessarily affect too many of them. And of course, the only ones that have really got to think about it is the likes of Eduardo Salamond, who is supposed to be starting directly behind Peter Gurecki.
Yeah, indeed. Right then, back into that final sector. You can see the drivers just scrambling to get any temperature they can into those tyres. But still, we wait to see how this one will transpire. There, Dan Ashton has been he's been demoted again. He's back down at the final corner, slowing the grid down as they head once more through the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Towards turn 1, good start for Kinmark here on the outside line, but Kalesia will have the braking zone in towards turn 1. Domain tries to follow through as well, but it's the CRG of Clovis Nougarade who gets up into second place through the chicane for the first time. A lot of use of the curb, but no spins, no drama through turn 3 as they enter into sector 2 for the first time. Out of turn number 7 through 8, 9. They start to wind it up now as they enter the infield straight into the heavy braking zone at turn 11. Any chances for a move down the inside? Yes, 1 or 2 in the form of the barrel of Filippo Sala in the 295. He's stepping up the order nicely.
Well, this is that flat part of the circuit where the drivers barrel loads of speed around the likes of turn number 14, down the 135 metre straight to then meet turns 17, 18 and 19, where overtaking opportunities do arrive for these drivers, and where you've just seen some attempted between the likes of Vladimir Ivanikov, Luke Cordner and Louis Nunez. Down towards turn number 1, big changes are being attempted, but minimal grip will make that a little bit difficult for these drivers, especially with the force that they are pulling round. Kalesia then out in the front. He is your race leader, as Clovis Nougarade, who was a P2 yesterday, your top runner for CRG so far, is now overtaken by Oliver Kinmark.
Yeah, indeed. Kinmark now back on the charge from starting on that front row of the grid. So relatively decent start, actually, for the driver from Sweden. Of course, that outside line has been a bit tricky for the field. We've seen drivers who have started on the front row tumble down to about 5th place, but no, managed to keep it there. Bit of going on here. Lev Krutsilov trying to defend from Bosco Arias as they head down into the final chicane. Arias wise to it, stays behind. Does need to be careful, though, because now we'll have Vladimir Ivanikov for company just behind. Krutsilov checks over the wrong shoulder because Arias sends it down the inside, takes that position away. Bosco Arias now up into 7th place.
Well, Krutsilov and Vladimir Ivanikov have actually been glued together so far this weekend than Anthony Orr, as Ivanikov looks to just be muscled out now, this time by the likes of Luke Cordner for Ricky Flynn, as more muscling out going on and off the road. Ivanikov goes, so just slightly off there, off onto the exit of the rumble strip, does manage to get back on, but will now have dirty tyres going in towards turn number 11 and makes himself vulnerable to one of the Tony Karts behind of Thomas Pradir, who now gets past us. Andrea, Manny, Canal and Louis Nunez are starting to try and get involved as well. But like we were saying, Krutulov and Ivanikov have been glued together at points so far this weekend, with results for both being inside of the top 10. Big sends down the inside at the chicane as Andrea Manny almost catches himself out there on the inside of turn number 18 as side by side down towards turn number 1. Changes going on in the background, this time for one of the Paralins, but that is at the back end of your order.
Yeah, it certainly is. Possibly Eduardo Salamonde there and Bruno Blanco for 22nd place. Filippo Sala now the fastest driver out there on circuit, currently circulating in 5th place. We saw previously Kinmark with the fastest lap of the races. He was trying to close in on Kalesia. That gap had gone down to 0.3 of a second. It has gone back up now to just under 0.5 of a second. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Still some big fighting going on here in that mid-pack battle. All the drivers are getting forward in this one, but loving the fighting that we are seeing here, Nicole, even though this may be down for 20th place for the likes of Oscar Gallin, Archie Owen, Endo Arata, but still absolutely superb. There is Sala in front of Domain. That move has just happened. Sala up to 4th place.
Sala then, one of the drivers that appeared here in 2024 when we were last out at Valencia for Champions of the Future. Of course, when he was here last time, would have been a junior, now moving over to seniors, of course, with a new team for 2026 in the form of Charles Leclerc, backed by Birol Arts. Now finds himself inside of the top 4 and actually has had a really good run so far this weekend. A better run than what we saw from him at La Conca. Almost had a race win in there in one of the final qualifying heats of yesterday, and now looks to try and chase up to the back of Clovis Nougarade, one of the most successful CRG drivers for the team for the weekend. Has fallen short of that P2 that he held on to earlier, but nothing too dramatic or untoward for Nougarade just yet. Further behind then, James Anagnostiadis, P9 currently. Of course, didn't have the qualifying he would have expected, and then his day yesterday was a P8 and a P18. Just seemingly looking to struggle a little bit, Anthony, in the early stages of this weekend.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, Valencia is a tough circuit. We've seen him push hard here before, but yeah, it is. It's going to be a tricky one on this one, especially with the challenging conditions. But for a lot of drivers, you will see them sort of light up near the end of the weekend. Speaking of lighting up at the early half of the weekend, Filippo Sala making another move there. That's now up into 3rd place. Clovis Nougarade down into 4th. So at the current top 10, still Kalesia leading the way. Gap down now again to 0.3 of a second between himself and Oliver Kinmark. Sala now with that fresh move up into 3rd place ahead of Nougarade. Domain still holds on to P5 from Hernandez. Arias from Krutulov. Anagnostiadis 9th. Thomas Pradir still holding on to a top 10 result. As it stands, we're on to lap number 7 of 11 here. Changes once again. Henry Domain down the inside at turn 3. Takes over the likes of Clovis Nougarade, steps up into 4th place.
Nougarade now vulnerable once more and is actually being shuffled down the order by quite some way. Has just lost 3 positions there out the exit of turn number 8. So Anagnostiadis has got past, Krutulov got past, Bosco Arias as well, and now loses once more, this time to Thomas Pradir, I believe that could be. It's gone from bad to worse for Nougarade. He's lost 4 or 5 positions over the course of half a lap.
That is the look of a driver that's just been discombobulated by an overtake.
Rhythm,
and
momentum.
Yeah, exactly. You lose 1 position and then you're off the racing line, and then all of a sudden the next cart's gone through, and then they sense the weakness, and then the next cart goes through, and the next. It's just a chain reaction. Krutulov down the inside on James Anagnostiadis. Anagnostiadis sweeps back in front, but does lose out to the likes of Thomas Pradir as well. Clovis Nougarade, who's now found his rhythm once again, sends it down the inside, but has just got his nose going, caught on that front wheel, and that's a disaster for him. It just clipped that rear anti-launch device there on the back of Anagnostiadis' kart, and unfortunately for Clovis Nougarade, it's going from bad to worse. He's tumbling down even further now, as now he's dealing with the likes of the driver of William Marshall, who is currently in 16th place.
Yeah, it's not gone well for the CRG within this one, and of course we're heading to the later stages of this race as well, so redemption could be tough stuff for Nougarade. Out in the front though, William Kalesia and Oliver Kinmark separated now by 0.4 of a second, as you just saw Kalesia making the adjustments to the kart to set himself up nicely going down towards that first corner. These drivers on the limiter as they head down the 210 metre straight. But it doesn't put off Kalesia, who's dancing around this circuit and looks to make it another heat win, possibly, of course. Yesterday had two, now is on the course for a hat-trick, but he wasn't... He inherited the heat win yesterday. Actually, it was Noah Baglin that originally took it across the line, but a penalty gifted it to Kalesia, who now could be on the course to get one more out of the second sector down towards the long 135 metre back straight, unbothered at the moment for Kinmark, who actually drops some time and gives him another 10th. This is the battle that still goes on between James Anagnostiadis. We've got Pradir in here as well. Oh, big moments there into that final corner.
Yeah, it looked like Tom Pradir just turning in then, and unfortunately had a side full of Andrea Mani, who was denying his chance to turn in there into that final chicane, but they've all settled down now as they enter in towards turns 3 and 4. Still, though, has got the likes of Luke Cornder that has closed in just behind. Race nearing its conclusion. Andrea Mani, though, getting caught out there by the drivers behind Pradir, Cornder, and I believe Gabriel Canal all able to get through. So those three drivers stepping up. Now Cornder under pressure from the rest of them as they continue to fight away. So, well, Nicole, I hate to say, we've got one of our favourite moments here. It's a Tony Ricky moments going on once again, like we saw back in La Conca. But no, it's all seemingly settled down just now as the two Tony Kart drivers fight away, Tom Pradir and Gabriel Canal.
Last lap board is out then. Kalesia, Kinmark, Sala, Henry Domain and Emiliano Hernandez have seen that as these drivers still trying to sort themselves out. The two Tony Karts now pretty settled down. They did have a bit of a moment out towards turn number 14, but surely behind them you've got, of course, like you said, Anthony, one of the Ricky Flynns of Luke Corner still trying to get involved. Andrea Mani trying to redeem himself after some tough stuff yesterday with results like a DNF that is really going to throw him off points-wise. It was 0.4 of a second at certain points in this race, then it went up to half a second. Now it's just under 0.8 of a second that split up William Kalesia and Oliver Kinmark. Still, though, unsettled at the background is now Clovis Nougarade, who was previously in P2, finds himself all the way down in P17. But it doesn't matter to that driver there who receives the checkered flag to make it a hat-trick of race, of heat wins so far this weekend for Paralyn, for Australia, for William Kalesia.
Indeed, strong result there for Kalesia as he now adds 150 points to his name. He takes the lead of the intermediate classification. He's looking like the favourite then to start on pole position for those superheats tomorrow. But that we'll have to wait for. He still has 2 more races to go before we see any confirmation of that one. Kalesia then finishes ahead of Kinmark. No positions gained or lost to them, P1 and P2. Sala, 3 places gained, finishes that one P3 ahead of Henry Domain. Emil Hernandez from Bosco Arias. Then it is Lev Krutilov from James Anagnostiadis. Gabriel Canal from Tom Pradir. All of these gaining positions. Luke Cornder dropping to 11th place. Andrea Mani and Nicola Frigg, both 5 places gained, 12th and 13th. Out of William Marshall, Vladimir Ivanikov, Endo Arata, rounding out the top 16. The second half of your grid sees Clovis Nougarade. Unfortunately, a tough result there, dropping to 17th place out of Max Lacroix. Oscar Gallin from Rafael Ballard, Nicola Stanley, Eduardo Salamonde, and Archie Owen. Bruno Blanco, Emilia Vishamirska, and Louis Nunez round out the 26 finishers, and the 3 non-starters, Gorecki, Macia, and Simonov. No retirements from that race, Nicole. Pretty calm one. And actually, I am going to point this one out. Groups A and B yesterday in the seniors, their first race, not a single 5-second time penalty, not a single penalty at all went out in that one. Right, here's your highlights from that race. Well, Kinmark looked like he got the better start off the line there, Nicole. But that inside line for Kalesia kept hold of that lead for him.
Yeah, absolutely did. It was a good start then for Kalisha. Like you said, then Anthony just benefited by that clean space around him. This was the change then between the CRG and the VDK of Oliver Kinmark and Clovis Nougarade, and this was when the likes of Lev Krutulov started to find himself pushing his way through the field. Momentarily allowed Vladimir Ivanikov to get through as well, but James Anagnostiadis and Luke Cordner had a bit to say to Ivanikov, the Birolart driver who got forced out off onto the rumble strip in that second sector. Andrea Mani slid his way around the circuit and actually slid past some of the Ricky Flynns, like Bosco Arias momentarily, like Luke Cordner as well, that was in the chicane section. But he did actually manage to get himself caught out later on in the race. Driver that was absolutely pushing his way through time and time again was none other than Filippo Sala, the Charles Leclerc driver that bit a chunk out of the likes of Clovis Nougarade, the CRG, and I would actually say could have been the catalyst of what we saw from Nougarade lap after lap after that, where he tumbled down and shuffled back into the hands of the pack further behind. Krutulov, turn number 1, was the hotspot for him, for James Anagnostiadis that opened the door for Pradir as well. Anagnostiadis had to concede that position, and this was the moment for Clovis Nougarade where we saw that front nose cone get caught out and cost him a lot of time.
It did, a lot of speed as well, and you see, it was very lucky actually not to end up in the gravel and the grass area there. It was lucky to push that one through. That moment there, unfortunately, for Andrea Mani, just getting squeezed out. Gabriel Canal trying to get that move down the inside later. Tom Pradir as well also getting involved. You can see him squeezing him out the way. And a very tough little race they were having. But across the line, cool, calm, collected. William Kalisha, no drama whatsoever. 3 wins out of 3, 150 points to his name. Right, we now turn our attention over once more to the juniors. We're now at the halfway point of the morning phase of races. 4 down, 4 to go before the lunch break. With qualifying heat A versus D. This does see the pole sitter from qualifying here. The number 71 machine, Victory Lane Karting. Priam Bruno after a win in a second yesterday, after he poled it in time qualifying.
Priam Bruno, great qualifying session there for you, fastest in group and now fastest overall.
Yes, I'm the fastest overall. A great qualification for me. I am very happy for the qualification after for the race.
And of course, this isn't a circuit that we have raced at since 2024. Priam, tell us about the track itself. Tell us what you really have to do to be quick round a circuit like this.
Yes, for this season I'm fast. I is the top 3 all time for the results on the final.
And Priam, tell us as well, going into this weekend, championship-wise, you're currently a contender. Your team, Victory Lane, are they happy with the progress and the work that you have been putting in?
Yeah, my team is very, very, very happy for me. Yeah, the team is good, the all is good. Me, I'm better for the last year. The all is good for me, all better, it's perfect.
Well, Priam, like we said, fastest in group, fastest so far overall. One more group to go, but good job.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Priam Bruno after that qualifying session. Like you say, fastest overall. Hasn't been completely uncontested, though, in terms of his racing. Like you say, second place in that second race. The driver who starts alongside him, and that number 57 machine from the USA, Alessandro Tuchot, 2 race wins out of 2. He is effectively the current points leader, if you think about it in that term. 3 different race winners in this one as well, because the man who starts on the second row of the grid behind Priam Bruno has also taken a race win. But let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup, because we've nearly gone over the top 2 rows already. Priam Bruno and Alessandro Tuchot, they started on that front row of the grid, both of them race wins from yesterday. Row 2, Marek Zaric took a win in his second race. He starts it on that second row of the grid alongside Lucas Palacio. Elton Hedfors of Sweden goes from row number 3. He'll be joined by Switzerland's Albert Tam. Row 4 will see Antonio Pizzonia, who's had a consistent run to 8 places for him alongside Troy Ferguson. Row 5, Jarlath Sayer and Giacomo Justo on row number 5. There we'll see Oliver Spencer and Navola Morales on row number 6. Alex Malota and Miguel Manzano round out row number 7 with Mohamed El-Bazaki and Max Veld on row number 8.
Row number 9 sees Zach Zhu alongside Braden Wagner. And from row number 10, Oyvind Venturata stongs alongside Zavre Dudkovsky. From row number 11, Leon Shilidze will be alongside Joeli Giridello, who made up 11 places in both qualifying heats yesterday. Row number 12, Matt Vidaganov, who was one of the standout drivers to push through the field yesterday during qualifying heats. He'll be alongside Billy van Sterveren, who had a very similar story. Row number 13, Lorenzo Succhetti alongside Jean Pujol, who's here under the guidance of none other than Davide Fore. And then from 14, Rocco Simone will be with Mark Lumitz. 15th row, we see Julia Angelard, the more than equal driver, alongside Aurélien Lemaire. And your 16th and final row of your field, Jonas Pandis will be alongside Alexander Legenki. Both drivers then starting at the back did not have the qualifying results they would have wanted. Not like Priam Bruno, who of course pulled it here overall yesterday. Actually outdid himself compared to the P2 overall that we saw from him in La Conca.
Indeed. Another look at the radar there, and still looks like we're okay at this point. But again, I am concerned that the hill there just next to the track is disappearing. The low-lying cloud coming over, and that might be all it is, low-lying cloud that is coming over. But usually when clouds, they bring rain. So, yeah, I'm from the UK. I know what that's like.
Not to rain on anyone's parade, but Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton has just signalled to me through the window that he can feel it slightly out there. Of course, we can't see anything. We're locked away in a commentary box, so we can't feel it. Can't see it just yet because it's very light, he's saying to me, but he said it's out there.
He feels it in his fingers. He feels it in his toes.
I think he said he could feel it on his arms.
Oh, there we go. That was a song reference there, Nicole. Do you know that one?
No.
This is bad. This is really bad. We need to get your music taste back up to a good position. It's not good, Nicole.
Neither's yours.
No, my music taste is fabulous. Right then, into the final corner then. Are we racing? OK, Junior, A versus D. We are indeed towards turn number 1. Priam Bruno, inside line, no drama. Keep an eye on Truchot, though. He's had 2 wins, but he's on that outside line, and he's slotted down into about P4 after a big hit of the curb. 3 cuts off into the gravel at the exit of turn number 2. They rejoin, though, thankfully, able to keep up that momentum through the likes of the first sector, now into sector number 2. The Ward Racing carts are on the move. It looks like Antonio Pizzonia has had a good start there as he stepped up through the field, as he gets ready to go racing here. Down in towards turn number 11, still a strong start for the field, but everyone else now just settles into position.
Great start then for your pole sitter of Priam Bruno, unbothered about what's been going on behind and pretty happy, I'm sure, about that big moment we saw for Alessandro Truchot that's actually pushed him into the pack ever so slightly. I think he's currently sat P4. In the background then, other names trying to get involved, the likes of Jarlath Sayer for Energy. Of course, could see him having a go. Now absolutely does that. Out to the final chicane. That was as brave as you like through Jarlath Sayer. Sayer then another driver in this field that's got good track knowledge, and that's why you've probably just seen that brave and ambitious move from him on the likes of Alessandro Truchot and Oliver Spencer. Bruno out there in the front ahead of Marit Zvaric, who let's not count out for this race. Zvaric really quick indeed yesterday for Forza. A race win in there, a race win on the cards.
Yeah, indeed. Looking very, very strong here. In this phase, 0.8 of a second is the lead then that Priam Bruno has got from Marek Zaric. He will keep an eye on that one because Priam Bruno is currently going purple and purple even more from the rest of the field, so we'll keep an eye on that gap. Elton Hedford's looking very strong there in 3rd place. The 102 machine on a 2-place gain. Currently in 3rd place. Antonio Pizzonia holding on to 4th. This, though, kicking off. Because look at this now, Alessandro Truchot, Spencer and Jarlath Sayer all going wheel to wheel. Sayer, though, squeezing his way through.
I think Sayer had some confidence there after what he achieved on the previous lap. Actually tried to make that chicane exit move go again, was almost caught out down the start-finish straight by Oliver Spencer, but actually allowed the drivers ahead to just open up the door and slide his way past the likes of Palacio, who's still right there in this front. Palacio, a driver going into this weekend then, Anthony, that's had a bit of a shock team change. Leconca was out with Kart Republic, now has jumped over to the Forza camp, still very much backed by Williams, but this Forza change looking for now like it's helping him to push forward. Currently in P7, so has dropped 3 positions within this race, but some good race results yesterday, a P4 and some top 10 before a 5-second penalty could set him out of the final chicane. Again, these drivers just clattering that final curb, finding themselves all sideways on the exit.
Yeah, indeed. A shaky moment there for Oiva Venturata, who just manages to defend those positions there after losing the front end. You've got to avoid those curves for that final chicane. One hit can be okay. If you hit another one, you can find yourself in a spot of bother, and other drivers in a spot of bother there is Matvey Durganov just getting squeezed out there by Venturata. Girardello there as well. Then you've got Giacomo Justo also in that fight. Aurelien Lemaire is just ahead of this. 18 places gained for Aurelien Lemaire, who started this race P30, as there's been some drama out on the track. 4 carts, I think, have had drama. Gianni Dividello, Max Feld and Mark Lumitz there. Leon Shalitze, I think, was also involved. And you can see there one driver in a spot above, and it looks like Mark Lumitz there holding his hand in a bit of discomfort. Hopefully he is okay. So Marshall's now dealing with that incident that I believe is at the final chicane.
Well, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Joël Girardello, who was probably one of the big names going into qualifying, fell short, then made up good positions, up by 11 places in both his qualifying heats, but now will suffer and fall and have to settle for a DNF.
It's actually at turn 11, just outside post 7, that incident has happened, so I'll correct myself on that one. Moved down the inside just after that incident. That is Mohamed El Bazaki pushing through their confirmation of the yellow flags at post 7. I'm pretty sure that they are supposed to wait for a green flag to make an overtake. So that is quite a questionable one there, but we'll keep an eye on that. Out to the final corner and over the start-finish line. Oh dear, now that's Albert Tam, who has somewhat missed that final chicane now, and he's immediately on the defence, as down the inside goes Billy Van Staveren, who tries to push his way through. That's 19th and 20th place at this moment. There you can see Navarro Morales under pressure, nearly getting hit there by Jean Peugeot, who tries to push through. These anti-launch devices are earning their money here this race, because there's carts going left, right and centre at every given opportunity.
Well, Navarro Morales, yeah, you could just see catch some air over that curb. You're seeing these drivers just use that to straighten up the corner to get the run down towards that second sector, which Morales, with the 2 P8s yesterday and with plenty of track knowledge, will know you can absolutely do. Out of the final chicane, this is still the battle between Pizzonia and Marat Svaric. Pizzonia then has picked things up compared to his day yesterday, where he fell short slightly in some of the races. Did have a P8, as we'll just go on and watch what goes on down towards turn number 11. So this is the clean-up operation going on as the overtake between Alex Malotta and Mohamed El Bazaki goes on. So that's absolutely not allowed.
Yeah, you are supposed to wait for the green flag, and that green flag was at post 8, and yeah, we didn't see that. And there again, you can see it. Yeah, unfortunately, that is caught red-handed there for the pilot of the 106.
Well, Malotta then, one of the drivers that had a DSQ yesterday, technical non-conformity, but could now be looking to grab a bit of luck because of that moment between him and El Bazaki that he's actually now lost back out to. So Malotta now back inside of the top 10. Pizzonia now under a bit of threat, having not just the clouds in the sky over his shoulders, but also the cloud of Marat Svaric. Svaric looking very quick here as we go into these final couple of laps, as just momentarily in a couple of corners' time, that last lap board will start to be readied. Pitsonia there, you can see the body language. These drivers just shuffling their weight around the kart, trying to generate some grip as Pitsonia looks to absolutely be on the limits now and pushes away, gives himself a couple of kart lengths now, this time to Zvaric. This is battle going on further behind. We've got Tam trying to get past the Ricky Flynn ahead of him. Tam, good results so far this weekend and looks racy there, tries to weave his way round the outside, thinks against it, doesn't quite have the momentum to give it a go. As whilst that's unfolding, we've got our race leaders of Priya Bruno, Pitsonia and Zvaric exiting the final corner for the final lap.
Yeah, indeed. And for Priya Bruno, though, that is a good run for him in this race. 0.8 of a second clear from Pitsonia as we keep an eye on this fight that rages on between these drivers here. Pitsonia dealing with the pressure of Zvaric, and you can see here just not able to get that nose down the inside just as of yet. Big lunge opportunity here, but not close enough for an attempt. For Priya Bruno, though, looking at a second win, will keep Truchot at bay. Alessandro Truchot not having the results in this one, Nicole, dropping it down to 8th place. This one, though, could we see a final attempt from Marek Zvaric? I thought we were going to there for a brief moment, but no, it's not going to happen. Priya Bruno crosses the line, takes the P1 and takes that win away. Sees Pitsonia in P2. That's a good result there for Antonio Pitsonia. Best result of the weekend so far with the P2. Ahead of Marek Zvaric, Elton Hedford from Jarlis Sayer, Lucas Palacio from Alessandro Truchot, Oliver Spencer, Troy Ferguson, Alex Malota rounds out the top 10. The biggest mover, I'll give a shout out because they finished just outside the top 10. Aurélien Lemaire, 19 places gained.
I think the highlight, the star-studded stuff for that one, though, Anthony, of course, is Priya Bruno absolutely untouched within that race for victory lane. Not a single kart around him actually even attempted to get it going. So had P2s yesterday, now a race win on the cards, and shuffles himself up the qualifying heats points order to now be the leader, 144 to his name. It was, of course, like you said, Alex Malota that rounded out your top 10 ahead of Aurélien Lemaire, Mohamed Albizaka, Oiva Venturata, Giacomo Justo and Zach Zhou as your top 15. After Zach Zhou, we have Alexander Legenki, Novala Morales, Albert Tam, who lost 12 positions overall to finish in P18, ahead of Billy van Sterveren and Jean Pujol as your top 20. Jonas Pundis, Zavre Dudkovsky, Miguel Manzano, Braden Wagner and Lorenzo Succhetto take you to your top 25. And then we have Georgia's Leon Shilidze, Rocket Simone, Julia Aguilard and Matvey Durganov as your 29 final finishers, with Joely Girardello, Max Feld and Mark Lumitz, of course, being caught out at that incident at turn number 11. 3 DNFs for OK Junior qualifying heat A versus D. Indeed,
yeah, very tough one for those three. But for Priya Bruno, that is another good start to the day. Comes away with another qualifying heat win. Here is your race start. The highlights follow as well. For Priya Bruno, that inside line, no drama there at all. Marek Zvaric capitalising on that one as well. Nicole, after that race win in the last race yesterday, managing to push forward. Alessandro Truchot, I think the biggest moment there that caused him to go down was that big hit of the curb. I think it just unsettled the kart. Maybe even could have damaged the kart slightly there. It was quite a significant clatter with the curb.
It could have just also put the driver off slightly. This is a momentum circuit, so the next 3, 4 or 5 corners would have been hard work for him. This was the moment that Jarlath Sayer started to light things up and almost got himself caught out after trying to replicate an exit chicane move time after time. Allowed his countryman of Oliver Spencer to open up the door and actually slid his way through turn number 1, as in the background at the final chicane you had these big sends and almost sideways moments on the exit down towards the rumble strip. We had in the background some of the VDKs, some of the victory lanes, some of the parallels get involved, as Albert Tam was one of those to fall pretty short, and some moments caused a bit of an Achilles heel race for him. This was the big moment for Joely Girardello, Max Feld and Mark Lumitz, where we lost them, and this was the question mark of Well, it's definitely not a question mark, actually. I'd just say it's not allowed. Can't overtake under a yellow.
Yeah, you can't. And that was quite a clear-cut one there. More moments there. That was a big moment. Jean Peugeot and Navala Morales there through turn number 3. The little the hit there, I think, actually, the number 32 ended up under investigation for a brief moment there as well, which caused a bit of a stir. But across the line, Perimbolo taking the win, clear at the end by 1 second. I think Petunia just backed off slightly to try and defend from Maddox Zaric just across the line. Well, there you have it. A&D done and dusted for the juniors. We will turn our attention over to the seniors for their groups A versus D. That is the next one to head out onto the track. Still clouds looming over the hills, but no real drama as it stands. Right, this one should be fun. Davide Bataro switched sides of the grid. And has had 2 race wins out of 2 from yesterday. He has put Peschel on the inside line. This will benefit Zach Drummond just behind. It will also benefit a certain Victor Gustafsson, who sits on the 3rd row of the grid as well. That should push them up a little forward. There is Davide Bataro. Great day yesterday. As mentioned, not only did he have 2 qualifying heat wins, but he had an outright pole position as well. Here's what he had to say.
I think the first thing that we can say from that, Davide, is wow, what a qualifying session. 3.5 tenths faster than anybody else in that group. Very impressive. Did it feel that fast when you were driving around?
Yeah, I feel also in the first lap. I feel that also in the first corner the chassis was a monster, and then when I took the line, I see the time, I say wow.
And tell us about the chassis then, how it's performing around this circuit, because this is a fast track. You know, the chicane sections are difficult for you drivers. Can you tell us about the feel in the kart and how it's made you so quick?
Yeah, the chassis felt amazing since the first session. Also in the 2024 CRG wins 1-2, so yeah, for sure they did a great job.
And of course you were quick yesterday as well, but going into this run of heats, you've got William Kalesia and you've got Schaufler around you as well. Going into these mindset, how are you going to fend off drivers like that are incredibly quick?
For sure, will be not easy to defend the other driver, but yeah, we will see how it goes, and yeah, we keep fighting.
Well, like we said, pole overall, incredibly quick times, 3.5 tenths faster than anybody else in that group. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good to see that there. And I caught up with Davide Bataro in Le Conca, and I was just saying to him, you know, good thing, have you got a laptop yet from Lenovo? And he said, no, unfortunately. But he did get stickers, and they're all over his cart now, so good to see. Right then, does that look like the wind is picking up, Nicole?
Well, I would say so, and I can see Dan Ashton, Deputy Race Director, has just put his coat on as well. So it's definitely getting colder, if anything. There he is. Dan, give us a wave if you can hear us.
No, I don't. Yeah, there he will. Oh, isn't he sweet? Yeah, so that means then, in that case, these drivers are going out on the slick tyres. It is obviously, it's a dry circuit. Potentially could be some dramas.
Could be. And I'm excited for this one, Anthony. Of course, you've got Davide Bataro, your most successful driver so far in the senior grid for this weekend, directly up against Jindřich Peschel, who in the heats phase of Le Conca was the most successful senior in that. So let's watch how this one unfolds.
Yeah, certainly so. Here's your grid then as they make their way out onto the track. As mentioned, Davide Bataro and Jindřich Peschel on the front of that grid, but they have switched sides. Nicolo Coman and Zach Drummond, they go from row 2. Luke Tal and Victor Gustafsson, who's had a second and a third. Remember that. He starts it on the 3rd row of the grid as he will push his way through. Asher Osteen and Michael McGoy, All-American row number 4. They start alongside the likes of row 5, which is Ludovico Mazzola and Evan Purcell. Row 6 is Illy Christian and Zarif Rekal. Row 7, Marco Gast and Devon Waltz round out the first half of the field.
Row number 8, part 2 of your grid is started with Manuel Miguez alongside Matthias van der Kerkhoff. From round number 9, it's Juan Mateo Russo and Antonio Coccianella. And from 10, it's Poland and Belgium in the form of Klara Kowalczyk, who moved up very nicely indeed yesterday during qualifying heats, getting up to P7. She'll be starting alongside Gilles Herman. From 11, we have Egon Pedrotti, who actually decided to go new tyre yesterday. He's starting alongside Valerio Villapiana. 12, Nikita Bott sees Kasper Reipold, and from 13, your top 26 is locked out by Thomas Chikarashki, another new tyre tester yesterday alongside Yves Riz. 14th row, 28, your top 28 is Nathan Kappen. A DNF for Nathan yesterday will be alongside Victor Stalmack. 15 rows in total. Believe we are probably missing our 30th kart. But on P29, it's Ilya Perezkin.
Yes, indeed. Right then, field makes their way round the last few corners here into sector number 3. I can see some marshals running into position. I believe that is all they are doing, not running to rescue anyone. So looks like we're all getting ready to go racing. Front of the grid quite far away. Back of the grid needs to sort it out, which they are doing so now. So work ahead of this one to get it started. But Davide Batara, Jindra Peschel on that front row of the grid. They have switched sides. So Peschel now on the left-hand side of your screen has got the inside line towards turn 1. Davide Bataro with the outside line, but of course will still have to start ahead. We go on board with Jindra Peschel looking backwards. You can see Nicolo Kaman there in full view as we get ready to go racing. It's a good start for Bataro, but it's also helped out Zach Drummond and Victor Gustafsson. Drummond carrying the speed, trying to go around the outside there of Davide Bataro. It's not quite happened. Gustafsson there holds on to 3rd. It looks like the Koski of Michael McGoy has got up into 4th place as well. That's an incredible start. Michael McGoy, who started this on the 4th row of the grid.
Great change for the race lead. Zach Drummond finds his way past Davide Bataro there. Turn number 5 managed to pull the move out of the bag and now leads this race for the first time this weekend. Whoa! Absolutely not, though. Davide Bataro changes his mind and instantly gets it back. Opens up the door for Gustafsson. Gustafsson, turn number 14, flat as you like, keeps his foot pinned and finds his way past the Scot.
Yeah, indeed. A nice drive there. A very experienced driver, not only in the likes of single speed, but also the gearbox classes. Gustafsson pushing forward, but now here comes the Koski of Michael McGoy down the inside of Drummond. Takes that move away and slots into 3rd place. Peschel fights back. He goes through. Drummond quickly is falling down the field here. Asher Osteen will be a next to try, but is not close enough to try and get that move done. Live on board with Jindra Peschel, looking backwards. He's got a rear view full of Zach Drummond, who is pushing that Fusion kart to its limit in this one to try and get that machine back up to the front of this field. But Davide Bataro now has been gifted a 7/10 lead from Victor Gustafsson. But Gustafsson's got the clean air now, Nicole, and could try and close that gap up. But despite me saying that, Bataro has been setting purple sectors.
Yeah, he could open it up, he could get chase up, but in sector number 2 alone, Davide Bataro is 2/10 faster than Gustafsson. And there you can see it, out of the final corner, that gap that he's already pulled away in just these opening couple of laps, almost a second clear. This is your second pack of karts, the battle that goes on for Asher Osteen, Luke Tao, Drew Waltz, Ludovico Mazzola, as again, this time Zach Drummond tries to find his feet, absolutely deploys some bravery over that curb down towards the second sector. You know, jumps all over it, gets back down onto the circuit, carries that speed round, and now we'll look at the Koski again. Under some pressure now is Jindra Peschel. We're, of course, on board, and you can just see all of the livery there getting absolutely closer. Zach Drummond now down the inside of the Koski and finds himself back up inside the top 4.
Yes, indeed. This is a good fight that we're seeing here, but again, they need to take the bigger picture, and that is to push forward, but Drummond goes defensive, so maybe not all is well on board that machine then if he feels the need to go defensive this early on into the race, but that pushes McGoy back into Osteen, able to open the door, so that might have been the reason for that, just to give him that little bit more breathing room to try and focus on catching up to Peschel. Bataro setting the fastest lap of the race now, has opened the gap up to a staggering 1.6 seconds from Gustafsson.
Well, 2 CRGs inside the top 6 now, one in the form of Victor Gustafsson, one in the form of Minerva athlete Asher Osteen, who's looking really quick there in P6. This was a nice battle going on in the background. Other drivers trying to push their way through include Klara Kowalczyk, who's again trying to charge past and now finds her way past Luke Tao. Tao, not the race start he would have expected. He's already lost 11 positions in the opening half stage. There is Victor Gustafsson, who's now continuing to fall off of anywhere near Davide Bataro, who's almost now 2 seconds clear. Oh, drama out there, this time for the NP, the 230 of Luke Tao. So Tao lost 11 positions, now out of the final chicane, will drop to the back, drop to all the way P last.
Yeah, indeed. That is a big shame there, and in quite an unusual spot as well. I'll be curious to see how that actually happened. This is also very interesting, as down the inside, nice little changes here as Devon Waltz now makes his moves done on Asher Osteen, steps his way through, gets past Michael McGoy as well. So big shake-up in the field here. Ludwika Mazzola also just there. Gilles Herman also 11 places gained, is inside the top 10 now. Nicole, they're in 9th place, is just behind that battle. It's having a good little run.
Yeah, of course, let's not forget Gilles Herman had a DNF yesterday, so fresher tyre will be helping him within this race. And this is one of those circuits as well where, Anthony, you know, newer tyre means absolutely everything. The style of the surface really does take out the tread quite quickly from the Maxxis rubber. So if you've got a slightly fresher boot, you're absolutely going to be given an advantage, and that's probably what's being seen right now from Gilles Herman. Oh, as just in front of him, this is the moment for one of the Birrells. This is, of course, further back in that mid-pack section.
Mazzola and McGoy, 7th and 8th place. Gilles Herman now taking advantage of that fight, and now he steps it up the inside. Unfortunately, Evan Purcell had a tough day yesterday. He's going to have a tough one today as well. 5-second in-race time penalty from a black and white flag for causing a collision. So he'll have to keep an eye on that one. Still, Gilles Herman, though, holding off the fight. Zarif Rakal getting involved. Evan Purcell now will be involved a little bit later on into this one as he's closing back in. He will have seen that warning flag, but he'll have ignored it because now he'll be thinking of racing ahead of him. This, though, still raging on. Drummond ahead of this fight, but you can just see how they're all changing places. McGoy under immense pressure here. Marco Gast now on the charge, gets past Van der Kerkhoff. Right, top of your screen, there's Tal. Is that an engine failure there out of the chicane? I think it is. A kart just doesn't do that when you're coming out of a corner.
No, of course, engine failure means the back locks up, the driver will lose the rear, and quite often, more than not, end up backwards down
very wide.
Oh,
a bit too
drama.
wide, though. And that is, I think, was that two of the Koskis colliding? I think it might have been. Was that McGoy and Gast who came together there through the likes of turns 13 and 14? Well, they've continued on now, and the fighting's still on because now they're dealing with the Kart Republic now of Evan Purcell, who already does have an in-race 5-second time penalty. There's green flags out. There's 2 karts off the road at turn 1. And it is Klara Kowalczyk who is not happy with Mateusz van der Kerkhoff as they tumble down the order. Oh, well, that is such a shame there at turn 1. Very fast parts of the lap as well.
Yeah, Kowalczyk as well was shouting at the front end of the order. She was braking almost inside of the top 10. Did that yesterday, so that's why you've just seen that visible frustration for Klara. Didn't have the qualifying she would have wanted, knew that she could fight her way through, was doing just that, but now finds herself another name to DNF. Will join Mateusz van der Kerkhoff and Luke Tal. Eyes at the front, though. Anthony, question for you. Do you think Davide Bataro is driving around with a big smile on his face? Because 2.2 seconds clear.
Potentially, yes, indeed. Who knows what could be on Davide Bataro's face? But right now he's focusing on going forward in this race. But like you say, 2.2 seconds clear from Gustafsson. Peschel, Drummond, Ostin, Waltz, Metzola and Raquel still holding on to position, but I'm loving the fight that we are seeing from Gilles Herman. Those 11 places gained. This, though, the 219, Drummond and Peschel, they have switched sides now. Drummond up into third place.
Well, Davide Bottaro now looking to match what William Kalija has achieved so far with a hat-trick of wins. So 150 for Bottaro as the time stands. Kalija, of course, 150 points as well, but with Davide Bottaro being the pole sitter, that's why he's currently ahead, as this is that moment out there. So we've got Gilles Herman involved, we've got the Koskis trying to make sends down the inside. I think side by side, 3 wide going into turn number 14. And the two Koskis, the two teammates, just clash with each other. Both lucky enough to get away with it, and it was actually the likes of Van der Kerkhoff and Klara Kowalczyk that were almost victims in that because they weren't directly involved.
No, indeed, and then of course later on turn 1 than they were. We're nearing the end of this race. Nicole, we are lap 10 of 11. I suspect the last lap board will be out this time because that's usually how races work. Davide Bottaro clear by now 2.8 seconds. Something has just gone right for the Lenovo Calicar team this weekend in the seniors. Davide Bottaro seemingly has looked untouchable.
Yeah, I'd love to be a fly on the wall of that tent. You know, this is great stuff by Bottaro. He's not even had to deal with another driver hardly throughout these heats. I think the only driver he's really been challenged by was Filippo Sala yesterday in his last qualifying heat. But no challenge, nothing untoward going into this race. We'll go through turn number 11, we'll get it absolutely spot on time after time and extend now his gap from 2.8 seconds to 3. Out of turn number 14, flat, will have his foot pinned on that gas, will go down the 135 metre straight again, looking at nothing other than the corners ahead of him. No karts, no back bumpers, no drivers to think about, just the 19 turns in total that he now completes and now receives the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's a nice race there and a good, strong performance. And this is taking me back, Nicole, to about 2 years ago when we were here, FIA karting. Obviously, the Cali Kart team, part of the CRG family. I do remember the CRGs having a very strong start to their season when they raced here in Valencia. Have they continued to bring that package over from 2 years ago? Because
look at Gustafsson.
They've got Gustafsson right there as well, second place. The CRG's looking fast here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though, you know, that previous race didn't quite go his way, Clovis Newgrade has had good results as well. So CRG as a package looking mighty, mighty strong.
And then you got Ash Ostin in this race as well, also up there. So certainly is going to be an interesting one. But for now, Davide Bottaro for the Lenovo Cali Kart team dominating the seniors and comes away with 150 intermediate classification points, joins William Kalija. Cali Kart versus Paralin, we will see later on in the weekend. There's your full results then. Bottaro, Gustafsson, Drummond, Peschel, Ostin, Metzola from Devon Waltz. Then it's Zarif Raquel from Gilles Herman. Biggest mover, one of the biggest movers, joining Thomas Chikarashki, who finished in 14th place. Marco Gast finishing just behind Evan Purcell. Of course, Purcell with the 5-second time penalty locks out the top 10 as it stands. Miguez from Christian, then Chikarashki. Michael McGoy from Reipold. Pedrotti from Viapiana. Then it's Rousseau, Coccianella, Perezkin from Coman, Bott from Kapin, Rees from Stalmack, who rounds out the 26 finishers. The retirements, Kowalczyk, Van der Kerkhoff, and Tal, unfortunately not making it to the end of the race.
That is the driver to be, though. Davide Bottaro over the weighing scale, hits that minimum weight, will now go into the scrutineering bay to have everything on that cart checked and making sure that it all is as it should be. Down towards that first corner then, best moments of this race, unchallenged, as momentarily Zach Drummond did actually light things up. Jumped more onto that racing line, opened up the corner, kept his foot in, kept that minimum speed and that rev really high to then set something up on the tail of Bottaro. Jumped over the curb, did find himself go down the inside. So at turn number 5 and 6 was, for the time being, a race leader. He didn't quite keep that that story, though, on that page, because Bataro quite quickly found his way back past, opened up the door, and also allowed the CRG of Victor Gustafsson through. Gustafsson then going down towards that first corner also helped drivers behind. Some of the Koskis originally managed to get into the fight, but it was a P2 from
Luke Tal, I believe that was a complete failure of the engine there, out of the corner of the rear, just locking up and spitting him out of formation. Other drivers pushing through. Ludovic Mazzola there having the battles with the Koskis. I think that was the likes of maybe Marco Gus later on in the race. And then, of course, we saw the likes of Michael Bagoy, who was fighting in that top section. Then we saw the 3 wide moment. This was it here. Now, you can see down the inside goes Bagoy. But watch it here on the exit. Marco Gus had all the speed there, but didn't have the space. Unfortunately, collides with his teammate. Then they came together, I think, again there through the chicane, and they had a very busy one. Then Kowalczyk and Van der Kerkhoff, unfortunately, you know, the one saying one thing, the other says the other, and, you know, it was just one of those. They'll have to speak to the officials after the race on that one, but unfortunately the result still stands. They're both out of it. So there across the line, Davide Bataro, though, very successful start to the racing here. That's a 3rd win and joins Collegia both with 150 points in the senior category. Looking forward to that race later on today. Back with the juniors, though. Last 2 races before the lunch break. This is Groups B versus E. Now, we have already seen Groups B versus E out today. Well, we've seen Groups B and E out today. This is the first time we see them together. Of course, Nicolo Perico came away with that first win earlier on. Oscar Rivoli also coming away with a win earlier on. So now they go together, and they'll have to see who will take it this time.
Yeah, both drivers have had P3s as well, so they're almost near enough matched on what they've achieved so far this weekend. There is Nicolo Perico, who of course put in a great qualifying time yesterday, was your first pole sitter of the day. And here's what he had to say when we caught up with him.
Nicolo Perico, 2nd OKJ race in Champions of the Future, 1st pole position for the class in your career. Great results, and the first pole sitter of today.
Yeah, I'm so proud of myself. It was a great lap, maybe not the best because 2nd sector I had an overtake and I go a bit long, but in all the case I'm so proud, and now we see how it's going on.
And of course, this is looking like a huge year for you. You did some good stuff over in Le Conca at round 1. Going into this one and going off pole position provisionally, of course, it's only a polling group. What are you expecting the racing in the class to be like?
I think here the slipstream is so much, so yeah, it will be really nice fun to race. It will be a disaster actually. And yeah, we'll see, and now I'm happy.
And Nicolo, some more insight into you. You've raced internationally, you've raced all over the world, and you've got lots of experience here in Valencia. Do you think that's something that really just helped you in that qualifying group?
Yeah, maybe it helped me, but yeah, this is my first time in OKJ in this track. So yeah, I'm very proud, and yeah, let's see how it's going on.
Absolutely. Nicolo, congratulations, polling group.
Well, there we go. Nice smile on his face. And like we were mentioning there, Perico's got a really good chance here of matching points with Oscar Volley. Like you were saying, with a win and a 3rd, but then a 2nd for Perico and another win for Oscar Volley. If Perico wins this one and Oscar Volley takes 2nd, then they're joint on points. That's how maths works, ladies and gentlemen. Right, engines fire up. Drivers make their way out. Look like 1 or 2 karts struggling to get fired up there at the back of the grid, but we'll see if they all make their way out there. Right, there you can see. Right, well, just as they get themselves sorted out, they do like to watch the racing, and there was a Henry Domain, I think, there joining another.
Yeah, Ludwig Granquist, I think he was joined by.
Lovely, excellent. Right then, here's your grid. Nicolo Perico joins Oscar Volley on row number 1, Antoine Vinard and Guillaume Bassato on row 2, Julian Fresnelli and Juan Garciase going from row number 3, Mason Robertson and Sabalota Sachi going from row number 4. There we'll see Olivier Ricini and Austin Newstead on row 5. Samuel Hugon and Leo Gorski going from row 6. Jay Kostecki and Savale Kagay on row 7, with Will Green and Henrik Constant-Kumpin on the first half of the field.
Row number 8 is started by Augustine Fignoli with Atika Mir, who's had 2 DNFs so far this weekend. Will need to push her way through. Row number 10, top 20, is Lorenzo Di Petronio, who's deployed some new tyres going into this race. He's starting alongside Liam Nachuati. Row number 11, Christian Kobe, also not great results so far for him. Started today's race with a DNF, and he'll be alongside Mark Pilipenko, who's actually pushed his way through the field very nicely so far in these heats. 12th row, Buana Gisese with Daniel Ferraria, who's got new boots deployed on the left-hand side. Row number 13, Wenyi Bo with Jason Cosmopoulos. 14th row, Alba Cueva on home soil alongside Santiago's Diaz de la Vega, another driver deciding some new tyres. 15th and penultimate row, 30 carts for your 15th row, Tiberius Müller with Libor Vlasak. In your 16th and final row of your 32 kart field, Lisandro Carabollo and Daniel Miron, as Jason Cosmopoulos is already out of the race, makes himself a non-starter going into this one for CRG.
Yeah, due to start the 13th row of the grid in P26, will go no further. How did that unfold? And you can see his mechanic there, can see what's happened to the machine, and well, look at despair on that one. When you send your kart out and it just doesn't go, it's such a heart-wrenching feeling. So you do feel for them both. Right then, field getting themselves sorted out. They make their way into the final sector here. This is one of those pivotal parts of the lap. This is turn 11 and 12 that you can see zooming in. And for these drivers here, that's certainly a perfect place to get an overtake down. We've seen many of them there. One of them, not quite legal, but still the rest of them all fine. Right then, into the final corner. Pace is slowed down now. Perico versus Oscari Volley as they get themselves squared away. Back of the grid, just getting into position now as the pace is controlled then by the Italian and the Finn as they head out of the final turn and into those tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes, towards turn 1. And again, strong start for Perico. Venon will try capitalise that as Nicole, I see a drop of rain on that camera lens there as they came through. Spin out of turn 2. Half spin there, actually, in the end of it. They managed to rejoin. Looked like one of the CRGs, possibly Buana Gisese, that had drama there, but it rejoins back into the field.
I would say, Anthony, if it's not been fire enough already today, it's absolutely about to get there. If the rain does decide to fall down on these juniors, it will light things up even more. Perico out there in the front. Good race lead for him ahead of Anton Venant, the VDK. Then we've got the Paralin and the Tony Kart starting to push their way through as well. Julian Frasnelli is that Tony Kart that you can see in P4, your driver to be at Le Conca, but now actually being overtaken going down towards the chicane section by not one, but two drivers. Big change for the race lead through the chicane. Nicolo Perico now loses out. Anton Venant now again this weekend makes himself a race leader as Perico down towards turn number 1 is now switched out for that P2 for a P3 by Oscari Volley.
Yeah, indeed. So change of the order there. Big hit of the curb there, though, for Oscari Volley. That didn't look like he gained anything for that. It looked like he lost out on that. I know a lot of drivers do hit that curb to try and gain time, and we have seen drivers gain time. You can gain a minimum of like 0.2 of a second if you hit that curb right, but if you hit it wrong, you can lose a lot of time, and I think we saw that there. Wally, though, not giving up the hope, and he's going to look to the inside here at turn number 12. Beautifully done. Perico follows through as well. Antoine Venant as close as he got to the front. He's now back to third. And Juan Garciase now will have a chance here. Is Garciase going to look to the inside? Well, they all look to the inside, but so does Perico. Retakes the lead. Oscari Volley back down to second place. The points go back to 185 apiece with Perico leading the intermediate classification.
Perico then setting that one up fantastically on the brakes. Brave as you like to get back into the race lead. Bunches things back up, but now looks to lose it by Oscari Volley, who finds himself getting into P1 again through that second sector. But Perico says no. Perico looked momentarily to go down the inside, almost to shuffle out Oscari Volley closer to that rumble strip, but allows him the position. Backs off slightly, gets back onto that racing line, and now will have to settle down into P2. So Bristol Volley from Nicolo Perico, Venant, Garciase. We've got Mason Robertson within this fight in the top 5 as well. The Red Bull driver then one of the other F1 Academy back drivers inside of the top 5 trying to break further up the order. It's a good result so far this weekend. Haven't quite seen him inside the top 3, but maybe now is his opportunity. Updates then, if you're a Daniel Miron fan, started at the back, had a DNF earlier on. He's now up 21 positions already to be looking at this fight going on. That's now seeing the change for P2 go on, not just once, not just twice, as Perico now loses out and drops down to 5th, maybe even further back down, has been shuffled down the order. Now Julian Frasnelli right round the outside and gets past as well.
The two Premers there benefited massively. Sini and Green just drove through all of that, able to push their way forward. Beautiful stuff. Now they're fighting. Green goes down the inside. The Williams junior driver steps up into 6th place now. Sini back to the drawing board, try and push through. There you can see Frasnelli all the way just behind that one, still fighting away, dealing with the likes of Mason Robertson, who was again trying to look down the inside, but couldn't quite do it, as now a technical flag is going out to Mark Pilapenko. He won't be happy with that one. Look at this fight going on here. Daniel Miron, well, we said about him earlier on, he's doing it again. 23 places gained trying to get involved in this fight after that DNF he had earlier on. Big hit of the curb there. Severodor Sashevlovsky won't be too happy with that one. He's now got Newstead, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Jay Kostecki all in around there. Look at this train that's formed now, all because of that battle.
Well, it's not gone well now, Anthony, for Perico. Has dropped all the way down. This battle has lost a number of positions, as now Mason Robertson, the Red Bull driver, is being hustled by Julian Frasnelli.
Oh, no.
Half spins for drivers. Knock-on domino effect. That's one of the Tony Karts. That's one of the KR Prema drivers that now tumble down the order and find themselves out. It's Yubo Wen and Santiago Diaz de la Vega who will go no further.
Yeah, that is a shame for them, and warning flags going out as well in this one. And that is heading to the pilot of the number 58 machine, unfortunately, which is Santiago Diaz de la Vega. So as well, not only that, he's also coming away with a 5-second. This here, though, still kicking off. Daniel Miron now is right behind Mason Robertson. That is for 6th place, or he's in 7th place now. And look at that. Frustration kicking off. You've just made up 24 places, 25 places in this race, Daniel.
Yeah, but, you know, with Miron, just, you know, corner after corner, he's had a couple of moments that's cost him a bit of time. So I would say, actually, that frustration is because he knows that he could potentially be further up than he currently is now looking at Mason Robertson. So this battle, undecided now for P6s, just behind. Moments as close as you like. Drivers again, time after time, cutting that final chicane. This was just in front of Nicolo Perico, so that was Liam Nachawati that we just saw taking the short way round.
Indeed, and what a drama for Nicolo in this race after the success of his first heat win of the 2026 season in this. He's now finding himself down right into the middle of the field in P14.
Yeah, of course, we were questioning out of him and Oskari Volley who was going to come out on top. Of course, Perico could have matched what Oskari Volley has already achieved, but now it's looking like Volley is going to stay the one to be with those 191 points.
Indeed. Well, the top 3 have broken away now. Sini Garciase now just ahead of this fight that we're still seeing on your screen. Miron's got through. He's up into 6th place now on a 26th place gain from the back of the grid. And, well, it's quite extraordinary that we're seeing here. There's a lot of real estate now in between him and the drivers in front, as, oh dear, one of the CRGs there just going a little bit backwards, I think possibly Samuel Hugon there not having a great run through the chicane.
Of course, we can't confirm until post-race that all of those 26 overtakes were fair and that there's no nose cone or anything like that involved. But we can confirm right now on track statistically, that's the biggest race charge we've seen so far this weekend.
It certainly is. Will Green, now the fastest driver out there. The fight at the front is closing in. He's right on the rear bumper of Antoine Venon. This is it now on your screen, and you can still see that Oskari Volley has not been able to break away. Now we are at this moment on lap 8. The checkered flag, or no, the last lap board is coming out this time to the drivers. One more lap to go Are we going to see fireworks between these three? Are we going to see Olivier Sini able to close in to potentially come away with the top three?
Well, Venant looking racy there and looking like he's trying to eat a chunk out of Oskari Volley, but Will Green absolutely within the fight. There we go, down towards that fifth corner. Is Will Green going to try and find his way past? Really chases up and closes up to the back bumper of the VDK, who's absolutely away. You can just see that sort of head over the shoulder. Whereabouts are you? Can I go for the race lead, or am I going to have to defend? And he does just that. He defends from the Premier. Green now trying to weave his way through, knows this track incredibly well, and has just displayed it right there down towards turn number 14. Gets himself into P2.
Yeah, indeed. That will gift Oskari Volley the win, though, in this. Is no way he'll be able to close that distance up at this point. Well, he's going to try it. He goes the defensive line. I thought he was going for an attacking line there on Oskari Volley. Out of the chicane, though, across the line, it will be Oskari Volley taking another heat win. That is 3 out of 4 races with 1 more to go for the Finn. This day, he's finding himself leading the points with 191 ahead of Antoine Venant's 170. Will Green, great race there. 13 places gained to finish P2. Antoine Venant third. Olivier Sini 5 places gained for P4. Juan Garcia in P5. Daniel Miron 26 places gained, finishes in P6 ahead of Leo Gorski's 5 in 7th. Mason Robinson 8th, Austin Newstead 9th, and Julian Frasnelli, who rounds out the top 10. But that's 2 incredible drives there, Nicole. 1 by Will Green, 1 by Daniel Miron. 13 and 26 places gained to finish inside that top 10. Jay Kostecki, Nicolo Perico, Sebelada Sachi-Sadlowski, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Christian Kobe, Henry Constant-Kumpin, Daniel Ferreira round out the top 15. And then it's Samuel Hugon who rounds out the top 18.
Well, drivers then having a bit of a difficult race, falling down the order. We have Augustin Vignoli and Guillaume Bissato. They round out your top 20, with Bissato, of course, losing out on 16 positions in total. Atiku Mir, Alba Cueva, Savile Kagay, Tiberius Müller and Libov Vlasak take you to your top 25. And then it is Lissandro Carabollo and Bwana Gisese who take you to your top 27 finishers. A number of names to not finish that one. We actually missed the reason why we are not seeing the Ricky Flynn driver of Liam Nachuate, but he was a DNF in the late stages, as was Mark Pilipenko, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Yubo Wen and Jason Cosmopoulos right at the race start. But that's the driver there, Oskari Volley, who now leads your junior point standings with 191 to his name, promotes himself up the order, as does Anton Venant, and actually, despite falling further down in the race, Nicolo Perico as well. And talking of Perico, then we'll see how he actually commanded that original race start. Down towards that first corner, of course, has that pole side advantage, goes into the long sweeping turn number 1 and holds on to it very nicely. In the background, we have drivers cutting over the circuit, and actually some of them really lucky to not take a bit of a lick of the barrier there between turns 2, 3 and 4. Down towards the hotspot of 1, this is where we saw Oskari Volley get the move done on Perico. And then I would say, Anthony, I don't know if you'd agree with me, but this is where it just started to go a bit wrong for Perico.
Yeah, I mean, there was the early attempts at trying to get into the lead, which were successful. It was then later, of course, when we really started to see these moments. I think it was this bit here, wrong part of the track to lose a position there, and unfortunately when that happened for Perico, then you saw this happen. Juan Garcia then started to get involved. He got his nose down the inside. Then you had Mason Robertson. There was that pushed wide moment there where the 2 Prema karts we were able to get through as well. That is what then triggered that kart just moving backwards. Such a shame, but it does happen, and still plenty of races to go, however, to get that squared away. Well, I say that, it's 1 more race to go for Groups B and E for today. And they will be all the way at the end of the day, actually. So they've got quite a long wait to go.
Yeah, of course, they had quite a long wait in between their races yesterday as well. So they'll just have to sort of watch on eagerly at what goes on and what unfolds for the rest of their competitors. Still, though, towards late stages, halfway stages of the race, we had big moments. And this is where we lost Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Yubo Wen. That was towards the back straight, turn number 14, where they tagged each other and caught each other out. Mason Robertson gave it a good go throughout the entire race, found his way past Julian Frasnelli, and this was really the moment where Daniel Miron managed to find an extra boost. He was visibly a bit frustrated at some of the drivers around, but those 26 places gained in total were absolutely achieved with some strong stuff. Final chicane, of course, hotspot for drivers actually being caught out and cutting the corner quite a lot, as Will Green, dying stages, final lap, round turn number 14, managed to convert a further back start into a P2, his best race results of the weekend so far.
Well, a good run for them on this one, and Oscar Rowley coming away with a good fight. But we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. One more race to go. Groups B versus E, with the seniors coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live coverage of round 2 of the Champions of the Future in 2026 here in Valencia. If you've only just joined us, welcome one and all. You've got one more race to watch before we head into the lunch break, where you'll see a new feature from myself, as usual, Nicole Sutherland, to play out for your viewing delectation. Back with Groups B and E. Now, these groups have already been out. There, though, is someone who is missing from the grid. Now, that says the number 6 spot there. However, it's alongside the 212, which is the 9th spot. So that makes sense when you look at it like that. Lucas Sell.
He did have that incident this morning.
He had that incident earlier on. Yeah, not out on the track for this one. Big shame. And we do hope that Lucas Sell is okay. Right then, engines do fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track. There you can see the rather large DPK family there ready to watch this one. Well, understandably, they've got 2 drivers on the front 2 rows on this one in terms of Schaufler and Aaron Garcia. But let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup, because it is Schaufler and Kinmark on the front row of the grid. It feels like Oliver Kinmark was out on track only 5 minutes ago. And he's back out on track now. Aaron Garcia and Clovis Nugret joining on that second row of the grid. Dan Alaman and Filippo Sala go from row number 3. There we'll see Zach Green and Bosco Arias on row 4. William Marshall will be all on his own on row 5. The missing Lucas Sell not there after that incident earlier on. Row 6 we'll see both Armin Kelly Osman and James Anagnostiadis. Row 7, Drew Waltz and Thomas Pradier.
Row number 8 starts by Rafael Bussato and Gabriel Canal. And from row number 9, your top 18 is rounded out by Adim, who of course has deployed some new tyres on the left-hand side of his kart. He'll be starting alongside Nicola Frigg, who needs a good race after 2 DNFs so far. Row number 10, you've got your top 20 who have raced each other plenty in the UK in their careers to date. It's Isaac Sayer with Archie Owen, who's another driver to put on some fresh rubber. Row number 11, Matteo Gallo with Endo Arata, and from 12, we've got Max Wayland all alone because we have no Peter Gurecki. Best wishes to Gurecki. Row number 13, Jude Thiramaswamy alongside Eduardo Salamont. And from 14, Daniel Picornelli will be alongside Amelia Vishamirska, who would have been a junior last time she raced here in 2024. 15 rows in total, 29 karts for this final qualifying heat of this morning's phase. And it's Salomon Zanfari there all alone.
We saw there very briefly Gonzalo Planta once, as always, annoying his other members of his staff here at the circuit as we get ready for the racing. As well, this last race of the day, or last race of the morning phase, sorry, I should say, should be quite interesting. Schaufler early on, P4 for him in that race. For Kinmark, it was a P2. Earlier on. So again, curious to see how this one will transpire between these two of them, especially with how quick as well that we've seen the likes of Dan Adaman, how quick Garcias has been, how quick Filippo Sala has been as well. All of these drivers have been fighting right up to that sharp end. So curious to see how this one will transpire. Right then, into that final corner then. They'll get ready to enter into the tram lines. DPK versus VDK. That was a fun one to get out, but we'll see how this one goes. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is no. It's a false start. They go round again.
Well, it gives you more time to get that tongue twister out then, Anthony.
VDK versus DPK. There you go. That's actually not that bad. I remember, actually, I'm going to give you a little story here. I remember. So, you know Kim Bolton Raceway in the UK?
I do know Kim Bolton.
Yes, Kim Bolton Raceway. Fabulous little circuit. It's got a straight called the TKM Straight. Correct? And that is named after a kart engine. Now, I, in my magical wisdom, decided to call it the KTM Straight for many weekends.
Like the bike?
Like the motorcycle, yes. Don't know why, I just did. I was probably told off by Henry.
What was the point in that story?
Because DPK,
Oh, okay, fine.
VDK, TKM, KTM.
Moving on.
There we go. It was a completely relevant story. How did you not get that? Right, anyway, here we go then. Attempt 2 at a start here. And once more, drivers getting temperature into those tyres. Track's dried out quite nicely. Now, it was due around between 12 and 1. 12 has been, 1 has arrived, and
12:59 on my clock.
Well, it's 1 o'clock on my watch.
Oh, okay.
But there we go. Give it a second. It's an Apple. It'll update itself soon, I'm sure, and slow itself down. Right, so anyway, as we get ready into that final corner again, let's see. Are we starting? Qualifying heat B versus E. We are racing towards turn 1. Good start again for Kinmark. Schaufler, though, inside line. Garcia follows. And as they push their way through, it is a strong start as well for Nugared. He's there into P4. No dramas there as they square themselves away. But crucially, it is a DPK 1 and 2 at the front of this field. Now, they're just behind. Now, is that James Anagnostiadis who's scrambled his way up to about P6? That's a very good start from P12.
I could see a bit of a round the outside attempt going on for Oliver Kinmark, but it's absolutely not worked in his favour. Now has found himself being handed the hands of the drivers further back. He's right in that mid-pack now as James Anagnostiadis again picks off some position, this time to Zach Green. Out in the front then we've got the DPK of Nicolas Schaufler, pretty dry for the time being as Big Sen's down the inside this time between one of the VDKs and one of the CRGs. I think that was Dan Alleman being overtaken there. So it is Nicolas Schaufler from Aaron Garcia, Clovis Nugared, James Anagnostiadis, Zach Green and Drew Waltz already up by 7 positions, or as James Anagnostiadis momentarily got it sideways out of the second corner, clips the curb and gets it sideways again, gifts the position to not just Zach Green, but to the Ricky Flynns around, as Zach Green loses a position as well.
Yeah, indeed. And he's tried to keep that kart all the way around the outside there. He had the train down the inside through turn 6. Luckily, back with that position there. Right round the outside there again, going Dan Alaman. He is trying to push his way back up through the field. It's getting a bit feisty in this field. Tom Pradier, Bosco Arias, Gavin Adam, Kinmark there as well. Kinmark down to 12th place from the front of the grid. Not what he wanted at all. Here, though, at the front was Schaufler's here. Garcia is there in second. Clovis Newgrade right on his tail. They're still kicking off here. The VDK down the inside, still trying to push forward is Oliver Kinmark. Cannot get past the likes of Adam Gavin.
Well, Adam Gavin then one of those drivers that deployed some new tyres going into this race, so thinking that that's probably what's helped him with that 6th place gain so far. Schaufler out in the front, clean air for him is helping him put in those purple laps because he's not been held up by anybody, as a Ward out there has lost a side pod. So that's one of the orange and black liveried Ward side pods. Ward's within this race then, Anthony. We've got William Marshall, I think, is the only one in this. William Marshall, I believe he could have lost a side pod.
Well, the 212 currently in 16th place is on a 6th place deficit in this one. So possibly down the inside there. Nice changes once again. Gavin Adam on Thomas Pradier moves up into 8th place now. Into the pit lane comes the 310. That is Suleiman Zanfari. Unfortunately, retiring from the race. He'll bring it back into park for May. Green still attacking here. James Anagnostiadis. Well, Anagnostiadis just squeezed his way back through. That is why he is doing that. You can still see that Clovis Newgrade is up there, and Green now getting squeezed out by the Tony karts. They're pushing his way through as Nicole, you're bang on the money. William Marshall, technical flag.
Yeah, Marshall out of the race, and as Bosco Arias is trying to hustle the Tony karts around him, finds himself in a bit of a Tony kart sandwich momentarily, but Zach Green breaks back into things as another driver now DNFs this one. This time it's one of the Paralins out there. That
Eduardo
was the start of Salamonde, so it's Matteo Gallo, Eduardo Salamonde, Lucasel, Peter Grecki, Suleiman Zanfari, and William Marshall. That drama out there, backwards moment. That is William Marshall, so missing side pod already. Then you just saw the rear being spun round, and now he's parked on the almost on the curb of turn number 19, but was going to have to pull in anyway.
I say, at least now he doesn't have to adhere to that one. And another spin through the chicane. Arias amazingly there. Incredibly lucky not to be collected by another. And he walks away scot-free there, but a bit more. They're all going off the track here. What on earth is going on?
Raining.
That's Thomas Pradier. Is it rain out on the circuit? No, I think it's just a crash. There's the rain dye. Well, there's a little spot. I don't think it is raining out there, but they're going off left, right, and centre. Here's Garcia fighting once again with Drew Waltz. Drew Waltz has seemingly snuck through the field. That's Schaufler on his own. Nicholas Schaufler from the lead of the race is out. And there's more. What's going on here? There's karts going off left, right, and centre through that final chicane.
Well, look at the pace now, Anthony. We're lapping 1:03 out there on the track. So there's absolute drama, conditions changing instantly for these drivers. Now they're going to have to really hustle themselves, hustle the karts.
It's
so your
a wet
race
track.
leader is Waltz out there. So this rain that has gone down is why you're seeing all of that commotion that has gone on. Some was caused by crashes. So this is Schaufler over the curb. Curb's wet, loses it, spins round. Really lucky not to end up completely parked on the racing line, because you would have instantly have had teammate of Aaron Garcia. You've got more spins going on around Schaufler, Archie Owen, the KR Prema driver being one of those, but all caused by the rain that's now going down.
Yeah, indeed. And the crazy thing is that we're not seeing rain on our windows here. Umbrellas are up. It clearly is raining, but it's such a fine rain. So here, Drew Waltz is in the lead. Garcia trying to get his nose down the inside. Again, they'll use the curbs here because they'll try and hook the cart around the corner as they'll just understeer through. Anignostouliadis go through. I mean, they're still giving a good old lick of power there down the start-finish straight as they take the optimal wide racing line round the outside. Here comes Garcia. The up and under takes the lead away in these very bizarre and challenging conditions that we are seeing.
Yeah, the likes of James Anignostouliadis in a bit of a unique but quite a good position now as he actually loses out position almost to Oliver Kinmark. Another spin, this time one of the Tony karts. That's the 2-1-4 that will go no further. So Canal out of this race as well. But drivers, Zach Green, who was fighting right in the sharp end, inside of your top 5, lap after lap of this race, makes himself another driver to DNF. We've already had Schaufler, Owen, Pradir, Arias, Marshall, Zamfari, Gallo, Salamond, and of course Gurecki and Sell out now. Zach Green makes himself another number as we've still got plenty more laps to go. I don't think it's over at all, Anthony.
No, this is going to be a long old race because the pace has slowed down now, so the laps will get longer for these drivers. So the race is just getting longer and longer for them as it goes on through the chicane. Anignostouliadis looking to the inside here of Gavin Adam, who deployed the fresh tyres, remember, now seemingly feel like they've gone to waste.
Absolutely, and this is where you're seeing Aaron Garcia has come into this weekend as it goes absolutely wrong on the exit for James Anignostouliadis of turn number 1. But Aaron Garcia, recruited this weekend by TPK for probably his track knowledge, knows this circuit incredibly well. That's now why you're seeing him at the front of this race, 1.3 seconds clear. I would say he's probably got experience driving around here on a wet circuit, on those slick tyres, and now he's using it to his advantage.
And that advantage will give him the advantage in the intermediate classifications as well. 182 points as a big miscalculation under braking there between Filippo Sala and James Anignostouliadis, absolutely piling it in towards turn number 11. A very unfortunate moment there, and for Anignostouliadis tumbling down the order now into 12th place. He's back where he started after making all that ground up at the beginning of the race. Garcia, though, at the front here, still doing a brilliant job. Arata Endo is there in a 20-place gain in P2.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Where did he come from in this race? He snuck his way through.
We just sounded like owls, I think.
Who? Right, but this was incredible. But look at these now. The VDK's wheel to wheel here into it. This is Kinmark and Alaman again continuing their fights. This is literally just coming down to it to finish first. First you've got to finish sort of situation. The track is just so slippery right now. But the race has gone on. The temperature of the tyres is not there. And look at them, just dancing together. The up and unders coming through left, right and centre. But Alaman's got the upper hand now as they exit out of turns 8 and 9 and sort themselves out. Aratendo is closing in on Aaron Garcia here. The gap's down to 0.6 of a second. Could we see an incredible drive here from the driver from Japan?
It's now down to 0.3 of a second then, Anthony. Is it the case that Endo Arata, is there something set up wise that more benefits him in these conditions? Did him and the mechanic and the team maybe go for a slightly different call for this race when looking at the clouds? We're not quite sure, but this is that big boot that we saw for Filippo Sala on James Anignostouliadis, and the moment at turn number 11 that has now put Filippo under investigation. A number of drivers being put under investigation with this race, with the newest of those names being Rafael Bussato. Gap has now completely reduced. We've actually missed it, but we've got a change for the race lead because Endo Arata is now the newest name in that top spot, has overtaken Aaron Garcia. Hopefully we can see a replay of that moment. So here it is.
Into the final corner as well.
That's pretty stellar stuff for Endo Arata. Really would like to know where that has come from. 21 places gained. That's quite the drive. Look at the gap that he's gained already. He's over a second clear from Garcia now in second place. Endo Arata from P22, the 11th row of the grid. He started alongside Matteo Gallo, right behind Archie Owen as well, who had a brand new set of tyres on.
has seemingly found his way to the race lead. Off the road there goes the 267 machine. That's not gone too well, unfortunately, for the Victory Lane karting driver Nicola Frigg. Caught out in an incident yesterday as well that saw Peter Gorecki unfortunately not race today, and that put them through. Final lap board is out. I'm thinking all the drivers are like, absolutely, like just probably saying, oh, finally, because this has been a nightmare for us in this one.
Yeah, probably some of them, other than Endo Arata, have been thinking this is the longest race ever. But I'm saying that the driver of Japan out there in the front for Tony Kart is probably absolutely loving it. 21 places gained, an absolute warrior round every single one of these 19 turns in this rainy condition. There you can see him just visibly so aggressive on the front end, just really forcing that OTK chassis into every single one of the turns, gets off of the rubber on the brake so he doesn't slide around, just allows the kart to whisk around each of the corners, V's the corner, back off, sliding his weight around, shifting around that centre of gravity to generate some grip. He's been the one to be within this race. This is a very impressive race win. If he can get it to the line, then Anthony slides out of turn number 14, will go down that 135-metre straight. We'll see the chicane for the final time where he achieved some overtaking moments. 21 places gained to make Endo Arata a race winner for the first time in 2026.
That is superb. Wet racing wizard Endo Arata there of Japan. Absolutely astonishing performance through the field. Aaron Garcia will settle for second place and will settle for the lead of the intermediate classification, of course, behind Bataro and Kaleja. Sala second in those points as well. Gavin Adam finishing third ahead of Filippo Sala. Then you've got the likes of Dan Alaman, Armin Kelly Osman, Drew Waltz, Clovis Newgrade, Isaac Sayer, 10 places gained. James Anagnostiadis back to 10th place. Max Wieland in 11th with 12 places gained. Kinmark 12th. Nicola Frigg with 5. Daniel Picorni with 13 places gained. Then you have the likes of Jude Thirumalai Swami, who finishes that one in P15 with 10 places gained ahead of Emilia Veshimirska with 12 places gained in P16. And Rafael Bassato in 17th place. The retirements. Brace yourself for this, there's quite a few. Zach Green, Gabriel Canal, Nicholas Schaufler, Archie Owen, Thomas Pradir, Bosco Arias, William Marshall, Suleiman Zamfari, Matteo Gallo, and Eduardo Salamonde. The retirements, the non-starters, Sell and Gorecki. My goodness me, Nicole. That rain came out of nowhere. And there's still actually no water on our commentary box windows here. Usually that's what we see first, and that's why it didn't clock on to me straight away that it was raining out there, and quite incredible scenes in that race.
Yeah, but you can now sort of see the surface colour of the circuit starting to change, starting to develop into that darker asphalt that you see when it turns into slippy conditions. So that's going to throw a spanner in the works, I would say, for the rest of the qualifying heats today. But these were the best moments of the final OK qualifying heat before our lunch break. Groups B versus E round that first corner were led by Nicholas Schaufler. Of course, Schaufler, great race start, great initial race lead until it pretty much all went wrong for him. James Anagnostiadis originally did jump into the sharper end of the field as drivers like Dan Alleman were forced to do nothing but to cut over that final corner. A theme for these drivers, a theme that they are actually penaltied for later on. Anagnostiadis caught the curb, actually fell short. Zach Green found his way through, added one of the Ricky Flynns of Drew Waltz. This was the moment that cut short the race of the Ward driver, William Marshall. Side pod was dislodged, but actually the DNF wasn't for him coming into the pit lane like Salomon Zanfari did. It was actually on track, which we will probably see in just 8 moments' time. Zach Green was in the race, as was Bosco Arias, but of course neither of them managed to finish that one. They were battling it out with Thomas Pradir, who was another one of the retirements. Big sends, big moments out of the chicane, and this was when William Marshall was lost the rear, spun round and ended up onto the grass, and then a pretty similar story for the Ricky Flynn of Bosco Arias.
Yeah, indeed, and this is where it then started to rain. We saw those incidents happening. There was out of the race Thomas Pradir. Then we started to see the fighting here. While we were watching that, Nicolas Schaufler all on his own at that chicane, hit that curb, it rotated out of the race from the lead. Such a shame there for the DPK driver. Then at that same time, all these moments then just started to happen. These accidents coming in left, right and centre, drivers giving off. We didn't know at that point that it was raining, and then we saw umbrellas going up in the air, and then we started to see these wet racing lights. We thought it must be raining, but it was quite a change of conditions there. But I think the drivers dealt with it relatively well, mainly from the back of the grid, because, like we say, Endo Arata, 21 places gained, went into the lead.
I would say there's one of two things going on for Endo Arata. He's either incredibly comfortable and confident in slick, wet conditions, or it's the case that maybe himself and the mechanic made a bit of a call on the kart, actually predicted that this is what was going to go on. This was the big boots that Filippo Sala, I would say, unintentionally gave to James Anagnostiadis. That obviously rewarded with him being put under investigation. And this was the big moments where into the final corner we had the change between Aaron Garcia and Endo Arata that gifted him that race lead. In the background, we still had the VDKs going for it. Dan Alleman finding his way past teammates. Alleman promoting himself up in the early stages of the race, but actually didn't lose or gain anything throughout this final qualifying heat of this morning's phase. Late in the race, though, over the line, of course, it would be the Tony Kart of Endo Arata.
Great race, great run there. As we called for him, pushing forward. So fabulous end then to the morning phase. Those first 8 races, certainly quite exciting, but we've got 10 more to go after the lunch break. We've got around 40 or so minutes. We'll leave you with some live shots, but then also we'll show you what's coming up later on. You can see we've got groups D and F, A and C, D and E, A and F later on in the day. Then we round out the day with groups B versus C, and that will end the day, and that'll be starting at around 5:05 local time, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Right, we will take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland during yesterday, well, after the racing, we caught up with a lot of the drivers walking around the paddock. We'll leave you with that to watch. We'll see you in a few. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Valencia, Champions of the Future, round 2 here, and it's Thursday.
It is Thursday.
If I'm right in saying. Yeah, it's Thursday evening, and we've just had qualifying and the first 12 qualifying heats in total.
Yep.
6 each for the groups.
Yeah, absolutely. So these groups have finished their first rotation, then second event. So I think a bit of a different atmosphere and a very different weather than what we had at our first event on the first day of racing. There, of course, it was a tsunami almost at Le Conca. Now bright sunshine, 24 degrees for our drivers today to head them through their qualifying sessions. And of course, like Anthony just said, these initial qualifying heats, which have been very busy. Good racing, spectacular racing. Nothing too major to report, I wouldn't say, but some very quick drivers indeed, who I'm sure we'll try and catch up with momentarily.
Yeah, and we should probably start with that. Hello, I'm Anthony Jordan, and that's Nicole Sutherland. We didn't really go over that bit.
I'm not Anthony, this is Anthony, I'm Nicole.
Yeah, there we go. Right, Nicole, shall we go wander around the paddock and have a chat with whoever we can find? This is the hospitality here in Valencia. It's lovely, the garden, everyone chilling after a very busy day of racing. Of course, they've been doing lots of things. We've been doing lots of things, a lot of talking, everything like that. I'm going to walk this way. If you want to walk like that, that's absolutely fine.
Can you not walk backwards?
No, I can walk backwards. I just choose not to. Right, but there, the hospitality, very lovely, and the sunshine there. Speedwear, they're here, parked in right next to us. There's an Ike, but that's just walking out. Hello, how are you? No comment there. No comment from Speedwear. That's absolutely fine.
Maybe a comment from Rebecca.
Oh yes, Nicole, you dive in there.
Just a quick one, Rebecca. Very quickly.
Go.
Ward, this year you're looking incredibly strong as always, and going into 2026, a bit different for you. You're now on Paralin. It was previously OTK machinery, but Paralin very strong for you. Can you tell us about your day so far today?
My days are always good.
Yeah.
Whether we're first or last or in between, my days are always good.
And drivers in particular that have been really strong for you today. We've got the likes of Benjamin Maniac. He's had a good day out there. Can you tell us about some of the races you've seen from Ben?
He's done really well. He's stable. I think he have a good chance for a final also. He just need to finish all the heats tomorrow. And yeah, it's done good.
Well, thank you very much, Rebecca. We'll see you a little bit later on. Of course, huge paddock, huge names in the paddock and legacies as well for teams, Ward being one of those.
Rebecca Ward definitely hates us now for that. So, yeah, no, thank you very much, Rebecca. Martin Bertoncini, Ward Racing, one of the race winners today in the junior category. That was a bit later on in the day. That was actually qualifying Heat C versus F that took that win.
For
so
drivers.
That was good on that one. Go on.
Well, we've got one of the Waltz brothers.
Which one of the Waltz is
Devon?
it?
Drew.
Can never
Today
tell.
then, Drew, for you, days racing. Tell us about it. You've been in the sharper end, quali. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was quite good. I mean, we were struggling a bit in practice, but then we found something as a team in qualifying, and I think that's been really good for us so far. So I'll just keep my head up high and hope for the best.
And we want to know as well, because within the field, we've got quite a few sibling setups. We've got the Bassatos are in there. They're not actually in the same category, but they are siblings. Levars as well. For you being on the same grid as your brother weekend after weekend in the same races, what's it like?
I mean, it's very fun because when I beat him, I get the bragging rights. But then also my mom always tells me not to crash with him, so it's a bit disappointing because sometimes I want to. But it's all right. I mean, it's fun because I always have someone to look up to, or he can look up to me. So it's very awesome having someone I know and can trust.
And expectations for both of you tomorrow and for the rest of this week, what are you thinking?
I mean, hopefully we can both crack in the top 10 for all the heat races, and hopefully he can get a bit better races towards tomorrow, and I can keep doing what I'm doing.
Well, we'll see how that one unfolds. Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. I do need to talk to Timekeeping about changing their names in the stands, because they just come up on our screen as just D Waltz, and I never know if it's Drew or Devon. So, yeah, I need to chat to Timekeeping about that one. Ricky Flynn, not seen them win a race so far today, but they've had the good results.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, out in La Conquera as well, they were incredibly strong in both the junior and the senior field. They've got Bosco Arias, they've got Luke Cordner in their field. Both drivers in the senior grid, very far up there. Bosco had a good day of racing today as Antonio Pizzonia just whizzes past us there on a very tiny bike.
It was very tiny. It's quite comical, actually, with all of that. But no, you're right in saying so. They've had a good run. In fact, actually, the OTK product here this weekend, I think over today, they've only had the one race win over the course of this one today, and that wasn't even the factory team. That was the Forza racing team with the likes of Marek Zaric as well, who was racing. So he managed to come away with a race win, so quite an interesting one. Haupt racing team, or is that Simon? I'm confused.
Haupt.
Haupt, yeah, Haupt, but with Simon on there as well. Hello, good evening. But they're all ready to go. Right, I'm not going to show you on the screen because, yeah, you shouldn't have those in your hands. Right, anyway, Formula Medicine, they're here as well. They're lovely, what do we call that in there? It's not a gym. Is it a gym?
It basically is a gym.
Is it a gym?
It's a better gym than I go to
Maybe
at home.
someone here can tell us. Hello, who do we have here?
My name? William. Nice to meet you.
William, nice to meet you too, William. Thank you for asking. William, what do we have in here?
Well, I mean, this is something more than just a normal gym. I mean, we do physical gym, so physical activity, but our focus is on as you can see, the mental economy. So everything that is also about the mind work and about managing the emotions when you are on the kart. And then beside that, we have also the medical part. We have some osteopathic medics and whoever can help also with the illness and any kind of injury. So this is basically Formula Medicine.
Excellent. And so you do a lot then?
Yeah, we do really a lot. We try to help.
Excellent. Well, I think you do a fabulous job. Well, thank you very much, William. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too.
Excellent. There you go. Formula Medicine. There you have it. Lots of work from them. Going past a few things. A lot of drivers here. Cool shades. Filippo Sala in there as well. Right? All
Novella
good?
Morales.
Yeah, lovely. Morella Morales there also. Koski Motorsport, they're just here. Not seen too much of them over the course of the day. No wins for them.
No. Koski then strong stuff at points in Le Conca. They did have drivers up in the sharp end of the field. Today just maybe looking to lack something slightly race-wise, but of course, huge run of heats going into tomorrow. So it's definitely not over at all. Drivers just looking to probably try and pick something up a little bit more tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Victory Lane here. They've had quite a successful day.
Great day.
With, of course, time qualifying with Prem Bruno in the juniors. Very strong performance for them there. Then later on in the day, they also had some good moments, but for Prem Bruno, still very strong start. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can achieve later on in the week.
Yeah, of course, they're not a new team in the paddock at all, but one of the newer teams. But I think right from day dot for Victory Lane, they've come into this paddock with some great success. Of course, they're under the guidance of the likes of Victor Martins, huge name within motorsport. So they've come into this, they're at the sharp end, and they're looking to hunt down potentially some good results for the likes of Priam Bruno. As I want to catch the likes of Nico Perico. Nico, I'm going to speak to you very quickly. First year in OKJ for you. You've come into it, though, pretty much picked up where you left off in Mini 60 racing. You're now with Mercedes. Tell us about today. Tell us about what's going on so far this year.
Well, this year was quite a good year because in OKNJ maybe it's also the level is a bit more easy, but still was pretty hard. But yeah, today was quite good. We make a polling group and first two hits top 3. So yeah, not too bad, and let's see how it go on.
And Nico as well, today then is the first couple of heats. Tomorrow we have the long run. For you, do you think anything changes mindset-wise when we go into the more crunch time, or do you race every single heat the same?
Well, tomorrow, we don't know, because the weather says that it's going to rain. So I think no one just drove here with the rain, so let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. Love the hat as well. Thanks, Nico.
Excellent. I like Nicolo Perico. Sweet kid. Very quick as well.
He's been fast since the very first time I ever watched him race, which was, a good couple of years ago now. One of those drivers as well, to me, Anthony, instantly, as soon as he's on the back of a driver, he doesn't waste any time. He'll go straight in when the door opens, and I think somebody like Nicolo Perico is going to have a huge, successful career ahead of him.
Yeah, definitely so. A couple of teams on there. Fusion Motorsport, of course, team that race in pretty much everything, British champs to everything else.
A particular Adam Smalley, who's previously very, very successful in the world of GT racing, and actually was my coach about 6 years ago.
Really? Yeah. How well did that end up?
In the wall?
Well, yeah, because now you're here with me. Right, anyway, Birrell Racing. Really good run from them. Yeah, thank you very much, Novella. Sorting themselves out. Neighbours there with Ward Racing, of course. Plenty of action in. This is one of those new things that we're seeing. Right, so Birrell, not only, I'm not going to go inside, even though it's very lovely in here. Hello, everyone. You've got, of course, not only the Charles Leclerc branded ones, but you've also got now the Barrichello branded ones as well in there. And plenty of actions happening in Birrell. And I will say a good evening to you and have fun. Ciao. Thank you. Everyone in there. Evening. Right, we've already really spoke to Rebecca Ward a little bit in this one, but again, great work from the team that they've already done throughout this one. It's a hive of activity in here. You may think it's the end of the day, Nicole, but you wouldn't think it really right now because, of course, all the mechanics getting the carts sorted out, ready to go for the next day, because like you were just mentioning there, tomorrow is a completely different day to today.
Exactly, so maybe gives us a chance to actually talk you through what happens post-race. Just because the racing's over doesn't mean that it's over for the paddock, so mechanics will come in, they will strip the carts down, they'll clean them, make sure everything's spotless, they'll go through the brakes, they'll take the engines off, they'll return the engines back to the engine builders to make sure that the jetting and everything involved with the IAM ETM or Vortex, whatever the driver and the team is deciding to use, is tip-top and in shape for tomorrow's racing. So the work truly doesn't stop. Long days for mechanics, drivers and team managers.
Mopping the floor there, it's doing a great job. Look at that. I don't know if he gets paid extra for that. Do you get paid extra for that? No, there we go. Well, I've said something, and someone said something in Italian. I don't know what it was there, but excellent.
We've still got some competitive action going on.
Have we still got competitive action going on down here? Right, okay. Well, there's Birrell. They've had a lot of time. Out here inside Forza, I mentioned this earlier on, Nicole. Maddox Adams, the only driver on an OTK product. Of course, the Forza running the OTK product. They've had pretty successful day at the end of it, and actually they've had quite a few drivers up at the sharp end of it.
Yeah, Harry Williams being one of those drivers to be at the front. Of course, Harry Williams is freshly announced to be with Team Papaya. He's moving
McLaren
into his
Junior
career now with the McLaren Junior program. The youngest driver to ever be put on their
11
program.
years old.
That's impressive, isn't it?
It is impressive. Do you think at 11 years old, though, they know what they can expect from a driver?
Do you know what? I think early doors you can always predict whether a driver's got a good head on their shoulders, and to me, Harry Williams has always actually been one of those. I think McLaren will be buying into that really early, making sure that they can help shape his career, teach him what he's maybe missing, but they're not going to have recruited him without seeing that natural raw talent.
No.
That's what he's got.
They know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
We, on the other hand, somewhat of an idea what we're talking about. This is excellent stuff here. I love a bit of tennis. However, I wouldn't call that tennis right now. What would you call that? Paddle?
No,
With a tennis ball?
because paddle, you're in a glass box, cage.
So what do we call this?
Ouch. Football at that rate.
Excellent. Right then, moving on. I have walked briefly around this paddock. Oh, this is the wash area. There we go. Kart's getting squeaky clean. Like to see that one. Good evening. As everyone gets them squared away. I want to talk a little bit about the seniors. Davide Battaro, Lenovo Cali Kart, newly announced sponsor, quite recently actually, well, over the winter. What a qualifying.
3.5 tenths faster than anyone in group.
Crazy.
3.5 tenths. And, you know, if you're new to the world of karting, 3.5 tenths is like night and day. That is a huge lead to have. You know, if you added that up over the course of consecutive laps, that would be quite some lead. You obviously typically wouldn't see that from a driver, but to be that much quicker than the drivers in the field is really impressive. And he actually, Davide Battaro, in his first qualifying heat, managed to convert that into a really good race lead, then snatched away a race win, and then matched that again later on in the final qualifying heat of today's racing, converting it into another race win ahead of the likes of Filippo Sala in what was a bit of a last lap shootout, Anthony.
It was a little bit, yeah. That last race of the day, which, as I talk about these results right now in this moment, is still somewhat provisional. Davide Battaro did take the win in that one, of course. Filippo Sala, close moment with him. Big lunge at the restart after a slow procedure, unfortunately, that involved 3 drivers, Nicola Frigg, Eduardo Selamonde and Peter Gorecki. Thankfully, I believe all drivers are okay with that one. Bit of football, nearly hit the cameraman. Don't worry, sorry Edgar, don't trip over the ball. Excellent, lovely. VDK, strong day. Good results, no wins, however.
Yes, not just yet, but Oliver Kinmark
could
maybe be one of the drivers to... Well, actually, I think I've got the team completely wrong there for Oliver Kinmark. I'll have to double check that.
No, he's with VDK now.
So we've got Oliver Kinmark, Dan Alleman in there as well. He's been in the sharp end of the field as always. So the team of VDK, of course, last year were world champions with Thibaut Ramicas. Could be on for some good results here, but could other teams as well. The next awning we're going to walk past now, which is, of course, Paralin.
The second most successful team of the day, Paralin. 4 wins today for their drivers. Good evening. There we go. Don't know why people walk past us with an embarrassed look on their face, like we're going to do something embarrassing.
Probably.
Right then, let's talk about Paralin wins. In senior, William Kalija, Paralin Motorsport, he took a win. Well, he took 2 wins, actually. So there we go. That's all good there. In the OKJ category, Oscardi Rolli took a win today. Who else? That was it, actually. So I said there was 4 wins.
They're obviously...
Did I miscount?
They're, of course, having success as a factory team, but they've also got success in the form of Ward.
The reason why I say 4 is because Ward Racing with the Paralin took a win. There we go. My mind catching up.
So Benjamin Magnac, not a race winner today, but, of course, in the sharp end of the field. Chassis would have been a Paralin chassis. So they've actually got more drivers than from the naked eye it actually looks like.
Yes, indeed. MP Motorsport. at here. They've got a pathway from karting all the way up to Formula 2. Is it 2, I think? 2 or 3? I think something like that. But yes, they're a very good team. They've been quick. They've been at the sharp end. You can see right there in front of you, Luke Tal's machine. That's just getting organised and squared away. All right, Casper, all good? Is that an ice cream? What flavour? Mango. Mango flavour ice cream. Like that. Yeah, no, really good performance from them. No victory again today, though, for them.
No, not just yet, but of course, with Henry Domain, could look likely. Strong driver, was very good in Le Conca. Has moved over to MP for 2026, was previously part of the other orange and black camp in the paddock of Forza, but now swap car, swap team, and it's working.
There's Ken Alleman, who's just walked past us there, dad of Dan Alleman, who's just...
and Joy Alleman.
Yes, and Joy. Joy, she's getting into the kart now. She's racing now,
Yes.
isn't she? So, yeah, she's had a good run. Right, little further down. These tents are getting a bit big, Nicole. I feel like we've been walking for quite some time and we're still next to MP and Paralympics. So.
Honestly, when I used to race and, you have a huge team tent, sometimes you lose the mechanic and stuff at some point. You're in the tent thinking, whereabouts have they gone? Because it's a whole operation that comes into events like this, and you've got hospitality tents as well for the drivers where they can sit and chill out, relax. You'll have an area where the drivers store their kits, where parents can also, go and relax, because it's actually quite stressful for a parent to come and watch.
Oh, it is, yes. Being a karting parent is probably one of the most stressful jobs in the world.
The term karting dad is a real term.
Or karting mum is a real term as well. Kart Republic, the most successful team so far this weekend. 5 wins they have had in total. Noah Baglin has taken a win. You will see Nicolas Schaufler, DPK, Kart Republic chassis for them. You've seen, obviously, Alessandro Truchot. He's taken 2 wins. Prem Bruno, he's taken 1. Kart Republic as well. So, yes, plenty of wins for the Kart Republic family. James Anagnosiadis there in the background, just dipping in behind. We, of course, caught up with Nicolo Perico earlier on. But as you can see, a nice, clean workspace. Nice and bright, and Dino Chiesa is up there as well. He's hiding up in the back of the lorry. I'm sure at some point we'll grab a word with him. Maybe not tonight, however. But quite the tent. I will stress this. There was one thing that we had in the UK, Nicole, when we're walking around a British paddock. I won't mention the team. They had an incredibly large tent. And something that me and my counter-commentator co-part Henry Baudet back in the day would always start at one end and count the footsteps. However, the sheer size of this one, granted there's 2.
I don't know if I can count that high.
I can't count that high, so we're not going to do that, but it's quite a considerable size of it. Not only have they got, of course, the factory Kart Republics in there, but you can see they've got the Prema liveried machines also in there that have been working hard, and that, of course, will be driven by many of the drivers who are backed by those Formula teams. You've got Ferrari junior drivers, you've got Williams junior drivers, you've got McLaren junior drivers. I'm going to get run over by a bicycle. You've got other things as well. So, plenty of them come out of this tent.
Yeah, so we were just talking about MP being a bit of a feeder karting team into the world of Formula. You've got Prema with Kart Republic. You've then got Trident with Ricky Flynn. So actually, a lot of these Formula teams buying into these drivers really early. It's not just the F1 teams. It's the F3, F2 teams as well that get involved. As you've found a nose cone that's definitely seen a better day.
Definitely not going to be using that one again. Big old gaping hole. It seems such a shame because the rest of it's absolutely fine. Right, a little bit more. Obviously, DPK, they're just over there as well. Like we're saying, they've had a successful day today. Nicolas Schaufler taking that win. Again, looking very strong because not only him, but also Aaron Garcia, who's looking very quick. Obviously, local lad to Spain, he's a Spanish driver, very quick indeed, and certainly one to keep an eye on this weekend.
Yeah, so Garcia as well, you can probably connote that he's been brought into this by DPK because of his track knowledge. He's a known driver in the world of karting, so they would have probably recruited him to say, can you come and race for us, get some points on the board, help out our drivers who are definitely definitely going to be contenders like Schaufler. And it's a similar setup as well for teams like CRG, who's done a similar thing with Victor Gustafsson. You see that a lot in karting.
Yes, you do. We're still walking past Kart Republic at the moment. This is now their junior division, and there you can see there the Red Bull Junior Drivers machine.
Mason Robertson.
Yeah, Mason Robertson, who has been racing here this weekend. Gotta say, big fan of the livery. Look at this. Not only that, but you've actually got some old school DAP-coloured liveries as well on the chassis. Love the maroon red chassis of the DAP colours here with the Kart Republic team, and really quite old school theme there, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely. So that kart belongs to Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who's in his first year of OKJ racing, first season of Champions of the Future. And you actually notice that with the Kart Republics, then your sort of standard chassis comes in that grey silver colour. Then you switch over to, like you said, the sort of DAP kart maroon red. I think I would be, maybe you can get a bit of a closer look there on the Prema has got
there you
that
go.
as
Yeah,
well.
this has got the DAP colours, yeah.
So this is the front end then of the Kart Republic in that red.
Alessandro Truchot's machine here, the American who's had a very successful day. He's had 2 wins.
Yeah.
2 wins has this very kart. So there you go. It's a winning machine right there in that DAP colours. So again, very good to see. Well, okay, crucial to see. They've got the DAP-coloured one there, but then they've also got the original Kart Republic chassis in there as well. So 2 different chassis types here.
Yeah, of course, every driver signs on 2 chassis for scrutineering, so they get the choice of the both, so they can switch between as they please. So it's we don't know what the actual difference is between those 2 colours. Definitely not going to tell us if there is a main difference, but we do know that the drivers will be testing lots of different things on the setup, on the axle, on the chassis, front widths, all sorts of things to just decide what they definitely want to do.
No,
but that's the same for every driver. They have the 2 choices.
Yeah, it is, and definitely so. I say it's just one's painted red, one's silver. There we go on that one. Few past the other couple of things, because it's not only teams or anything like that. Engine guys are here as well. The Miami team as well. Good evening. How are you? They've got how many vans? 1, 2, 3, 4 vans here. Can you have anything more vans? Sort them out. That's quite a busy cockpit there for the driver. Hopefully they don't drive the van like that.
Yeah, I hope
around.
nobody's driving that back to the hotel.
Yeah, indeed. Box van. There we go, quite literally. Right then, one more team we can quickly talk about. A team that has had very near successes here today so far this weekend. Of course, only Thursday, Friday tomorrow, full heats day, and then of course Saturday, super heats and live finals. Jamie Green Racing.
New into OK. Not new into the world of karting, definitely not new into the world of motorsport. So Jamie Green Racing, of course, clues in the name, is under ownership and guidance of the Jamie Green, a driver who's had great success in the world of sports car racing, DTM. Now son Zach Green races for the team, as does Isaac Sayer. So this is the setup that they've currently got going on for their first year in the field. Zach, of course, is racing for the team, as Anthony's...
Zach's in the van, I've been told.
Try and ambush.
All right, Zach, is this the main hub in here, is it? I don't know if the cameraman's going to follow me. All right, Edgar. Are you looking at data in here?
Yeah, I was just
maybe we don't show that bit on camera. You stay there. Yeah, we'll hide the data. Zach, you've been up that sharp end a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, the heats have gone well. Qualified 7th in group, so that was decent. And then our race pace has been really good. Fastest lap in the last one. Had a 3rd and a 4th, so hopefully we can do the same tomorrow.
Who are you comparing against here?
My teammate Isaac.
He was quicker.
Yeah, he had 2 new tyres, so just seeing how much of a difference it makes.
Well, there you go. Well, I'll let you focus on that one. Have you had a coffee lately?
No, my dad loves it, to be honest.
Is that why he's got it set up in the van?
Yeah, he loves his coffee.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Zach. We'll let you carry on in there. Looking at data. There you go. Data, an important thing. Don't crash into the cart. There we go. It's all right. He's on it. The boys here in green as well. Jamie's just there also. Evening, Jamie. I'll let you crack on. Mr. Samuel Hawthorne is here getting ready.
Oh, and
Sam,
Ethan Leader. Both of these drivers have,
I know.
Anymore.
Former drivers, now spanners. Boys, how has it been today for you, or this weekend so far?
Stressful, but today's all right.
Yeah, it's been pretty full on, but it's pretty chilled out now.
Full on and stress. There you go. That's some good words there. Tomorrow, there's a potential of a sprinkling of rain. What are your thoughts on that?
We'll be all right. It's got green in his name.
Excellent, good stuff. Well, boys, I'll let you crack on because it looks like you're quite busy there because there's nothing really attached to that cart. So, perfect. We'll let them crack on with that. Oh, is that a cart going on the jig as well? No? Okay, that'd be too early on in a weekend for a cart on the jig. Right then, thank you very much, Jamie Green Racing there. Good stuff. I think that's a good way to round it out, I think, Nicole. Obviously, only the first day of the second round.
Yeah.
Feels like the first round was only a week ago. Well, kind of was, really.
It wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't that long ago at all. And then we're back here in Valencia. So that's that. Tomorrow, brand new day, risk of rain. It's going to be very interesting. You can watch it live, of course. And as you're watching this now, you're currently watching it live because it's the lunch break.
That's confusing.
Yeah, it is. A little bit confusing. So two ways on that one.
If you're watching this, don't go anywhere.
If you're watching this, don't go anywhere. We'll be a short break. We'll be back with the rest of the qualifying heats. If you're watching this somewhere else at another time of the day, thank you very much for watching. And we will see you another time, I'm sure, maybe at a different racetrack. We don't know just yet. But myself, Andy Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, champions of the future. It's only day one. Plenty of days to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future. Round 2 here in Valencia, Spain. While we've been away on the lunch break, the rain has decided to come and join us here at the track, which means it's now lovely and horrible out on circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the box. 10 races to go to see who will be starting on pole position. And so far, Nicole, we've seen some quite dramatic racing.
Yeah, absolutely have, of course. Going through those 2 rotations yesterday, there were a lot of drivers that fell short, especially in the junior class. So I think that's what's really thrown into some of the commotion that you've seen so far. Of course, like you said, Anthony, 10 more races left to go for our heats phase of the weekend. And we'll kick back up after our lunch break with our juniors. They will be Groups D versus F.
They certainly will be. And again, very dramatic races earlier on for the groups here. Groups D having a very interesting race, especially for Alessandro Truchot, who unfortunately tumbled well down the order. And as you can see there, he has elected to switch sides of the grid. You can see the number 57 now on the outside line. Alexander Lazarus, for the second time today, has been put to the inside line, just like what happened in the first race earlier on. But certainly some work to do there. There is Truchot. Now, exactly where did he finish? 7th place earlier on in that last race. So, again, had those good results, but again, needing to come back in this one just that little bit. But it's still in a very strong position for those Superheats tomorrow, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely is. There's other strong drivers around them, though. The likes of Manny Nuvellini, who's had 2 P4s, has maintained a top 5 spot so far today. Nuvellini will be starting on that second row of the grid alongside a certain Lucas Palacio for Forza, who's as well been well within the top 10 so far within this qualifying heats. But a new type of heat now for our drivers. The first wet racing we have seen so far this weekend. The first fully wet running we've actually had. We didn't have any wet testing at all. Everything has been dry so far. The first time we've had some rain since that tsunami weekend or tsunami start to La Conca.
Yes, indeed. And you can see, though, brand new MW Max's wet tyres on board. Alexander Lazarus, as he gets himself sorted out, ready to go, where he find himself right through that field. Right then, engines on. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. At the moment, as it stands, with the races that we've had, it's Oskari Rolli who leads the way in the points. 191 points in that intermediate classification, but that certainly could change. There is a look at some of the hard-working marshals out there that are bracing the conditions out there now. We certainly couldn't go racing without the fabulous Orange Army. We do thank them for their hard work and efforts. Right, let's quickly take you through the full starting lineup then. Alessandro Truchot and Alexander Lazarus on the front row of the grid. They have switched sides. Truchot will start on the outside line. Lucas Palacio and Manny Nuvellini, they stay in position on row number 2. Albert Tam and Alexandre Point, they go from row 3. There we'll see Troy Ferguson and Stepan Mazepin on row 4. Giacomo Justo and Ji Haofei going from row number 5. Row 6 sees Novola Morales and Emerson McAndrew Uren. Then we will see the likes of Miguel Manzano and Neil Nekmush on row number 7. Row 8 and the first half of the field will see Max Feld and Tony Cachefero.
Shortly behind those drivers, row number 9, it's Braden Wagner alongside Francisco Roca. From row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Zavre Dudkovsky and Roland Nagy. And then from row number 11, Giueli Giridello will be hoping for a good one after a DNF earlier on. He'll be starting alongside Benjamin Westwood, who had a similar story. Row number 12, Billy Van Staveren has pushed his way through the field nicely so far today. He'll be alongside Michel Orlando. And from 13, it's an all-French lockout with Jean Pujol and Maxime Noapel. 14th row, Mark Lumitz and Theo Palfrain. And from row number 15, Aurélien Lemaire and Christian Rost will round out the top 30. Final row in total. Row number 16, we have Alexander Leganki. Akil Ray has not joined us so far today. So the Birrell will be out of this race. Race will be started then by none other than Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton. Race Director, of course, Martin Bean is up there as well with Dan, but he will send these drivers going for the first wet race of the weekend so far. started on pole by Alessandro Ciuccio. The first time he's started on pole so far this weekend, of course, has started on the front row throughout the entirety. But the first pole start for him for today, this weekend, and the year.
Yes, indeed. So let's see how this one will transpire then as the drivers get themselves ready. I will point something out. One thing that we've noticed this weekend here at the track is I think it's the season for flies because they've been tormenting us a little bit at the track. Now, we've been quite lucky in the commentary box that we cleared them all out. There's one in here now, and it's already really annoying me.
It's your fault.
Why is it my fault?
Because you were the last one in the door and you left the door open.
The door was closed. Racing. Here we go. Wet conditions now. Brace yourself as lights go out. We are racing towards turn 1. Good start then for Manny Nuvolini. He's able to sweep to the inside line there. He's actually got the jump on both Lazarus and Alessandro Ciuccio. Nuvolini takes the lead from row number 2 in towards turn 3 for the first time. Of course, for all of these drivers, it's the first time they see a wet track here in Valencia, and unfortunately, it's not going to go well for the number 26 machine of Billy van Staveren. He's out of the race and will go no further.
Well, it's been big progress for Van Staveren so far this weekend, but that progress will now be stopped. More drivers out there will fail to finish. This time it goes to the 73. That's one of the victory lane carts that will go no further, will tumble down. Theo Palfrain adds to his results of DNFs. What's going on the track though? Turn number 14, these drivers side by side. Of course, lots of rubber has been laid down now on the track after more drivers off the road again. Slippy conditions. Of course as well, Anthony, brand new wets. That's something these drivers are having to deal off to get that sealing agent off of the wet to get them to come into life. Across the line, these drivers will go. Race lead currently being commanded by Manny Nuvolini. 9/10 clear of your previous pole sitter of Alessandro Ciuccio. We then have Lucas Palacio, Emerson McAndrew-Uren on an 8th place gain ahead of Alexander Lazarus and Troy Ferguson on what will be Troy's first European race, first OKJ race, and is already in the sharp end.
Yeah, this is good to see, but these conditions are causing dramas for others. Albert Tam, the latest retirement from this race.
Cacciaferro
and
again.
with Tony Cacciaferro joining alongside. Such a shame there. But the racing does continue. Multiple retirements already. I think we've lost Aurelien Lemaire and Theo Palfrain from this race also. So that is quite the shame. Still Nuvolini leading the way, though. 7/10 of a second clear from the rest of the field. There you can see, though, the battle's still raging on. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Lucas Palacio, Alexander Lazarus still in a close battle out on circuit.
Yeah, no driver within this one then has particular tyre advantage, despite DNFs earlier on where a driver might typically have fresh rubber. That's not the case within this one. Everybody on that wet option, everybody on brand new wets going to this one. So a pretty even playing field that's actually just highlighting who has got the bravery in some wet conditions. And I think there's just been a bit of bravery for Emerson McAndrew-Uren now getting past Lucas Palacio to jump inside of the top 3 for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. There is the 101 machine now stepping through. Emerson, of course, is a driver who is very aware of conditions like this and will know how to pedal through these cold and wet conditions, but is doing so pretty well at this moment. The rest of the field just behind, we saw very briefly Stepan Mazepin, who was battling away with the likes of Neil Nakmush and Michelle Orlando. Michelle Orlando on a 14-place gain here, Nicole, fighting through.
Yeah, it just shows what you can achieve in these wet conditions where drivers much more easily trip over themselves, make mistakes, understeer, get on the rubber and then wheel spin. There's a lot of mistakes that go on in wet conditions, so that's why you actually sometimes see drivers make up so many places so quickly. That's what you're seeing from Michelle Orlando, who's doing a great job so far within this race. Further back in the order, this is Neil Nakmush, who's just on the tail end of this. Also a driver needing to fight his way through after 2 DNFs so far towards the racing. Under investigation is Francisco Roca for cutting the track, as this is a nice little squabble going on down towards the first corner, which involves Roland Nagy, who's just been given a bit of boot on the entrance towards the first corner.
Yeah, indeed. The up and under will be a common overtake that we will see here now. We'll also see the common overtake of just sending it. Max Feld looking to the inside there at turn number 3. Not getting it done, though, staying behind Neil Nakmush for the time being. Lap number 4 of 9 we are on at this moment. Conditions still not great. However, the skies are brightening up. Here, though, is a change for second place. Emerson McAndrew-Uren up into P2, has managed to get past Alessandro Truchot, now into second place, and has got about a 2.5 second gap to Manu Nuvolini in the front, but he's on a 10-place gain right now. This is incredible pace.
Really interested to see what Emerson McAndrew-Uren can do now from P2. Is it the case that he's got the time to chase up to the Mercedes Kart Republic driver of Manu Nuvolini? Nuvolini 2.7 seconds clear, but Emerson's got some good pace there. Nuvolini actually now, though, purple in sector number 2 adds to his lap time and is actually now the fastest driver on the track. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen to that story just yet. This is a good little squabble going on in the background, though. These drivers just undecided. This is Ferguson, Troy Ferguson for Parolin on his first appearance in the Champions of the Future here in Europe. Now overtaking, getting past Alexandra Point, as Point says, no, you're not. Gives him a bit of a shove in the back and gets back past.
Yeah, indeed. Again, side by side, Point down the inside. Beautiful stuff. Ferguson, though, once again tries to fight it back, and all the meanwhile, Navala Morales closing in just behind and looks down the inside of 1 and 2. Can only get 1, maybe none, actually, because on the exit, they're both back past. So 1 step forward, 2 steps back, but no slots in between the 2 of them. In the end of that one, only takes the Fusion Racing Machine, or the Forza Racing Machine, I should say, of Palacio away.
Well, Navala Morales, similar story to the likes of Aaron Garcia in the senior class, a driver that knows this circuit incredibly well, will know it in wet and dry conditions, and that's what you're seeing from him now. However, he's got to battle out with Stepan Mazepin. Mazepin, good race weekend so far for him. We didn't see him out at Le Conca for Champions of the Future, but has now stepped into this field for Tony Kart and has actually stayed inside of the top 10 so far this weekend pretty comfortably. Manu Nuvolini now still with that 2.5 second gap, so he's out there pretty, well, not draw moment. That's between Stepan Mazepin and, of course, the Fusion driver of Alexandra Point. Catch each other through that second sector and will go no further.
Oh, such a shame there. So easily done in slippy conditions like this. You expect it to turn in. It just understeers just that little bit more, and unfortunately for both of them, out of this race. Still, oh, is that another retirement there at a different part of the lap? I'll try and see. No, I think it's the same driver. It's just coming away. It's just gone for a long walk there to a different marshal post. Over the line they go. Lazarus now past Ferguson. Ferguson now holding on to P6 here. Navala Morales still behind. Roland Nagy still there as well. Can confirm it was the number... Well, no, I think that was the 79, actually, of Savridikowski, who had the drama. So Savridikowski, also another retirement there.
Well, Mark Lumitz now being given a warning flag, an instant 5-second penalty. Lumitz not had the weekend so far. DNF in his previous race. DNF's yesterday. Hasn't walked into this one very well, and now will find himself tumbling down by 5 seconds despite making up some good progress, and actually now on the road is tumbling down. Was inside of your top 15, but now is on my timing screen being pushed backwards. However, could potentially be a bit of a transponder issue there, because I think Manu Nuvolini's still out there in the front. Fine. Nuvolini out there. It does currently say that McAndrew-Uren is your race leader. I don't think that's actually the case on the road.
Yeah,
no, Nuvolini back to the top now.
Yeah, I can just see he's gone past the start-finish line now, so the gap still actually holding quite well and increasing 3.6 seconds to the inside. Jean Peugeot not really worked out too well there. Ji Haofei taking off the road, and again trying to get that nose down the inside. It's getting a little feisty here in the back of the pack. Nicole, this is around 15th down to 20th.
Yeah, Ji Haofei shuffled around, pushed around a little bit there on the start-finish straight. Lucky to get away from that one as drivers side by side now continue to muscle each other around on the road. This is Jean Pujol getting muscled out for P16. Hooks the curb, gets the kart rotated in these wet conditions though and takes it past and now runs into the side of the Ricky Flynn. Both drivers go off the road. That is Manzano and Gihal Wei that have just come off of the track with each other. Both get back onto the tarmac and continue to go round. As drivers, you can see the frustration that is going out for these drivers in this stage of the weekend where it turns into crunch time, turns into that second phase of qualifying heats that light things up. Last lap board will be out for these drivers now as they head round. Mani Nuvolini, of course, being the first of which to see that with a 4-second gap ahead of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Every driver now looking to complete this last lap, all of the rest following through the final chicane. But is Mani Nuvolini untouched since this race starts? Will have to tick off another half a lap, but 4 seconds clear from the Brits, then from Alessandro Truchot of the USA. Great pace for Mani Nuvolini, not the fastest driver overall, but has been lapping consistently time after time in that 1:09 section where just the consistency has really added to this race lead that he has gained himself.
He certainly has, and here you can see the drive through the final few corners onto the back straight here. This win won't change those results just yet at the sharp end. Nuvolini only stepping up to 4th with 167 points. But you have to remember this is only their 3rd race. Across the line, Nuvolini takes it. Great run there. Checks over the shoulder. Has to wait 4.7 seconds to see Emerson McAndrew-Uren across the line. And that's another unfortunate retirement. Christian Alexander-Rust out of the race on that final lap. Lazarus finishes that one P3 then ahead of Truchot. Palacio from Ferguson, Nirvana Morales ahead of Roland Nagy, Gelli Girardello rounding at the top at 9, Michele Orlando at the top 10, 14 for Orlando, Girardello 12, and Nagy also 12 as well. Big movers throughout that field, Nicole, but a lot of retirements, but one of the biggest movers there, as you see, Michele Orlando from 24th to 10th.
Yeah, 9 retirements in total for our drivers and some big names to be some of those retirements as well. Some names that will be potentially at the risk of not qualifying into tomorrow's Super Heats now as we head through these final stages of qualifying heats. Mani Nuvolini, though, I would predict will be absolutely one of those that we'll be seeing at the sharp end of the field again later on and tomorrow, and adds to his tally of good results, but this time with his first qualifying heats win of the weekend. Finishes, like you said, Anthony, 4.7 seconds ahead of Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who's on a redemption drive after suffering 2 DNFs so far this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Top 10 we've gone over. 11th race sees Max Feld and Francisco Rojo, Mark Lumitz from Giacomo Justo, Nignat Mouche from Giafway, Alexander Legenki from Benjamin Westwood, Maxim Nopel. Then it is Miguel Manzano, Jean Pujol and Brandon Wagner, who round out the 22 finishers in that race. There, Mani Nuvolini, as mentioned, first win of the weekend for Mani Nuvolini as well in the number 65 machine. I believe is that first win of the season as well. It is. So first heat win of the season for Mani Nuvolini. Good start then here. For after the lunch break and back at it on circuit. Despite the challenging conditions, racing actually not too bad at the front for Nuvolini. Great start, Nicole. That was the biggest thing for him, I think, on that one. Being able to sweep in front of the likes of Truchot and Lazarus at the very start of that one. There was the spin straight at the beginning of it. Unfortunately, Billy van Staveren out of the race. I think there was also Theo Palfrain off the track in a very similar spot as well.
Yeah, Billy van Staveren then just getting spat out at that second turn and would go no further. Mani Nuvolini, then the story went on for the race that he commanded the race win right from day dot. Of course, decided to elect to switch sides of the grid, and that absolutely benefited him. Big moments for drivers then losing the rear end, especially out of the final corner, but you know, sends going on for drivers like Roland Nagy within this field continued to push forward. One of the Fusions had a lot to say to one of the Paralympians. This was one of the battles that actually ended in a bit of bother, as many drivers, 9 in total, actually ended up with DNFs. Sector number 2, hotspot for overtaking, but also hotspots for dramas. And this is a couple of laps before you saw some of the drivers like Stepan Mazepin get in a spot of bother. Novella Morales had a lot to say within that race. Morales, one of those that finished inside of the top 10 and deployed some great track knowledge, I would say. Sandwiched himself in between Alexandria Point and Stepan Mazepin halfway through the heat. And this was when Stepan Mazepin and Point came together at that second sector. Turn number 8 and 7 caught each other out and added to the number of DNFs.
Indeed, there was it again from another angle. The racing still went on. We saw more good fights all the way throughout the field. Alexander Lazarus able to get himself up into 3rd place. Yes, it may have been down 1 spot, but still a very strong result there nonetheless. Through the chicane, this was the moment that Ji Haofei getting caught out here by the chasing pack behind, and I think from this point onwards ended up driving angry after that moment, and something you never want to see. And then in that instance, then everyone else just tries to pile their way through, where you saw the likes of well, everyone behind Legenki there as well, Westwood, Noah Bell, all managing to close in. Christian Alexander Rust was another one of those drivers in that battle. Would later fall off the road. And speaking of falling off the road, that's what we saw just there for Manzano as well. And for him, not the results they would have wanted. And you can see how they were trying to just rejoin onto the circuit. Jean Peugeot involved in that incident as well. Straight over the line, though, Nuvolini takes the win, his first of the season. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. More racing coming up.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last 100th of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the Champions of the Future. We're into the second half of the day. If you're only just joining us, you've missed quite a bit of racing, but don't worry. You've still got 9 races to go before we know who's going to be starting on pole position for those Superheats. And the next race is straight away heading out onto the circuit, back over to the seniors for qualifying heat D versus F. That is the next one out on track. And information from the front of the grid, drivers have switched sides. Yidra Peschel and Benjamin Maniac, who are starting on the front row of the grid. Peschel has elected to go for the outside line into turn 1. Here's your full grid then. Peschel and Maniac, as we just mentioned, switching sides on that front row. Zach Drummond and Noah Baglin on row number 2. Victor Gustafsson and Dean Hugendorn, they go from row 3. They'll see the likes of Michael McGoy and Iskender Solfakari on row 4. Evan Purcell and Angelina Simmons on row 5. They'll see Zarif Rekal and Pietro Baguti on row 6. Devin Waltz and Mariano Lopez round out the first half of the field on row 7.
Row number 8 is started by Van der Kerkhoff alongside Sebastian Mins. And from row number 9, Antonia Caccianella will be looking at Gustavo da Silva. Row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Tony Kart, Gilles Herman and Nefeli Cosmopoulos of Greece. And from 11, Valeria Villapiana will see Anya Lavar. 12th row, Casper Reipold and Simo Yang for Energy Course. And from 13, it's Yves Riz against the second Lavar in your field of Yuri Lavar. 14th row, Victor Stalmack with Michael Gorecki, brother of Peter Gorecki. And 15th row is supposed to be Aston Sharp, but we've not actually seen the VAR by Birol branded driver for this weekend. So best wishes to Sharp wherever he is watching on from in the world. This is quite an interesting race I think we've got coming up then, Anthony. I'd say, you know, this is a kind of heat that you actually don't want to be in because of the names that are all inside of those top 3 rows. You've got Peschel, first pole start for him this weekend so far, but a big weekend for him at Le Conca, definitely one to beat this year. You've got Magnac, who's had 2 P2s. You've got Baglin, who's had heat wins. Drummond, of course, is always up there. Then you've got Dean Hugendorn alongside Victor Gustafsson. So already your top 6 is locked out by some huge names.
Yes, I was thinking that as I was reading it out and just thinking, cool, I would not. Yes, a bit of a race we got ahead of us on this one. There you can see Martin Bean and Dan Ashton, who are pointing at someone and are not happy with something. I don't know what it is, but yes, they've seen something that we can't see. There we go. That's borderline what they do 9 times out of 10. That's kind of their job. Right, here we go then, ready for the racing. The front of the grid, well, it's driven away. Peschel there is quite far ahead of the rest of the field, but you can see the marshals trying their best to slow them down. It's a good attempt, but I don't think they're really looking at that one as they get ready to go racing into the final corner. Temperatures will be important here. Oh, blimey, I think the cameraman thought that one of the carts was just diving off to the right. I think it was very vigorous, vigorous tyre temperature warming up their manoeuvres. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer, yes. Towards turn 1, Peschel with the run, but down the inside goes the Ward. Magnac switches sides, they nearly collide, but right round the outside, Peschel holds on to the lead, and because of that, drives away. Baglin was off the road there at the exit of turn 2, rejoins, but a lot further down in the field than I think it would like. The 276 is off the road. It's the Hagman Racing of Anya Lavar, unfortunately, who is going to try and get this one restarted. It is within her right to do so. It is on the opening lap of this race.
Well, Anya Lavar then, of course, improved compared to Le Conca for her time qualifying. She actually qualified 10 spots higher than she did out in Italy, but this weekend is not quite following that success, has had a bit of drama out there in these previous heats. Nose clean, though, for Jindřich Peschel, despite that moment with, of course, Benjamin Magnac just swiping across the front end at this race start. Door is open for Zach Drummond as Lavar will not go any further. That is the end of the race. As out there, of course, we've got Peschel as your race leader, side by side. Noah Baglin down the inside at the chicane, clips all 3 of the corners, gets the cart rotated and pushes himself back up the order into P4, but it's returned by the Ward, who instantly goes back down the inside. Magnac and Zulfikari push the Prema behind and leave him into the hands now of Victor Gustafsson.
Yeah, I think it's getting a bit feisty there between those drivers. I just want to call out fair play to Anya Lavar on that one. I was watching the entire moment there while you were talking about the racing. Dragged her cart all the way off by herself, brought it back onto the circuit, gave it a go, but by that time I think she was out of effort and just the energy that she needed to get it going wasn't going to happen, so a big shame. Baglin under investigation, causing a collision. That will be, unless a decision is made in the race, that'll be a trip to the stewards after this. Again, it's one of those sort of moments where he will say that, yeah, okay, it was a big move, but it was a move down the inside and I still made the corner. This, though, should be interesting. This is for your race lead. Drummond to the inside, looks for it, finds it. Peschel off the road, regains, no, slots in behind. Drummond takes the lead on lap number 3.
Controlled by Peschel there, though, with, of course, that chicane. It's actually quite challenging to not unintentionally cut over the curb, which, of course, drivers are given penalties for. So Peschel saw Drummond, backed off, controlled it, and actually managed to keep himself in a strong suit. Now will continue to chase round in this P2. But we know something about Zach Drummond, you know, coming from Scotland, doing most of his racing in his early career in the UK in conditions very similar to this, sets him up really nicely as we go into wet weather. You know, these are conditions that we know that the Scot is very, very strong in.
Yes, indeed. They're going a little wide is the Koski of Michael McGoy. Brings it back onto the track, however, under pressure from the likes of Sebastian Mins, who is just there. And there you can see as well, Devon Waltz also involved in that fight, and he's just gone backwards now down into 10th place. Still though, long trains forming out there, Nicole. Everyone trying to get their moves done. But here through the chicane, still these drivers stay line astern as the race continues. Drummond's lead now up to 1.2 seconds as once again the fighting goes on down the inside. Devon Waltz, Michael McGoy wheel to wheel at turn 1. Waltz gets through.
Well, warning flag out then for the 291. That's Antonio Coccinella, who's got into almost the top 10. Currently P11 with a 6th place gain. Has now been given that warning flag out there. So penalties out for Coccinella. Eyes and ears on this battle, though, that's still going on in the background. We've got the Wards trying and get involved with Ricky Flynn's as well. So Iskender Sulfakari and Devon Waltz, currently P8 and P9, still trying to shove their way through the field. Big trains forming, of course, in these wet conditions where drivers are sliding around on that rubber. If we know one thing about karting, or just science, I guess, rubber and water absolutely don't mix, and it makes it really difficult for these drivers, especially when they're trying to overtake on that tighter line. They end up catching the rubber, wheel spinning slightly, ending up a bit wide, and that's why you see so much side-by-side action. More side-by-side moments almost down towards turn number 16, that kink, that flat section through the final straight that leads you into this point of the circuit, that final chicane where drivers just, again, can't help sometimes but cutting over the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. And again, you can just see those very different racing lines starting to form here now. And something you have to remember as well is that I do believe the rain has stopped at this point, which means that the track might be getting into will start drying sometime soon. There is still a lot of low cloud. I don't think it's going to go dry completely by the time we can finish the end of the day.
Are you going to start talking about your wet rain, dry rain format?
No, I wasn't going into that at all, Nicole, but you have just reminded me of that, though. I can confirm the rain that we had earlier on was wet rain. Right, anyway, but no, this is when it starts to transition over, because it has stopped. And yeah, now we're going to constantly get race after race after race now with drivers on the wet tyres. It will disperse the water away. It will dry it actually quite quickly, especially because the tarmac is very coarse here. The water dissipates quite quickly. And obviously if there's a bit of wind, that can also help out. There's still umbrellas up there though, Nicole, so something tells me that it is still raining just that little bit maybe.
Of course, the benefit with such a busy race like this as well, so many drivers going around the circuit with the heat of the karts, you'll also find that the water starts to get evaporated off of the track or pushed off of the track more and more. You know, within this field alone, there's 29, well, there should be 29 karts going round, so for the next couple of groups, that will massively benefit them. More moves going on then. This time it was one of the Birrells, I think, trying to push their way ahead, as there's been no change just yet between your top three. It's still Drummond from Peschel, from Dean Hugendorn now actually into P3.
I believe it was Evan Purcell getting past Gustavo da Silva. That may have been the Birrell you were seeing there. So that was just a fresh overtake for Evan Purcell. Just getting his way through. Here's your race leader, Zach Drummond. Not said much about him at this phase of the race because, well, he's checked over the shoulder and gone, oh, okay, 4.6 seconds, 4.9 seconds is the gap. Quite an incredible drive here at this point, and we've still got a fair few laps to go.
Yeah, biggest gap we've seen so far this weekend then has outdone the gaps pushed ahead by the likes of Manny Nuvolini. He was the record breaker so far this weekend, but currently it's going to Zach Drummond, who's not just checking over the shoulder, but I would say within this race, Anthony, checking out.
Yeah, indeed. There is Peschel and Hugendorn. Fight for second and third place. Hugendorn still doing a good job here. He's on a 3-place gain right now. And he's still trying to get himself back up into that top running section. He's not currently inside the top 10 in the intermediate classification as it stands.
No, not just yet. So speaking of qualifying heats classification, Aaron Garcia, leader, 2 points ahead of Noah Baglin, so he's on 176. Is then Baglin P2, Victor Gustafsson P3, ahead of Drummond and Jindřich Peschel. So all 4 of Baglin, Gustafsson, Drummond and Peschel for now have promoted themselves points-wise, but of course we've got the other groups still left to come up, so it's probably not going to stay the case. And of course Baglin under investigation within this race as well. Drummond now continues to extend the gap. This time it's just under 6 seconds that we are seeing. And Drummond, pace-wise, actually, he's a full second quicker than Jindřich Peschel.
Yeah, that's quite something. The gap now, 6.1 seconds. Quite unbelievable pace that we are seeing here. This, though, on your screen, this is Gustafsson and Sebastian Mins. Now, Seb Mins is on a gain here of 9 places, but everyone likes a good round number of 10. So there we go, maybe one more on the cards. Here, though, Hugendorn has closed in on Peschel quite considerably now over this last couple of laps, right on the rear bumper. If there's nothing into that final chicane, which I think there might be here, I think he's lining something up to get the power down. And yes, looks to the inside. Dramatically different racing line there through turns 15 and 16 there. Nicole off the back straight, and I think he was trying to slingshot the cut to the inside, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, well, that's the second time within this race that has happened to Jindřich Peschel. Of course, these drivers then at Le Conca were the 2 at the front throughout the qualifying heats. It was Peschel that everybody was looking at, and then in the final, it was Dean Hugendorn that everybody had their eyes on. But within this race, P2 and P3 for now, as Peschel just tails off ever so slightly as Hugendorn has now found his pace. Out in the front, though, 6-second gap, now 7.3 seconds ahead of Hugendorn is Zach Drummond. You're watching the live feed there, you can't even see where Drummond is, he's that far ahead.
Oh, well, there he is. But
well, when I said it at the time, you couldn't see. Thanks, Anthony.
You're welcome. There we go. But there he is again. Right, Drummond, only a couple of laps to go. Such a good drive here. I'm just curious to see. The kart just looks so planted. I mean, yeah, he's hitting those curbs, he's pushing it through, but it doesn't look like it's slipping around at all. There he goes through. We wait. We keep waiting. There's Hugendorn. There's Peschel. And you can see how he's already opened up quite a considerable gap there. Benjamin Magnac in 4th place. So, I mean, being in a nice, calm position. They really have settled down at this point at the front. They have not settled down at the back of the grid, however. That is still kicking off and being quite the battle that we're seeing. This is 13th of Gustavo da Silva, Victor Stalmack, Antonio Cotinella, Evan Purcell, Pietro Baguti. This is all them fighting for position here. And, well, you could just see how, well, there, Evan Purcell trying to get that nose down the inside, actually managing to do so on the exit there. That is nicely done. Past Cotinella.
Well, Purcell then DNF for him yesterday, so trying to pick off some points, and despite it being the penultimate lap of the race, that's why you're still seeing him be pretty aggressive out there in the mid-pack section. Out at the front, though, still continuing to extend that gap. It was 7.5, it's now 7.9 seconds, so Drummond still pushing ahead. As Evan Purcell, they can visibly just see getting the braking right on the kart, really pushing around strongly in that Kart Republic, which is a new chassis to him for 2026. As previously in the OTK camper last year, I believe he was with Ricky Flynn at one stage, now in the Kart Republic tent, and is now sat there on the road a little bit further down than he typically probably would have expected, currently P15. Final lap for Zach Drummond, who's 8.1 seconds clear of Dean Hugendorn and Jindřich Peschel has been unbothered, has been settled, and is headed into every single one of the 19 turns, just ticking them off completely in his own air. Has not been tested throughout this race in conditions that I'm sure he is incredibly happy with. Knows what he's doing, enjoys these conditions. Of course, a strong driver that can shift his weight around the kart, develop that lower centre of gravity to really try and generate some grip, which is what you're seeing from him on the tyre. Out of the final corner then, clips the curb, clatters the curb and goes slightly sideways on the rear to see the checkered flag take a race win, a spectacular race win. The biggest race win we've seen so far this weekend by 8.9 seconds.
Not bad, that.
It's all right.
It's all right, yeah. That's probably what he was saying inside that helmet. Yeah, great drive there for Drummond. No drama whatsoever, and I'm sure he's hoping, well, if I can do that again today, that will be quite nice. So we'll have to wait and see. He'll make his way back to Parc Fermé. They are still racing in the background, I will stress that. Also, we're still waiting to see Nefeli Cosmopoulos Peschel to cross the line. We did see very briefly the energy course of Zemo Yang crossing the road. Did you actually just try and catch that fly in your hand, Nicole?
Yeah, and then I realised if I did it, I was probably going to punch my laptop by accident.
Yeah, there we go. Right then, they make their way back into Parc Fermé. Points on the board. Baglin moves up to second in the points, now joint with Garcia on 176 apiece. Gustafsson third in the points. Drummond with that win goes up to fourth in the points.
Yeah, Drummond will be happy with that one. I think he fell slightly short yesterday in first qualifying heat, but now rounds it out with a great race result. Top 5 then is rounded out by Sebastian Mins, up by 11 places then for the driver for Fusion. So Fusion 2 top 5 results. Victor Gustafsson, Devon Waltz, Michael Magoya, Skender Sulfakari and Valerio Villapiana round out your top 10. And then sub that we have Angelina Simmons, P11, ahead of Gustavo da Silva, Victor Stalmack, Evan Purcell and Antonio Coccinella as your top 15. I'm trying to read the results. Anthony's trying to get rid of a fly. After P15, we've got Mariano Lopez, Pietro Baguti, Gilles Herman, Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, and Casper Reipold, as well as Yuri Lavar, Zarif Raquel, Yves Riz, Michael Gurecki, and Nefeli Cosmopoulos as your 25 finishers. Of course, DNFs went out within that race, including Jindřich Peschel, Zemo Yang, Anya Lavar, and Aston Sharp, who was missing.
Indeed. Well, here is your highlights, and you can see there Peschel able to cut across, but then left that door open to Magnac, who went down the inside, nearly collided with the two of them. And I thought, actually, from that point on, I thought Peschel was just going to be able to drive away from the end of that race, just pushed forward. Wasn't meant to be, though. Later caught up from the field. Drummond as well was in a 3 wide moment at the very start of that race, as you can see how, unfortunately, Anya Lavar spinning out of the race. And I think the energy course there of Zemo Yang later retiring from that race also. Baglin, this move down the inside, put him under investigation for potentially causing a collision. You can see there trying to get that kart up into 4th place. May have been deemed just a little bit too much for him, but we'll have to wait and see what transpires with that with the official results. Later again, you can see this moment back at turn 1. Magnac may have been a little upset about that one, sends it straight back down the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, drivers then not wasting any time within these races, especially not a driver like Magnac, who had a DNF in his previous race. This is when we saw the race lead change between the top 2. It was Zach Drummond that at that final corner got past the Tony kart of Jindřich Peschel, who of course within that race on the last lap actually suffered a DNF and did not finish. Drummond then lap after lap continued to push himself ahead, and it was 8.9 seconds that he managed that race lead from. Down at turn number 1, still a hot spot in wet and in dry conditions, as big senders within that race included Sebastian Mins with 11 places gained, Valerio Villapiana with 11, but it wasn't enough to outdo the driver Victor Stalmack, who went up by 14 Still though, turn number 5, 6 and 7 was also a spot where drivers got past, and this was a nice little send down the inside for one of the Birrells on the AKR.
Yes, indeed. This was the Hugendorn dive down the inside as well. That was up into second place through past the likes of Peschel, who on my timing screen here, Nicole, didn't finish anywhere inside that top order. Actually finished as a DNF down in 26th place. So, yes, thank you for mentioning that earlier on. So, quite the surprise. Not the surprise, though, for Zach Drummond. Good result for him. Straight to the front. So, nice result for him. Update from the commentary box.
Is it a fly update?
I got the fly.
Thank you.
Are you happy?
No, actually, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. That's actually, I think, the first time you've ever said thank you to me, Nicole. OK, Junior, qualifying heat A versus C is coming up next. The juniors now out on track. I sacrificed my notebook for that fly. Priam Bruno, Martin Bertolacini, front row of the grid. Clear visors fixed, wet tyres still very much on. And no switch of sides. We've seen everyone so far on that front row switch sides to the outside row. We're not seeing that this time.
No, which I think will be an interesting one, of course. First time we're seeing that in the more slippy conditions where a driver hasn't elected to do that. So very interested indeed to see how this one unfolds. Priam Bruno then and Martin Bertolacini firing us into life as we get racing.
Yes, indeed. Right then, let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup then. As mentioned, Priam Bruno and Martin Bertolacini on that front row of the grid. They have not switched sides, so they are still as follows. Malik Zaric and Jeff Verbeek, they will be going from row number 2 again. Jeff Verbeek and Malik Zaric been good racing. Zaric, though, having that race win. Elton Hedfords and Harry Williams, they'll be going from row number 3. Antonio Pizzonia with Maxim Bobajov. They lock out the top 8 on row 4. Jarla Seyer and Felipe Sanchez go from row number 5. Oliver Spencer and Antonio Ianni going from row number 6. Alex Malota and Stan Rajaski with Mohamed Elbazaki and Remy Samchek on row number 8.
Row number 9, it's Zach Zhu alongside Xavi Lazaro. And from row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Oiva Venturata and Nicholas Guth. Row number 11 then, Julian Cheledze will be starting alongside Aston Martin's Ava Lawrence. And from 12, Matt Vidagnov will be looking to match his second qualifying heat of the weekend where he really pushed through the field. He'll be starting alongside Dia Islami. Surely behind those two, row number 12, it's, row number 13 is Lorenzo Zucchetto and Lenny Mäkinen. And from 14, Rocco Simone will start with Ludwig Granqvist. 15th row, your top 30 is rounded out by Julia Angelard and Kim Min Jae. 16 rows in total, and it's Jonas Pundis and Jan Garzelik to be the final 2. Jan Garzelik, another one of the drivers who has had some difficult results, a DNF in his previous heats earlier on today. Priam Bruno then at the front of this one, fastest driver overall in time qualifying. Good results time after time so far, and is now looking at Martin Bertolacini. So these two now racing each other, and these two are two of the most successful so far this weekend, both taking some heat wins. I'm really interested to see how this one goes into the first corner, especially because we've not had that switcheroo at the front end of the order that we've typically seen.
No, and again, this makes more sense to me of not switching sides. You're off the racing line. It's where the grip is effectively for these drivers. The drivers who have switched sides have gone on to the slippery, rubbery part of the track when they go to the outside line. Yes, it works when the inside line is wet and the outside line is dry, but when the track is wet and you're all on these tyres, I don't know, it just feels more logical sense to be on that inside line. So this will be quite interesting. Right then, nice and steady then is the pace as they slow it down into the final couple of corners. But everyone lined up, ready to go for this one. All carts are out on track. Just to give an update, Ascari Rally does lead the intermediate classifications, 191, but we will not see him out until the end of the day. in Groups B versus C. Here we go then into the tram lines. Are we racing? Priam Bruno, Martin Bertolacini on the front row. It is lights out and fights on towards turn number 1. And it's a good start for the inside line. Bruno holds on to it. Does he understeer wide? The answer slightly is yes, but he doesn't lose out in position. Bertolacini holds on to it. Zalic tried to get down the inside. He did get up into second place, but he's now down into 4th after a big hit of that curb. There has been some drama, though. Kart stuck into the barriers. Nicholas Guth is 1. Leon Chilidze is another. Lenny Mäkinen and Ludwig Granqvist, 2 of the MPs, have also been caught out.
Well, all drivers trying to get the carts pushed back into life as somebody's also lost it. One of the victory lanes, that's the number 45 through sector number 2 that's trying to fire the cart back into action. Zach Zhu then trying to get things going, but now decides to abandon the carts and will go no further. The first retirement within this race. Priam Bruno then, pretty similar stuff from his previous race. A bit of a deja vu for him for the time being. Completely bolted off at the race start, unchallenged now out in the front and hasn't got anybody for the moment to think about. Early promoters up the road then, of course, behind Priam Bruno. No change with Martin Bertolacini. He's still sat in P2 where he started from. Elton Headfirst doing a good job as we've got another bit of drama out there, this time for one of the energy courses, this time the 96. Garzelik, of course, still, because he's at that final chicane, does count as his first lap, but he's out of this one, can't get the kart fired back into life, and will make it a second consecutive DNF.
Yeah, that is such a shame there, but racing must go on. More moves down the inside as we cut back to potentially the reason why we saw that spin. Oh, it's just spat out the line there through the chicane. That's very unfortunate and quite a strange place to end up there as it was going into that to that area. But there you go. Unfortunately, that has happened. Moves here. Down the inside, Samchek, Spencer, Mohamed El Bazaki, all fighting for position. Maxim Bobrikov just in that area now. Is just trying to push his way forward. There you can see the other drivers in the background trying to get involved. You're seeing the likes of the VDKs of Mohamed El Bazaki, as mentioned, trying to get that nose down the inside. There, the Hagman Racing machine also looking very strong. Alex Malota there getting through past Jeff Beck, and that's now at a 6th place gain and up to 7th place. Biggest mover so far, Nicole, Remy Samchek, Forza Racing, P5, 11 places gained.
Yeah, Samchek good in conditions like the off the road on the exit of turn number 1, but straight back up onto the racing line. That was 2 of the drivers. Didn't actually catch the numbers or the stickers of who that was exactly, but some big moments there on the first sector. Like we said, though, back onto the track, and both drivers actually looking quite unbothered by what just went on. That could have ended in disaster.
It certainly could have. Very lucky to where they rejoined. There was no karts already there. It might have been deemed as an unsafe re-entry onto the circuit, but thankfully no one there. Both of them getting away with it. Still round the outside there. Alex Malota battling away with Samchek. Still these two now starting to square things away. And Samchek now broken free from that fight and has pushed forward. So rest of the racing now unfolding as we go off lap number 3 into lap number 4 now of this race, and loving that shot there, the speed that they go through, distorting the view of the driver. That's how fast they're going despite the conditions, but still fabulous stuff. There you can see a driver doing a good job. Jarlis Sayer, he's tucked in behind Elton Headfords right now, 3rd and 4th place on track. Still very close as off the road is Jeff Beck. That is disaster striking for the Forza Racing driver from Belgium. Out the road, and or off the road I should say, and out of the race. Xavier Lazaro and Ludwig Granqvist also have just tumbled down at that same time as well. It's another accident that's happened at a different part of the track. So very dramatic then at the start of lap number 4.
Well, drivers, then this is crunch time for them, and that's why you're seeing incidents like this in the background. We've got side-by-side overtakes going on. Ava Lawrence still trying to push her head through the crowd. Retirements then, Jan Garzelik, Nicholas Guth, we've got Jacques Zhu and Lenny Mäkinen, of course, as well as more names look to now tumble down the order. Xavier Lazaro potentially being one of those as well. Out in the front though, Anthony, actually, really impressed with a certain Elton Headfirst there in P3. Of course, the younger brother of Leon Headfirst, who would have previously raced in this championship. Now, of course, in the world of Formula, has gone on to Formula Ford, but Elton, for him so far, a P3. This is the highest up we've actually seen him so far, not just this weekend, but this year.
Yeah, indeed. A very strong performance.
Oh, there
but
we
it's
go.
finding himself again another
Now
little
P2.
position. Up into P2, through past Bertolacini, and up into that second place. Now he's got a 1.4, 1.5 second gap now to Priam Bruno. He's got the time to do it. Has he got the pace, though? That is the question. It certainly looks like it over the line, but yeah, lapping just that little bit different. Tell you who's the fastest driver, though. Remy Samchek, as we mentioned earlier on, a 12th place gain. He's all on his own now. You can see him there in P4 on that Forza Racing machine. He is closing in also on Bertolacini through the chicane.
Well, you said that Bruno and Headfirst were lapping different, but previous lap we did have that Headfirst was faster. Now Priam Bruno has responded slightly and gained himself an extra 10th. But actually, it could be on between the driver for Paralin and the driver for Victory Lane. In the background, still these battles going on. Remy Samchek, not just the fastest driver on the track, but 12 places gained to currently sit in P4 and probably hoping that Bertolacini trips over himself somewhere on the track. There you can see Bertolacini just shortly behind Elton Headfirst, and actually now Remy Samchek starting to get quite eager there in that 4th position.
Mentioned that
Okay.
about 30 seconds ago.
Oh, just reiterating.
Reiterating. I'm sorry to
You
come.
do it to me, I do it to you.
Do it to each other every week. Right, anyway, this is still going very strong. I'm loving this fight here. This is a little further down. Now, that's Dinia Islami, the driver from Kosovo for the Daniel Rossi Racing team, currently in 20th place, but still on the charge through the field. A 4th-place gain is battling with Ava Lawrence and Julia Angelard. That's 19th, 20th, and 21st place. So they're having a really good fight down there. This fight, though, still I'm loving. Seya, Malota, Bobrajov. This fight here for 5th, 6th, and 7th starting to unravel itself now because Bobrajov really closing in on the back of these two. But Malota continues to just find that little bit of pace here and there to keep the pressure on Jarlath Seya. I think he's actually going to go for it here. Looks to the inside, now goes wheel to wheel. Seya goes defensive, gets the up and under. And that might be it for Malota. The Hagman Racing driver gets through and up into 5th place.
Martin Bertolacini now still watching on at the pace wall off the road almost for Bobrashov there between him and Jarlath Seya. Gets back on, but now has to deal with the driver behind in the Fusion, as we've also got Alex Malota now getting past Jarlath Seya. Jarlath Seya says, no, I'll have it back side by side, almost wheel banging down that back straight in towards the kink of turn number 15, and Jarlath Seya has to concede the position and actually give it back to Alex Malota. Good racing there between Malota, Seya, Bobrachov still in this fight, but it is, of course, Oliver Spencer, the Fusion driver that's now down the inside of the energy course at turn number 1 and finds his way past us. Maxim Bobrachov, 2 for the price of 1 at that first corner, gets past not just Seya, but Spencer as well.
Thank you very much, says Maxim Bobrachov, sends it right through the inside and gets that 2 for 1. Is he going to hold on to it? That is the question. Well, yes is the answer to that, as they're continuing to fight in the background is Seya and Spencer. Zadic getting involved now, the driver who started on the second row of the grid, who has taken a race win so far this weekend, now pushes his way through and also gets past both of them. So nicely done there near the end of this race. But again, all the meanwhile, they're fighting away. They are losing time on the rest of the field. Zadic tried again to go down the inside. Here comes Seya once again. Spencer left unawares. This fight, though, Headfords and Samchek. Remy Samchek, we said he was closing in. He has closed in. Oh, go very defensive there. Goes out and Headfords nearly squeezes Samchek off the road as they go on to the final lap. And I don't think Samchek will be too happy with that one after closing in after such a long way of this race. And again, I suspect this fight might not be over just yet. Priam Bruno is clear up the road. He is 2 seconds clear, is the race leader. This is the fight for second place. Elton Hedfords on the Paralympic Motorsport machine, the Forza Racing driver of Remy Samchek, closing in behind in the number 40 machine. Is he going to find his way through in this last lap? He tried down the start-finish straight earlier on. He wasn't able to do so. He's taken the wider line here. Is he going to try and get on the parallel? It's not worked out for him. That line did not work out. I think there's a drier line starting to form. The track is still wet, don't get me wrong, but there is a drier line starting to form out onto the circuit. Can he see a move down the inside? The answer's no, but he runs wide, does Hedfords, and now Samchek might find his way through in the background. No, he can't. Hedfords takes second behind Priyan Bruno, who takes the win. Samchek takes third. Bertolacini takes P4 from Bobrajov. Malota, Sayer and Spencer, that battle was still unfolding, but they finish in that order. Pitsonia and Ratashki round out the top 10. A 4-place gain there for the Frenchman for Kart Republic Motorsport. There, though, your race winner. Victory Lane sees the pole sitter from qualifying once more take a race win, and with that will lead the intermediate classification with 194 points ahead of Ascari Rolli's 191. We will see those drivers out later on today, where they will fight to the very end, and that will see the likes of Ascari Rolli out in groups D versus E. That will be a bit later on, but a great move for them. Samchek, though, biggest mover, as we mentioned it, 13 places gained, finishes that one in P3. So the field then will make their way back to Parc Ferme, and they'll get checked over, and we'll be hearing from some of our drivers with Nicole Sutherland down there bracing the conditions. Thankfully not me. There is your full results on your screen. Top 10 we've gone over. Marek Zaric, not the result he may have wanted in that one after race wins earlier on. This weekend, finds himself down in 11th place out of Mohamed El Bazaki. Then it is Antonio Ianni from Matvei Durganov, who gains 9 to finish in P14 ahead of Felipe Sanchez. Leon Chilidze finishes in P16 ahead of Ava Lawrence. Oiva Venturata from Harry Williams. Unfortunately not the result the young McLaren driver would have expected. 19th place after dropping 13. Julia Anglard finishing ahead of Jonas Pundis. Dimia Izumi from Rocco Simone. Lorenzo Zacchetto and Kim Min-jae rounds out the 25 finishers. The retirement, Jeff Beck, Zaria Lazaro, Ludwig Granqvist, Zach Zhu, Nicholas Guth, Lenny Mäkinen, and Jan Kozielik. Unfortunately, all not seeing that checkered flag, and this is how it unfolded for many of them. You can see side pods falling and carts off the road. On that opening lap, we lost 4 drivers at the very start. Jan Kozielik, Lenny Mäkinen, Nicholas Guth, and Zach Zhu. Unfortunately, all of them not seeing the end of the race. A big shame for them. Racing would continue. Then we lost the energy course, and at the end of that race, that was Jan Kozielik at the very start of it. Unfortunately, going no further. Then the fighting started to ensue. The Forza Racing drivers here having quite the battle. Remy Samchek fighting his way through the field to finish third after gaining 13 places. You had Marek Zaric, who dropped to 11th place, not the result he would have wanted as well. Tough run there for the part of the number 43 machine. And then you had other drivers, Leon Chilidze, who did also have a good race there, a 5-place gain, pushing his way forward for the Forza team. Victory Lane, of course, getting the best results on that one. They came away with a P1. With, I believe, there are only 2 drivers in that race for, 3 drivers in that race for Victory Lane. And fortunately, 2 of them finishing that race, 1 of them retiring. Other retirements from that race we saw, of course, Ludwig Granqvist, Zaria Lazaro, and Jeff Beck. They were all retirements as well. Zach Zhu also one of the Victory Lane outfits that also did retire. Other moments as well, we still saw the strong fighting for the drivers up at the sharp end, but also in the mid-pack as well. Antonio Ianni getting involved after his strong performance out in La Conca in the first opening round, finding himself falling down the order here in Valencia. Certainly not what he would want to expect. Hagman Racing, good run there for Alex Malota. A 7-place gain in that race would find him up there through the field. Despite that, did have quite the fight on his hands to get to there, as we saw this last moment here for Elton Hedfords, amazingly managing to hold on to that second place from Remy Samchek, and you could see there visibly Samchek not happy smacking the steering wheel with that third place. But Priam Bruno unbothered by all of that as he came away with another race win. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, you just said it then, Anthony. Priam Bruno unbothered about what was going on behind him because another clear win. Priam, great racing for you today so far, but these conditions, the track conditions, slippy, drivers sliding around. Can you tell us what it's like out there on track?
Yeah, the track is very, very slide. I like this condition. It's my favorite condition. After for tomorrow, I have the same condition. I'm so happy.
And Priam, so far within these wet heats, we've actually seen drivers on the pole switch sides. You're not a driver that's decided to do that going into the first corner. Can you talk us through how that one played out, because you were instantly at the front?
For me, I don't have the big difference in outside or inside. For me, it's same. After, no. For me, it's same. I don't have the difference.
Well, Priam, one more race for you to go today. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in that heat later on. And we'll go back up into our commentary box for the next qualifying heat.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme with our race winner for that one. Priam Bruno, not only race winner, but now points leader as well. Right, back over to the senior category. Qualifying heat now A versus C. That'll be heading out onto the track next. This will be the fourth race of that second half of the day, and engines very quickly firing up as the field makes their way out onto the circuit. Well, as we wait for them to do that, update from the front of the grid. Davide Battaro, we are back to swapping sides of the grid. He has done that, but I can report all drivers still on the wet tyres. Understandably, the track still very wet out there, but like we were mentioning, a dry line forming. Here's your full grid, though, for this race. Davide Battaro, at this moment, is one of the 2 points leaders because they both start on the front row of the grid. Neither one of these drivers has lost a race yet. Davide Battaro and William Kalisha on that front row of the grid. Nicolo Kaman and Henry Domain on row 2. Luke Tal and Emil Hernandez go from row 3. Asher Osteen and Luke Kornder, they go from row 4. There we'll see Ludovico Mazzola and Vladimir Ivanikov on row 5. Ili Christian and Lev Krutalov go from row number 6. We'll see Marco Gast and Bruno Blanco on row 7. Manuel Maguez and Louis Nunez go from row number 8. Jean-Martin Rousseau and Andrea Mani go from row 9. They'll see the likes of Clara Kowalczyk and Oscar Gallin on row 10. They lock out the top 20. Egon Pedrotti and Max Lacroix go from row number 11. Nikita Bott and Rafael Boulard on row 12 from Thomas Chikalaski and Nicholas Stanley on row 13. Nathan Kapin, Daniel Macia, Ili Bereskin and Sret Simonov round out the 30-car field on the track. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Nicole, tell me, is it raining out there?
Not really. There's rain in the air. It's damp, but there's not actually rain, coming down on the track anymore.
So what would you say the rain type is?
Dry rain.
Thank you. It makes sense, doesn't it? The more you say it, the more it makes sense. Right, but you can still see there a lot of low-lying cloud just still rolling over the hills there, just off the circuit. So it is a tricky one to try and call if it is going to rain again or not. So we'll have to wait and see, because we didn't actually realise it started raining earlier on in the day. So it was so subtle. Well, okay, you did then, Nicole. I didn't. There we go. I'll give you that one.
Thanks.
You're welcome. See, I am nice. Right, front of the field lined up, ready to go. Grid there also. There is Zach Drummond, and I think with family and mum there as well. I remember interviewing Zach's mum at Wilton Mill when he won the Honda Cadet British Championship. She was crying. Zach spun over the line as well when he won that, but I mentioned that, I think, every weekend I see him race. Right, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Towards turn 1. Is that outside line going to work for Davide Battaro? The answer, very much no. He's gone down into third, maybe even fourth place here, as through down the inside goes Henry Domain. Is it Domain that leads the way? Well, there's Marshall's running, which means there's probably a kart off. There is a kart off. It is a Tony kart, the 218 of Illy Christian. Unfortunately, Canada, their entry out of this race.
Well, good race start then, of course, for the MPs pushing round very sharply in the front. Davide Bataro challenged already within this one for one of the first times this weekend, as the 218 does tumble down the order and will go no further. Tough stuff for these drivers, of course. Crunch time within these qualifying heats, and crunch time for names who have had DNFs already so far within this weekend. Out there in the front, though, of course, we've got the MP of Henry Domain pushing his way through the field at the front. Really good race start, and his teammate, the other MP in the sharp end of the order of Luke Tell, also trying to replicate that, as Domain was leading the way, but now is taken away by the Paralympians. All over the road these drivers are going, as now back down the inside almost Davide Bataro is going to attempt it, does just that. Turn number one, slides around ever so slightly, opens up the door for drivers behind, but gets himself back into P2.
Indeed, and that was Vladimir Vanikov taking to the runoff area there. And speaking of runoff area, Davide Bataro off the road, rejoins. But he's missed the timing loop now because of that, and it's tumbled down the timing screen, but he is still in the race. Now, will they call him out for that one? Because effectively, he did miss part of the circuit, getting squeezed out wide. There was one of the CRGs, possibly Asher Osteen there, trying to get his nose back. It was Zap Bataro on two wheels there. Through the corner.
That's a problem.
And yes, that is a problem. That's the 287 machine of Asher Osteen. That's unfortunately not started, but has tried to do that after the first lap. So that's a very big problem. Right, I want to just see, like, I swear I saw Davide Bataro on two wheels there through one of the corners. It may have just been he turned so vigorously that it went up on three wheels. So one of the rear wheels just cocking up there, but not... knowing that one is all off the road and wide. That's a very risky moment there. Not what you want to see. Andrea Mani just getting it back on the road.
Mani then is making up positions within this race, but actually we've... Oh, 360 spin there twice in a row.
720 spin. 720 spin there for the DPK Racing driver, who now falls down the order. That is Emil Hernandez. Well, fair play to him, but he might be just a fraction dizzy after that one.
Yeah, just ever so slightly, being spun round, more than once. There was a spin and then another half for Hernandez. Will go no further. Will add to the two retirements that we've had of Asher Osteen and Illy Christian. Out there in the front, though, hunting down for another heat win. We've got William Kalesia, 2.2 seconds clear, as now we've got a change between Davide Bataro and Lev Krutulov on the timing. Krutulov absolutely forced his way through the field so far. 10 places gained on the board there. The young Ukrainian driver, really good stuff for him so far. Of course, was P3 in the final out at Lekonka, so he's got some confidence there and is now actually chewing into that 2 seconds that Kalesia had given himself on the screens. There was 2 seconds just a moment ago, has reduced it by half a second with some good pace as well. Is around about half a second faster over the lap, so that's one full spin, and then directly into the racing line as well. Can we just highlight all of those drivers that have just had to weave around directly on that racing line to not hit him? That's really difficult.
Like water around a rock in a stream. But they all managed to get it done, and I'm going to give him the credit of a full 720 on that one, even though it kind of wasn't, but I'll let him have that. Right, but still, race goes on. You were talking about that gap coming down. It's gone up again a little bit just now to 1.6, so did take a big chunk out of it, maybe a slight wiggle from Kalesia on that lap, giving that gap such a huge advantage.
Krutulov is one of the drivers in conditions like this. I think it really suits his driving style. He's quite an aggressive driver, and talking of aggression, there's a bit of that going on out of turn number 14 for some of these drivers. But Krutulov, quite aggressive, sits quite big in the kart, so can really force his weight around that chassis. He's had success previously at the FIA Karting World Championships at PFI in really wet conditions. Last year, time and time again, was strong in the wet, was strong at Lekonka in the wet just a couple of weeks ago as well in the first event of the Champions of the Future. and is now replicating that once more and now taking that race lead.
Ooh.
Or to Potaro there being overtaken. That is still him and Ivanikov going for it. Potaro snatches it back away from the fastest driver on the track. Down the inside, they'll go wheel to wheel again. Ivanikov trying to give it a go. Potaro, though, says, no, I'll have that one back. So this one's absolutely undecided. But Krutulov now has made that race lead under a minute.
Yeah, indeed, that's nearly...
A minute, a second.
A second, there you go. Nearly 3-4 overtakes there between these two drivers in only a couple of corners. Great little fight that they are having right now as Potaro again drops a wheel off the track onto the grass there. He's pushing hard here. But just seemingly not finding the traction right now in these conditions.
You know, what's quite interesting, Davide Potaro in qualifying group was 3.5 tenths faster than anybody. He was almost 2 tenths faster than Nicholas Schaufler, who was P2 overall, as now he looks to be overtaken once more by the Birol of Ivanikov, and Ivanikov pulls it off, but I wouldn't say for very much longer because I'd say Potaro will try and give it a go as well. But it's just looking to me, Anthony, like those pace set in the dry conditions where Potaro looked really comfortable is not quite being replicated in the wet. It doesn't look as strong in this wet track conditions.
No, indeed, and that could be very interesting. Nicole, I think the rain's rolling back in a little bit here. I can see the clouds looming over the circuit once again. They're coming off the hill. I'm seeing a lot of umbrellas going up again around, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any more dry running for today at this rate, which means wet tyres for the remainder of it. But still, for the rest of the field here, I know a few drivers will be looking after that one. Right, Vladimir Ivanikov, we were just talking about him there with his moves, currently under investigation now at this point, as there's quite an extensive battle heading through the field here. This is a little further down in that field, I think, for around about 9th place downwards. Bruno Blanco, Daniel Macier, Henry Domain, Nikita Bott, Marco Gast, Oscar Gallin, Jamatel Rousseau, all in that fight right now. There you can see Gast on the inside line. Yeah, the fact that that camera lens there has got a lot more water on it, I think, is indicating my theory of that rain coming through. I believe that's going to be a technical flag there for Nikita Bott. The 312, that rear bumper has completely detached on one side, and yeah, that is unfortunately a race over.
Yeah, race over for Bott, who's had some good moments, but also had some moments where he's fallen to the back of the field. And in this case, it will be another DNF for him then. Gives positions, though, to drivers behind who are also on good charges, like Oscar Gallin. But Gallin's not the biggest charger, because that, of course, goes to Daniel Macier, who was just 18 places up, now makes it 19, a driver that's, you know, dabbled into a bit of endurance racing, car racing, and back into karting now finds himself inside of the top 10 as you pulled a face there, Anthony, as it was all getting a bit aggressive in the background.
I just seen drivers going left, then going right, and pushing their way through. Fair play there to Nikita Bott, adhering to the technical flag with only a few laps to go. Brings it in, and unfortunately race over there for himself. Yeah, no, drivers just really pushing hard at this point, but yeah, look at that, like the mist that's coming off the hills now. These track conditions worsening once more here in Valencia, certainly keeping the drivers on their toes. And I'm just keeping an eye on the incredible battles that we've got in and around the mid to back of the pack here. Still some fantastic fighting going on. Bruno Blanco in that fight is fighting with Daniel Macier. And I'll stress that all these drivers have gained positions. Andrea Mani, 10. Daniel Macier, 19 places gained. These are drivers from the back of the grid who are really liking these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely are. And Daniel Macier as well, one of the taller drivers in the field as well. So maybe that's benefiting him going into the race. This is still the race going on for Henry Domain. Domain actually at the start of this one was right up in the sharp end of the field, but now finds himself in some hot water. He's got Bruno Blanco, Juan Mateo Russo now looking at him, and looks to now be overtaken going down towards that first corner. Opts for the wider line to try and keep that minimum speed nice and high, but loses out on a position this time to Marco Gast. Decides to change his mind and decides to snatch it back away at that third corner, and now holds on to it and holds on to the front spot of this squabble.
Indeed, Bruno Blanco trying to get his nose down the inside, tried it, and then the Birol Cyril got its way through. Jean-Martel Rousseau all fighting there. Again, just squeezing for those overtakes left, right, and centre. Now you can see Max Lacroix, Oscar Gallin there as well. Oscar Gallin, also a very tall driver, can utilise that centre of gravity for him being so tall to move his body weight from left to right to really benefit and get that power down. He's trying again to push his way through, but seemingly at that time losing out there to, I think, the drivers behind. Still, this fight goes on. Domain trying to do anything he can here. Gallin making it very interesting. Down the inside, beautifully done there for Max Lacroix. Back down the inside.
Wow, it was quite aggressive there on Henry Domain, who's now just finding himself all out of sorts. Tries to get a bit aggressive and send one back down the inside at turn number 1, but looks to be overtaken again. I'm not sure what's sort of going on with Henry Domain within this race. It's definitely not what we would have typically expected him to see. You know, normally he's quite a calm and controlled driver, but in this one he's just not having the race he would have wanted. This is still the battle going on ahead of Henry Domain then. We've got Andrea Mani looking directly at Luke Tal. So these two just going for it to sort themselves out for P7. As is that Henry Domain
I think it is.
Now tumbling down after to wait, but driver off the road and out.
Yeah, that is a shame there, and we were expecting some form of fireworks from that racing we were seeing. Certainly not something you would expect there. Vladimir Ivanikov trying to push forward, is under investigation. Nowhere near the front runners at this moment. There is William Kalija, your race leader. Well, we saw the switch of sides here for Davide Bataro at the very start of it in the hopes that it would work out for him. Unfortunately, that didn't. Kalija then with the inside line was able to just carry the speed into the corner at the very start, and really from that moment onwards really gifted that race lead and has just driven away beautifully from the rest of the field. Still though just behind, the drivers trying to close in for Lev Krutilov, still doing a brilliant job for Vladimir Ivanikov as well, despite that investigation, still doing a superb job in third place. Rest of the field as well, all trying to follow the way through. Davide Bataro has managed to recover back to fourth, but it's not going to be enough for him. Out of the final corner, William Kalija continues his winning streak, beats Davide Bataro, and now controls the intermediate classification for the racing here. Kalija now, that is 4 wins out of 4 races, and Kalija here in Valencia looking unstoppable with 1 more race to go for both groups A and C later on today. A great run there for the Australian, and seemingly unmatched then from the rest. Davide Bataro with that result of P4, still though second in the points, 188. He's still in a very strong position to start those superheats on pole position. Maybe not superheat 1, but maybe possibly superheat 2. Here's your full results then. Kalija from Krutilov, Ivanikov from Bataro, Mazzola from Korda, Mani from Tal, Macia from Gast, Rousseau from Lacroix, Blanco from Gallin, Chikarashki from Nunez, Kowalczyk and Boulard, who round out the top 18. Maguez from Berezkin, Command from Simonov, Pedrotti, Kapin, Domain, it was Domain we saw walking away, retirement, Bott, Stanley, Hernandez and Osteen. Chrisen also retiring from that race. A big shame for those drivers, but congratulations for Kalija. Parallel Motorsport once again looking strong at the start of the 2026 campaign. And William Kalija here, who you have to remember, the pilot of the 271, had a very strong start to many of his races, but didn't score a single point in La Conca. He's now looking to take maximum points so far in this one. early retirements in the race. Illy Christian spat out of the field right at the beginning. Did have an attempt to get it restarted within his right to do on the opening lap, but unfortunately not enough to get it restarted. More overtakes happening. This was the moment collision down the inside. Beautifully done for Domain to go from the race lead to retiring. A lot of frustration must have come in there, and hopefully he can find his rhythm again for his last race later on today. The same can be said for Davide Bottaro here. I feel like really lost his rhythm in this one. Unfortunately, 3 wins earlier on, put himself right in the thick end of the fighting in that early phase, and unfortunately found himself in a spot of bother. Emil Hernandez, the 720 for the DPK driver from Mexico. Amazing job from the rest of the field to avoid that incident as well. Being able to push their way forward. We saw briefly just before that as well, Andrea Mani also going a little bit wide out of the chicane. Speaking of that chicane, it may have been the reason why we were seeing investigation flags out for Vladimir Vanikov, missing that chicane later, going on to finish in 3rd place, but as mentioned, under investigation. Retirements coming in, more for Nikita Bott, the Forza Racing driver, the rear bumper falling off, and unfortunately grinding his race to a halt after the technical flag coming out. Rest of the moments out there as well. Koski Motorsports' Marco Gast from Denmark. 3 places gained, battling with the likes of Daniel Macy, who had gained 19 places. Found himself right in the thick of it with the battle with Henry Domain. It was this fight here that we saw the retirement from Domain, and the big lunges as well that we were seeing from the likes of Max Lacroix as well, to get that nose down the inside. Manny continuing his fight through the field with Luke Tal after a short exchange of me overtaking, you overtaking. Let's find out who's better. It would be the likes of Andrea Manni, who would just find the whole shot where he needed it, and he would put his way through and into 7th place with an 11th place gain. Across the line, Kalesia continues his winning streak. 4 wins out of 4, maximum 200 points with 1 more race to go for Groups A versus C. And I think this does actually bring us into the final rotation of qualifying heats as well. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé, and once again, over to Nicole Sutherland.
Like you said then, Anthony, back down in a very, very busy Parc Fermé, since every driver has had 2 karts going into this one. William, busy stuff for you, but great stuff so far. A pole in qualifying group, a run of qualifying heat wins as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a great weekend so far. We're now 1st overall in the intermediate, so very positive. And yeah, the pace has been very strong throughout the weekend. We've had basically no pace issues throughout every heat. Just the carts stuck well with the track, especially in wet conditions. With the conditions changing, we thought things would mix up a little bit, but it went in our favour, so all good.
And of course, with the conditions changing, you've got to develop slightly the way that you're driving around the circuit. For you, William, specifically on the Paralin, what do you actually have to adjust corner by corner when it comes to braking, handling, rotating the kart?
Yeah, well, of course, the kart handle is different in different conditions. So in the wet, the Paralin kart, like I said before, it's very flexible. So the way it manoeuvres in the wet as well is works very well with my driving style. So you have to adapt, obviously, quite a little bit with the way you brake and steer. But it was no hassle. It was all good.
And William, around this circuit as well, dry conditions, we don't see much curbs going on, but in the wet, a lot of that going on for you. It looked like we've got to cut this one short because track is live again. Anthony, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, the roar of the juniors heads back out onto the circuit. This time for groups D and E. This will be the last time that we see these drivers out on track. Their last chance to put points on the board. And it starts with Alessandro Truchot and Oscari Rolli on this front row of the grid. Now, Oscari Rolli has got 191 points. He's sitting there in 2nd in the points right now. Truchot on pole position is sitting 4th in the points with 170. It's their last chance to get points on the board, and they start it on the front row of the grid. Lucas Palacio and Guillermo Bazzato, they go from row number 2. They'll see Albert Tam and Juan Garciase on row number 3. Troy Ferguson and Sevolodo Sanchez-Savlovsky go from row number 4. They'll see Giacomo Justo and Austin Newstead on row 5. Navarro Morales and Leo Gorski on row 6. They will see Miguel Manzano and Savile Kage on row number 7. Row 8, Max Feld and Henrik Constant Kumpin. They will see the likes of Brandon Wagner and Atika Mir on row number 9. Row 10 in the top 20, Sarey Dudkowski and Liam Nashuati, with row 11 being Giorgio Giardello and Mark Pilapenko. Row 12, Billy Van Staveren and Daniel Ferreira. They go from from the 12th row, 13th row sees Jean Peugeot and Jason Cosmopoulos on that row. Row 14, Mark Lumitz, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Aurelien Lemaire, Libor Vlasak, Alexander Legenki and Daniel Miron rounding out the next 2 rows to start on the 16th row. Remember, for Daniel Miron, lost out in time qualifying. Track limits, has been starting from the back. He's had 1 DNF. The rest of them, he is pushing through the field. And he had a really good race earlier on. I think 26 places gained in one of those races earlier on. And hopefully we'll see him out there. One driver that doesn't look like we are going to see out, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, doesn't look like has taken to the track. So the pilot of the number 58 machine, who was due to start on row 14, not out on track. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the box. Nicole, I'd need another weather update from you. Is it still the same?
Yeah, no rain now. It feels actually like it's lifting a little bit.
Okay, there we go. That's that British optimism that I always love. Right. You are right. It is brightening up just that little bit. Temperature is still 19 degrees out there. So I did feel like we did see a brief spell of precipitation during that previous race. But I think, like you were saying, that now has dissipated. Right then, Oscari Rolli and Alessandro Truchot on the front row of the grid for this one. It looks like we are ready to go racing as we enter into the tram lines. Are the lights out? The answer is no. It is a false start, and they will go round again.
Yeah, I think that could have been potentially Billy Van Staveren at the back that almost got put out onto the grass and had something to say to a driver in the background. But false starts by Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton there on the gantry. Yeah, indeed, something quite humorous there, apparently. Right, everyone there just watching on, ready to see the start of this one. This is a tense moment now, this race, Nicole. Last race of the qualifying heats phase for groups D versus E. And, well, their last chance to really show what they can do. For the drivers at the front of the grid, I was mentioning it while you were on your way back to the commentary box from the Parc Ferme area. Truchot and Oscari Rolli are very high up there in the points. This last race now could make or break their chances of being on pole position for one of those superheats tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely could be. Of course, Oscari Rolli has got the best chance out of both him and Truchot. He's sat there currently on 191 points, just behind Priam Bruno. So keep an eye on the Paralin drivers starting once more on that front row of things. Truchot then got shuffled slightly, I believe, in one of the previous races. But now there's another opportunity for them to give it a go. Certainly is. Into the tram lines. Lights are out and fights on towards turn 1. Truchot on the inside line, it's all good. Palacio switches to the outside line and gets into second place. The DPK in the background there, nearly getting squeezed into the grass area. Guillaume Bassato, it happened to him earlier on. He's made sure it's not happened again this time around. It has happened to a few more drivers, though, as they've all cut the chicane there. And that looks to me like possibly Giacomo Justo, Austin Newstead, Braden Wagner, and Mark Lumitz, who all cut that chicane. Wheel-to-wheel action here at the front, as unfortunately off the road goes the number 32 and will not continue. That is a big shame there. And just trying to say, Jean Peugeot, unfortunately, who's having drama out there on circuit, so he will not continue in this final race, and that might spell bother for him
even getting into the Superheats tomorrow.
Quite feisty in your midfield section then. 4 drivers out at the front though. We did have Lucas Palacio right up in the fight just a moment ago. Now looks to have been pushed back slightly, but to show they're still strong, still in that top spot to complete the first lap of what will be the final moments for qualifying heats Group D versus E. It's to show ahead of Oscari Volley, Juan Garciase up by 3 points and matched by Troy Ferguson. Ferguson then is also in that parallel, so currently your 2, 3, 4 and 5 drivers all in that parallel machinery as we lose another driver out there.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm just thinking, is that Yasin Cosmopoulos that has unfortunately not come through, and or try and see Libor Vlasak tumbling down the order as well. Right, update on this, Nicole, loving this. Right, Kart Republic Motorsport with Alessandro Truchot lead the way. Then in second, third, fourth and fifth, it's Wally, Ferguson, Garcia and Tam, all Paralin Motorsport. You've already mentioned that. You've already calling it out on me. I'm getting you back for the race before. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Right, here we go. This is kicking off now. Loving this train. Look at that now in towards the chicane. Anyone going to go for the lunge down the inside? Of course we're going to see a lunge down the inside. It's going to come from Giacomo Justo. Beautifully done there on Austin Newstead. Just keeps him back in the pack there as they all try to push their way forward.
Zadrej Dudkovsky already up by 14 positions. This time it's Ricky Flynn of Liam Nachawati, the American driver on his first year of OKJ racing, now parked off at the final chicane. And actually, it looked as if one of the cones was wedged in between the wheel and the front nose cone there for Liam Nachawati. Will go no further then. Eyes and ears back on this one. Oscari Volley versus Troy Ferguson. So Troy Ferguson actually a bit of a wild card into this one. Paralin have recruited him over from the States. This is one of his first appearances in Europe, first appearance in OKJ, and is right up there in the sharp end. And I'm questioning now, is he going to help teammate of Oscari Volley, or is he going to try and go for the move? Well, they've already said quite a lot to each other, so no team games being played just a couple of laps ago. Now they've got a bit of pace to try and find to close in that almost 9/10 lead that Alessandro Truchot has got.
Yes, indeed. Like you say, Zadrej Dudkovsky now has split the Paralins up as very wide is Guillaume Bassato there in the DPK, the Brazilian, pushing hard there out of the chicane and nearly losing that control of the kart quite violently on that start-finish straight. Dudkovsky, though, as I was talking about, fastest driver out there, not the biggest mover. That's Aurelien Lemaire on a 16th place gain, currently in 13th place, but he is still on a 15th place gain and pushing us through as through goes Albert Tam and Juan Garciase. They're continuing their little scrap between the Paralin Motorsport drivers as well.
Troy Ferguson now into P2, so the Paralin has overtaken Paralin teammate of Oscari Volley. Drivers aren't giving each other anything away, but actually points-wise, it doesn't do anything too detrimental for Oscari Volley. It has promoted Troy up to P8, but it hasn't eaten out of the 232 points that Oscari has currently got, so he's still your leader of your qualifying heats for the time being. So it's Truchot ahead of Ferguson, ahead of Oscari Volley. Zadrej Dudkovsky still on his charge, 15 places gained to be sat in P4, but now Alessandro Truchot, Anthony, your race leader, your driver that sat P2 in your points, is now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Yeah,
not what you want to see. And of course, if it goes under investigation and they don't throw anything out now, it means it's going to be a trip to the stewards afterwards. So that is going to be an unfortunate one for him. So, yeah, we'll have to keep track of that one.
Predicting, is that potentially to do with why we saw Lucas Palacio fall to the mid-pack section in the start of this race? Because those two drivers were line astern in the first couple of laps, and then we saw the Forza actually drop down to where he is now, P13.
Yeah, indeed. Right then, 0.6 of a second, 0.5 of a second now is the gap. Truchot, Ferguson, that fight will, I'm sure, be kicking off very, very soon. This fight here is currently kicking off on our screens. This is all the way down in 19th place. Have a lot of such Losky who is actually having a bit of a tough race on this one, is fighting away with Sabaleka Gay. Daniel Miron, who is still pushing through the field, but only a 15th-place gain. Now, I say only a 15th-place gain. Still a very good drive.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is that change at the further end of the field. This is Albert Tam and Juan Garcia again fighting away for position. Big hit of the curb there for Garcia, but he's managed to get it done now as Daniel Miron is picking up a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, and that comes obviously with the risk of starting at the back of the grid and trying to push your way through it.
Yeah, there's something quite interesting going on at the front as well then, Anthony. Troy Ferguson's just gone fastest in that P2. Shortly behind him, Zavray Dudkovsky and Oskari Volley have swapped positions for that P3, but Troy now starting to eat into that half a second of real estate that Alessandro Truchot has got, as it's still continuing to kick off behind between Leo Gorsti, Juan Garciase, Giacomo Justo and Albert Tam. Justo, one of the drivers needing a good race after some poor results earlier on. These drivers then into the final chicane will continue to try and get ahead, as now absolutely this fight is starting to come alive. Is this going to be the first time that we've seen Troy Ferguson, a new face, a new name within this field, becomes a race leader? The two drivers of the USA. Oh, drama out there. This is one of the Lenovo Calais karts. Mark Lumitz. It's been a tally of DNFs for Mark Lumitz, not just this weekend, but of course in Le Conca as well, and now he adds to it again.
Yeah, indeed. Right on the start-finish straight there, and not what you want to see at all. Nicole, I'm definitely going to throw this one out there. There's a dry line forming out on the circuit, I think. I'm definitely seeing a lighter line starting to form now that you're saying the clouds have lifted. The wind picking up now, but the rain stopping. This could make it certainly very interesting in this last rotation. There you can even see it on the camera, how there is just a much drier line that is forming out there on the circuit.
Yeah, of course, all of these karts, 140 kilos, including kart and driver with the fuel. And then you've got to throw in the fact that there's 32 of them currently driving around. So that's going to help to heat up the track, help it to dry. You've got a little bit of wind going on as well. So these drivers just really helping to, oh, here we go, down the inside. This is a change for the race lead. Troy Ferguson has appeared here in Spain for his first appearance in European racing, his first appearance with Paralin, and is now showing them exactly what he is made of. He's showing them the talent that he has brought over from the USA and has now made himself a race leader.
Yeah, beautiful little drive there for him as he pushes his way through. Dudkovsky also closing in on this one. Was almost trying to go for second place there. Can he do something in these finals? Well, no, he can do something, because now look at this. A mistake from Ferguson has put back into the lead Truchot on the outside line that's going to carry the speed around the outside. Retakes it. Beautiful stuff. Dudkovsky trying to fight his way through. Oskari Rolli now in the background as well. Defensive line goes Truchot out of the final chicane and back on the start-finish straight. Ward Racing lose a driver in the form of Max Feld. He's out of it, but down the inside once more goes the Paralin. Ferguson retakes the lead. Truchot tries to fight it back. Here comes Dudkovsky down the inside, takes second place away, and now here comes Oskari Rolli down the inside. He took a win earlier on as well. He'd like another one if he could, but I don't think that's going to be close enough for it, because now Ferguson made the mistake earlier on. Did he lose time there to Dudkovsky? It looks like he may have done just that little bit, but he's not close enough for any attack out of turn 14. He'll only have one attempt into that final chicane. I don't think, actually he might be close enough here as Truchot battling. But Ferguson's going to go defensive. Now Dudkovsky might get the run out of the final corner. Is it going to be a run to the line? It's going to be close. Ferguson will take it by 600ths of a second across the line. Dudkovsky will settle for P2, despite the fact he gained 17 places in that race. Oskari Rolli third from Truchot in P4. Palacio from Gorski. Girardello from Lemaire. Justo from Garciase, who rounds out the top 10. Well, there is your race winner. not that name. It's Troy Ferguson, Paralin Motorsport, who takes it in the 114 machine from the USA. Brilliant run there for him. Biggest mover in this race. Many of them. We congratulate Dukowski on his 17, but Aurélien Lemaire with 21 places gained from P29 to finish in P8 on circuit. Well, a superb drive for them as they make their way back to Parc Fermé. A controlled drive there for the runners in OK Junior. Troy Ferguson taking the win in the OK Juniors after 9 laps. Dukowski from Ascari Rolli, Alessandro Truchot from Lucas Palacio, Leo Gorski from Gianni Di Rodello, Aurélien Lemaire from Giacomo Justo, Juan Garciase from Austin Newstead, Novello Morales from Albert Tam, Guillaume Bassato from Brandon Wagner, Alexander Legenki from Seveloda Sachi-Sablowski, Savale Kage, Daniel Ferreira, Billy Van Staveren, Miguel Manzano, Libor Vlasak, Henrik Konstantin-Kumpin, Mark Pilipenko, and Ati Kamir round out the top 25 retirements. Daniel Miron, unfortunately, at the end of that one, that's his second DNF, despite his best efforts after being a pole sitter in qualifying to then have it taken away due to track limits. Might be finding himself not in the Superheats or the final. Max Veld, Mark Lumitz, Nashwati Peugeot and Cosmopoulos also retirements. Here's your highlights from that race. We did lose 2 drivers at the very start of it. Yes, Cosmopoulos and Jean Peugeot. They had the drama as lots of drivers ended up going off the circuit there through the chicane. And that opening lap, then there was the fighting at the front here. Well, certainly for Truchot, had to deliver in those early phases there to push his way forward. Was one of the fastest drivers. Palacio was the faster of them. More retirements that came in. Liam Nashawati, unfortunately, into that chicane. Nose cone meet traffic cone. And unfortunately, didn't go his way. Paralin had a good show in that one. Many drivers up into that top 10. Unfortunately, a lot of fighting between them really split the group up a little bit, but Ferguson taking that win away from Dukowski, Wally, and then, of course, Alessandro Truchot, who was the leader of that race for the majority of it. Tam battling away with Juan Garciase. That was quite the fight. Then we lost Mark Lumitz later, then Max Veld and Daniel Miron in the dying stages of the race. And then we started to see the last lap fight in between these two. This slight mistake from Troy Ferguson I thought was going to cost him the win in that one, as he would lose out once again to Alessandro Truchot. Carried the speed around the outside here. Bravery on 4 wheels. This was that last retirement that we saw, unfortunately, for Max Veld and Daniel Miron. I'm sure very not happy at each other, but racing is racing, and unfortunately accidents do happen, which they were involved. Then the last few moments here, Ferguson, Dukowski, only 0.06 of a second across the line between the two of them. Very close indeed. Ascari Rolli was able to get that overtake on Truchot as well, and would step him up into 3rd place. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, thank you very much then, Anthony. We're going to come in with a double interview now for our junior field, and we're going to start with Ascari Rolli. Ascari, good racing for you today. You've been one of the drivers to beat, and looking ahead to tomorrow, you could be looking at a pole for Superheats. Today, sum us up what's been going on race-wise.
Well, it was like a really good start from P2, and then I was consistent throughout the heats, and that's why we gave me 2 heat wins, and this P3 okay, but maybe the new tires for the rain, it's not so good.
And of course, going into this weekend, a slightly new teammate for you in the form of Troy Ferguson. In that race, we saw you guys together on the track. Did you expect him to go for that overtake, considering your teammates, and it could have cost you a couple of points for your Superheat qualification?
Well, I didn't know he was so fast, but of course, good for him to be P1 in the heat, so happy for him.
Well, thank you very much, Oskari. We're just going to swap you over with Alessandro Trisciot. So thank you very much. Alessandro, we'll get you to come in. Good racing for you so far today. Talk us through, though, the first couple of laps of that one. Throughout the race, I think you were put under investigation. Any sort of thing in your mind that you think that could be for?
I had a little incident with Palacio at the start, but I was just doing my normal line because in the rain you cannot brake under the rubber or else you'll go straight. So I just moved over a bit and he went next to me, and I don't know why he went there and he went off. So.
And in these wet conditions, and Alessandro, race lead, talk us through that one, because we saw you command things, we saw you manage it well, even though you were being chased. So in the wet, how do you manage that one?
I just had to stay calm, just be focused, remember what the team told me. And we were quite fast, so just had to stay consistent. And unfortunately at the end, I think the pressures were a bit too high, and then we lost.
And talking of pressure then and kart setup, especially in wet conditions where you just said that it felt too high, as a form, not in a great way.
I mean, it depends. It could be different, but right now I just felt like the rear started to slide a little bit more. But yeah.
Well, Alessandro, sorry to cut you short because we have now got karts out there. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow in Superheats. Anthony, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed. The last time we see Groups D and E out on the circuit for the juniors. We'll have to wait and see where they will finish with the rest of the racing that is coming up. But now we turn our attention over to the seniors. So the last time for them, Groups D and E out onto the track. And again, for some of these drivers, they're in position to score some good points here, but see where they land. Jendra Perschel and Oliver Kinmark are on the front row of the grid for this one. No reports of any switching of sides, so good to see that they have stuck with that one. No reports of any tyre swaps for them either. Zach Drummond in this one, 6th in the points, his last race. He needs to perform well here. He starts alongside Clovis Nougarade, Victor Gustafsson and Filippo Sala. Gustafsson, 5th in the points, also needs a good result here. Michael McGoy and Bosco Aris, they go from row 4. They'll have Evan Purcell and William Marshall on row 5. Zarif Rekal and James Anagnostianis, they will go from row 6. Devon Waltz and Thomas Pradier on row 7. They will see Mateus van der Kerkhoff and Gabriel Canal on row 8. Antonio Coccianella and Nicola Frigg go from row 9. They will see Gilles Herman and Archie Owen on row 10. Valerio Villapiana and Endo Arata, who took an incredible race win earlier on in the wet conditions on the slick tyres. He starts on the 11th row of the grid. Kasper Reipold and Peter Garecki. Well, it'll only be Kasper Reipold there. Peter Garecki, unfortunately, not taking part in the racing as far as we've seen so far today. Yves Rees and Eduardo Salamonde on row 13. Victor Stalmack, Amelia Veshemirska and Aston Sharp also will be a driver not on the grid for this one. Field make their way through. Track, drying, conditions, brightening, temperature 19 degrees out there. Everyone watching along, no brawlers in sight, which is also very good as we get ready to head out onto the track for this one. As it stands, of course, Kalija is leading the points. He's still got another race to go. Davide Pitaro also with another race to go, 188 points to the name. They're still technically the points leaders. They will, of course, be the ones to watch. For here, Drummond and Gustafsson are your main protagonists in this one inside the top 10 that could really have a good race here, or can make or break their weekend with where they start for those superheats. So that's the thing that we'll keep an eye on. But right now, we're about to watch a field of karts go racing in the form of Jendra Perschel and Oliver Kinmark at the front row of the grid for this one. Let's see how this will transpire as they make their way round the final turn and into those tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is no. They go round again.
You were saying there, Anthony, Zach Drummond and Victor Gustafsson, protagonists within this race, but another name to watch, of course, your pole sitter of Jendrik Perschel had a DNF in previous heat, so we're now trying to make his way back inside of the top 10 of qualifying heats that he did previously sit in. It was a bit of a last moment DNF. We don't actually know what happened for Peschel out there for Tony Kart. But now this one, he'll be starting, of course, on that pole position and looking to try and stay there. Oliver Kinmark, though, another driver that's been very much inside of the sharp end of the field, not just here at Valencia, but also at Le Conca. So watch these two drivers go side by side and head to head. Clovis Nougaret, previous race for him, actually went from bad to worse at some points. Was a driver that's had a P2, has been in the sharp end of the field for CRG, but actually fell short, fell into the hands of drivers behind, and it was forced down into the pack. And watch out for this CRG on that second row with, of course, Victor Gustafsson, teammates that he could look to work with.
Yeah, and certainly so. Let's see how it will go, though, as everyone waiting to see how this race will unfold. You can see there a lot of drivers going right off the racing line there, Nicole, right onto the wet part of the track. Is that an indication that it is starting to just be a little bit too dry in some spots there? I mean, visibly, it looks like the whole track's soaking wet, but there is a significant, you can see it there, how it's cleared it away versus the inside. You can see all that sort of lesser standing water. That is what we're talking about here. That could be very challenging for the drivers. Right then, round the final corner once again, as the revs race into the tram lines. Are we racing this time? Answer, yes. Towards turn one, Peschel with the run. Drummond to the inside, though, will get the whole shot in towards turn one. Gustafsson tries to follow through as well and gets into second place. Good start there for both of the two drivers that really needed the points in this one. They have certainly started well for that.
You called them protagonists within this race then, Anthony, on these first 6 corners. They've absolutely done just that. Zach Drummond then ahead of Victor Gustafsson. Peschel has had to concede down into P3, but now looks like he could be under some pressure again. Shortly behind, we've got the other drivers trying to push their way through. Oliver Kinmark has dropped down in the early stages of this one, as he's got a new name in the mix. I think that's Michael McGoy that in the early stages has got inside of the top 3.
Indeed, and they still push on this opening lap now to see where they will position themselves down the inside there through turns 15 and 16. Very risky place to do it, but he's got it done, has Zarif Rekal, and pushes himself up through that field. Over the line they go then. It's Drummond from Gustafsson, Peschel from McGoy, Kinmark, Purcell, Rekal from Nougaret, Waltz and Anagnostiadis, the top 10. As down the inside, Michael McGoy says thank you to Jindra Peschel.
Yeah, good move there down at that first corner. Of course, there's a point in the circuit where the drivers don't want to get too far under the rubber. They'll end up going straight on as James Anagnostiadis gets his elbows out. Anagnostiadis trying to fight back inside of the top 10, finds his way past drivers like Clovis Nougaret. Waltz very much within the fight as well, but now shortly behind looks vulnerable Sala Coccinella and William Marshall as well. Bosco Arias and William Marshall now find themselves P13 and P14. Both drivers in their previous qualifying heat had those big DNF moments, both having spins and spills out there. So drivers that will be trying to snatch some points away.
Yeah, indeed. Just looking at those points again as well, down the inside. I'll do it again. Zarif Rekal down the inside this time around, pushing forward, and everyone getting those positions gained in those early stages, and both of them getting past Oliver Kinmark there. Evan Purcell also getting through. Drama at the chicane. One driver out and going no further. Bosco Arias, he had drama earlier on. Drama again. And that is going to be weekend from bad to worse there.
Yeah, it was actually started really well for Bosco Arias. Had moments well inside of the top 10, but 2 consecutive DNFs is going to tumble him even further down those intermediate classification points. In the background, though, we've still got drivers going for it. One of the VDKs trying to battle their way through side by side, using these curbs to just push ahead of each other. Absolutely nobody giving each other any room in the dying stages of these qualifying heats. You've got Casper Reipold, Gilles Herman, Eva Riz, all inside of this squabble at the back. But this is the undecided space for around about P16. almost attempted moves there at the kink of turn at number 14. This is your battle going on between Evan Purcell and Jindřich Peschel, and this is your change between Zarif Raquel and Oliver Kinmark.
Yeah, indeed. All once again kicking off there up and down the field, as they can see Anagnosiadis trying once more to get involved. Here, Sala Kokianella, Viapiana, Mateusz Rana-Kirchhoff, Reipold, all fighting here. But, again, not trying to find their way through just yet. There is Anagnosiadis, who's right behind the likes of Devon Waltz. Kinmark just behind as well on that VDK, trying to squeeze his way through the 262 machine, putting the power down. Can he get that machine down the inside of the Factory Cup Republic? The answer, no for the time being. Purcell there getting past Peschel, gets that move done also.
Well, that was Kasper Reipold, I think, getting a bit aggressive in the background. Gilles Herman just receiving a bit of a bump up the back bumper. Valerio Viapiana involved in that one as well. Anagnosiadis and Oliver Kinmark now swapped positions twice in the space of 2 corners, as straight over the final chicane. We've got James Anagnosiadis clipping over the curb, side by side again with the VDK driver down in towards the first corner, opts for that wider line, keeps minimum speed, V's the corner off, uses the curb to get the kart rotated, but has to settle there back down in P9.
Frustration, I can imagine, starting to kick in here for James Anagnosiadis. He is currently not fighting to be inside the top 10 in the intermediate classification right now, which means going into those superheats, he'll still be in them, but he won't be in a competitive position where I think he would expect and would like to be.
Yeah, absolutely. That still aggressive moments for these drivers, but I want to maybe highlight the sort of experience of Drummond and Victor Gustafsson. Both of these drivers probably off the road. That's Kasper Reipold getting it wrong in the background for VDK. Of course, Reipold's not quite having the weekend he would have expected, and down towards turn number 13. Didn't have the corner he would have expected either. These drivers still using all of the curb throughout the chicanes, which really just shows us then, Anthony, you know, we've been questioning, is it starting to dry up out there for these drivers? Not just yet. They're still having to get those karts hooked round on the water.
You know, you were talking earlier on to Priyan Bruno saying this is his favourite conditions. For me, these are the worst sort of conditions to go racing on, because the tyre itself, the Maxxis tyre, well, it's not dispersing any water. That's the idea of the wet tyre. It takes in the water, it pushes it out the way, puts the rubber down on the circuit. Unfortunately, when you get this just very thin, greasy surface of water on the track, it's not enough for the actually wet tyre to do anything with it. It just continues to slip and slide over the track, and really challenging conditions, I think, at this point.
Yeah, of course, conditions like this where it's really slippy and greasy, you know, the feeling of the car almost goes away from you. It becomes, well, it feels quite light. You can't feel too much, especially when you start understeering. So the sort of most talented and best drivers actually have that sort of sense of what's going on, and that's why you see people like Drummond and Victor Gustafsson actually be quite a lot faster than other names in the field, because they've just got that sort of sense where they can feel it in the vibration of the karts. They can manage it a little bit better, but it's definitely, you know, driver preference. Like you said, Anthony, Priyan Bruno, he's one of those drivers that actually really likes it like this.
Yeah, indeed. So good to see. Still, these fights go on. Loving this one right now as we see the look down the inside for Devon Waltz. Gets that move done on Peschel. Nicely done there for 6th place. And in the meanwhile, Kinmark slowly starting to close in as well back into this fray. I mean, those two drivers, Peschel and Kinmark, are both on a 6th place deficit in this race, as Anagnosiadis again trying to find his way past, but seemingly not doing so. He gets to the inside line this time around, makes the apex, but again, I just feel like every overtake here just looks a little bit more frustrated.
Yeah, well, every driver inside of your top 6 now making up positions within this race, but for Anagnosiadis actually today, he's had a lot of work to put in, time after time, heat after heat. He's found himself as a bit of a highlight of the race, a bit of a human highlight reel, I would say, because he's had to do some bold and ambitious stuff so far today, as he now fends off Oliver Kinmark. Kinmark then, of course, started right at the front row start alongside Peschel, but both fell slightly short. Peschel losing 6 positions, Kinmark losing 7.
Indeed, and you can see all of them trying to push through. Sana there as well, top 10 as well, just trying to stick with that fight, especially he was out in that race earlier on where they had the slick tyres on the wet track, had that moment with Anagnostiadis as well, and that may have been putting him in the back foot really in these wet conditions, thinking how much traction does he actually have through that chicane. Again, big use of the curbs here. I wince so much for the karts, the underneath of the chassis and the sprocket of the kart when they go over these curbs here. They are to grade, but they still are rather large for the drivers, especially the curb on the exit of this corner here when they go through. Wait for it. Oh, no one hit it that time. It's actually quite annoying.
Of course, as well, in wet conditions, it actually highlights the stronger drivers, the drivers that are stronger physically, because if you're bouncing over these curbs, you've got to be really strong on the wheel, on that outside arm that you're pushing on, to not let the wheel snatch away from you, to not lose the front that then has a knock-on effect on the rear, and then you end up sliding around and dancing around us. We've got to change up the order between one of the Paralins and one of the Koskis, so still drivers going for it. I think that's Michael McGoy that is battling it out with Zarif Raquel, but it really does highlight actually the more physically strong drivers, you know, do push their way forward in the wet conditions. They don't make as many mistakes when they're clattering curbs like what we're seeing here through the chicane.
William Marshall had a tough race earlier on, retired after a side pod as back down the inside. Michael McGoy back on the attack here. So Raquel goes back through, and through goes Devon Waltz. He takes both of them, so nicely done there. Devon Waltz up to P4. He's now just picked up an investigation flag as well for track limits. So again, for William Marshall, starting to be a bit of a tough day in the office here in Valencia.
Yeah, Marshall then, you know, came into this weekend probably thinking he could have pulled something out the bag, was slightly short in qualifying and now has had DNFs after results. There we go, James Anagnostiadis trying to get the move on Jindřich Peschel, but just highlights how slidey it is. Goes straight over, cuts over the nose cone, and Peschel grabs it back. Still undersided slightly between Waltz, Raquel and McGoy. Those 3 drivers, 4th, 5th and 6th, are ahead of this battle that James Anagnostiadis is now actually falling back into the hands of, as Kinmark, Filippo Sala and Mateus now catch up ever so slightly. Final lap though, but it's not the final moments. Filippo Sala, great move down the inside towards turn number 1.
Yeah, indeed. Liking that move is Filippo Sala, and now right on the rear tail of the man he had drama with in the race prior to this one. And now those two will, I'm sure, go wheel to wheel once again. Drummond in the lead has been, calm and collected at the front. There he is. 1.7 seconds clear from Victor Gustafsson. Evan Pacella's very slowly reeled in Gustafsson, but it's not been enough to do it. With this, Drummond would take the lead of the points, but he would only score a maximum of 212 points. Of course, Kalesia has maximum points, but he doesn't care about that. He cares about the wins. Over the track, Drummond takes it across the line ahead of Gustafsson. Purcell finishes 3rd. Devon Waltz in the end does hold on to 4th place after that double overtake previously on Zarif Raquel and Michael McGoy, who finish in 5th and 6th place. Jindřich Peschel 7th from Anagnostiadis and Filippo Sala. Mateusz van der Kerkhoff rounds out the top 10. Zach Drummond there, securing the win. Another win for him in those challenge conditions earlier on, and in these now pushes his way forward. Victor Stalmack, biggest mover, started 27th, finished 16th, a gain of 11th place. So a very strong race there for Stalmack, who I'm sure is also fighting for his chance to get into those super heats. But there though, Drummond delighted with it, but as we were mentioning, Kalesia with the 200 points will be the challenge later on today. Here's your results. Top 10 we've gone over. It looks like someone may have gone round for an extra lap there. We'll try and figure out who that was. Top 10 we've gone over. Kinmark from Coscianella Gilles Herman from Casper Raipol, Valerio Virpiana from Victor Stelmach, Eduardo Salamonde from Clovis Nougarade, Archie Owen, Nicola Frigg, Yves Rees, William Marshall, Endo Arata, Thomas Brodier, Emilia Beshemirska, and Garo Canal round out the top 26 drivers in that race. Only one retirement in the form of Bosco Arias, and of course the non-starters of Gorecki and Sharp. There on your screen, pushing forward, there's the results again on your screen as well. Zach Drummond, great work for him. The best he could do there with the limited races he had to go. His last race there, securing the points he needs, 212. He leads the intermediate classifications, and this is how it happened. You can see him as he was starting on the inside of row 2 as Peschel sweeps over to defend from Kinmark. He left the door open for Drummond and Gustafsson, both of them able to push their way through into second and first, and they would stick with those results for the remainder of it. No retirements on the opening lap. We did see, of course, that one there, though, by Bosco Arias. Unfortunately, not able to get restarted. That was on lap number 3. Lap 4 and 6 of the race, we saw more dramas. The VDKs off the road. Big moments there for Kinmark, which saw him tumble down the order, but back into the fight as well later on. He would push those forward. Casper Raipol as well was actually that driver who still gained 9 places, but still lost out. On that final lap, though, across the line, it would be Zach Drummond delivering the result he needed and putting himself to P1 in the points, 212. He has the advantage, but with more races to go. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, we're down here with Zach Drummond. Zach, looking like the wet conditions are suiting you a bit better this afternoon?
Yeah, the wet conditions have always been my strong point, very fast in the wet, and I showed that this afternoon.
Well, we're just going to swap you out really quickly with Victor Gustafsson, but you're looking like it could be a start at the front tomorrow going into Superheats. Zach, we'll just get you to swap over quickly. Sorry, limited time there because we have got karts out there on the circuit. Victor, really quickly then for you, Victor, good to see you back in the OK grid and back at the front.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been too bad. Start of the week looked really bad, honestly, and then yesterday was quite decent. I think this track is all about tire management in the heat, so I think I did that quite well in the first heat, and then it just becomes easier after that. So we see what we can do tomorrow, if it's rain or dry or how the situation is.
Well, Victor, thank you very much. A P2 just now, when we're going to throw back up really quickly now to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Right. Updates, tyres, everyone, slick tyres out on circuit, no wets to be seen. This should be interesting. Right, it's OK Junior qualifying heat A versus F that is now out on track. And we've got some fresh tyres out there as well for drivers to see what they can do. So let's fire you through that full starting lineup. Priam Bruneau and Alexander Lazarus on row number 1, Marek Zaric and Manny Nuvolini on row 2, Elton Hedfords and Alexandre Point on row 3. They'll have Antonio Petonia and Stepan Mazepin on row 4, Jarlas Seyer and Jihao Fei on row 5. They will see Oliver Spencer and Emerson McAndrew Uren on row number 6. Row 7, Alex Malota and Nilnek Mush. Nilnek Mush, brand new set of tyres, left-hand side. Row 8, Mohamed El Bazaki and Tony Cachefero. Cachefero, brand new set of tyres, left-hand side. Zach Zhu and Francisco Roca on row number 9. Francesco, brand new tyres, left-hand side. Row 10, no tyres here. Oivo Mantarato and Roland Nagy. They'll have Leon Shalitze and Benjamin Westwood on row 11. Matvey Durganov and Michelle Orlando on row 12. Row 13, we'll see Lorenzo Zucchetto and Maxim Noapel. Zucchetto, brand new set of tyres on the right-hand side of the kart. Row 14, Rocco Simone and Theo Palfrain. Rocco with brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Row 15, Julia Angelada and Christian Alexander Rust. Alexander Rust with a new set of tyres on the left-hand side, with Jonas Pundis on the 16th row of the grid, all by himself, no Achille Ray. out on track. And again, I will repeat the fact that every single driver out there is on slick tyres with a track that has still got significant damp patches out there. This will be very, very interesting indeed. Is it the right call? Did they go too soon on those slick tyres? Well, ladies and gentlemen, hold your breath. We're about to find out. Into those tram lines we go. Lights out, fights on towards turn number 1. It is Priyan Bruno on the inside line, which is also wet. He slips and slides as they go through into the turn, and it's a rotation right in the middle of the pack. It's the Paralin. It's the 102 machine. It's Elton Hedfors out of the race at the very start. And that's a chain guard that's come off. Did that come off Priyan Bruno's machine? I think that did. Did that come off the victory lane that leads this race? We'll have to wait and find out. There, walking away is Elton Hedfors. He goes no further. There's Priyan Bruno, the 71. His chain guard is gone. The race leader will see a technical flag in this one, which means that your new race leader now is your driver in second place, which right now there is the chain guard being recovered. Oh, what a disaster for Priyan Bruno, and his last race as well. So that means then that Marek Zaric on the Forza Racing machine, who comes through in the number 43, is your net race leader with that technical flag impending on Priyan Bruno.
Well, Priyan Bruno probably headed into this race as your pole sitter, thinking all he had to do was get to the end of it, but now this will be it for him. This will force him down the points. He headed into this one as the leader with 244, but now a retirement will be forced. Marek Zaric there is in P2 ahead of Jarlath Sayer. Sayer fighting out. We saw those two drivers getting very close together down the start-finish straight a couple of moments ago, as this is the battle between Pizzonia, Alex Malotta and Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer, a great time qualifying compared to what we saw from him in Le Conca, a driver that's in his first year of OKJ racing, a driver that's currently starting to battle inside the P5.
So unfortunate.
This is the moment, you know, of course, in conditions like this where drivers are in that pre-grid area and the mechanic is rushing to do things, it's so common that this happens, that a driver, look at the commotion in the background. Drivers forced off the road at the chicane, cutting the circuit, having to take that short way round. This is a commotion, and it's all being thrown into by these slippy conditions, and there is the chain guard that belongs to the victory lane of Priyan Bruno.
Yeah, he's still out there. No technical flag has come out yet. Obviously, we have seen it on our cameras here. Whether or not they know who it is from just as of yet is the question. Roland Nagy there just getting a little tap from Matvey Durganov there, but managing to keep it clean and dry.
This, in theory, then, Anthony, actually makes Jarlath Sayer the race leader as down the inside. This is a move between Antonio Pizzonia and Alex Malotta. Alex Malotta, then, one of the drivers this weekend that's actually had a disqualification for a technical non-conformity, I believe, earlier on. And that was yesterday. So now we'll be trying to force his way through the points. So Priyan Bruno, head over his shoulder, is still going round, is still yet to be given a technical flag. The number 71, who's been the driver to beat so far with race wins and an overall time qualifying pole, is still out there with 2 seconds of Valencian real estate to the energy of Jarlath Sayer, who technically leads a race for the first time this weekend. Big sends over the curb for these drivers. This is still the fight between Pizzonia and Oliver Spencer, as Oliver Spencer now looks vulnerable and now looks to be overtaken by the Ward.
Yeah, indeed. Beautiful run there. But now can see that fight going on. So Jarlath Sayer's now up into second place, 2.3 seconds down. He now technically is the race leader in this one. But that is the one we will keep a close eye on in that fight, because you can see him now pushing away from Zaric. Pizzonia, Spencer, Malotta still there as well. But let's keep an eye on that fight. But let's see, right, out of that final chicane, again, we're seeing drama through that chicane, and more drivers just seemingly outbraking themselves in these challenging conditions.
That was Benjamin Westwood that you just saw cut the track and end up directly in the line of Stepan Mazepin, who's not had the race start that he would have wanted, has dropped down 14 positions to be glued to his teammate of Emerson McAndrew. There's drama out there again, this time for the drivers at the front. Alexander Lazarus in the Paralyn, finding himself in a hot spot above her, now has to go side by side with Neil Neck-Moosh. But Neck-Moosh, let's not forget, has had DNF after DNF, so points-wise is not in the fight. But there it is. There is the notification for your race leader, for your points leader of Priam Bruno, that the race for him is over.
Yeah, indeed, and he just saw his head just dip back a little bit there, as I think he read the sign and thought, oh, why am I getting that? Of course, he won't have seen, he won't have noticed that his chain guard has gone. It's not in his peripheral vision at all to see that, and yeah, that is so unfortunate, and that might cost him pole position. Well, it will cost him pole position. He won't score the points that he needs, and that is a huge shame for Priam Bruno in this race.
It's a shame that we won't see him on pole, but I don't think it's going to be too detrimental to him points-wise overall. I think he'll still sit in the sharper end of the field, definitely, because he's had heat wins. He's, of course, had top threes as well. So I would say the driver of Victory Lane and of Belgium will be near enough okay going into tomorrow's all-important Superheats. And there he is. There is the retirement for the driver that we've spoken so highly about so far this weekend, because he's done such a good job.
Indeed, and now with that, Oscari Rolli goes back into the lead of the points as the fight still goes on here into that final chicane. Look at all those names that have come through the field on this, Nicole. Matvei Durganov, 17 places gained. Roland Nagy, 13 places gained. Leon Shlidze, 10 places gained. Christian Alexanderos, 18 gained. Rocco Simone, 14, and Teal Balfrain, 14 as well. It's an incredible drive from the back of the field. The drivers at the front have all gone backwards here.
Yeah, Matvei Durganov then and Christian Rost actually in a bit of an indirect battle for the win of the biggest points gains, the biggest positions gains. 17 for Durganov, 18 currently for Christian Rost. Charlotte Sayer now race leader for the first time this weekend, ahead of Pedzonia and Oliver Spencer, as Mohamed El-Bazaki is given a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. I think that could be actually the second big penalty that driver has received so far today, as again, you're just seeing how difficult it is for these drivers through the chicane, all over the water, as side by side, that's 3 KRs absolutely going through it for the first corner.
Yeah, Neil Neck-Moosh, Manu Nuvolini and Jihal Fei here, all fighting on track. They're joined by Leon Shlidze, who is fighting through the field here on a 10-place gain. He would like 13 places gained if he could, but he's got some work to do there behind those 3 Kart Republic machines as he stays there right now. Jihal Fei is the next target, looks to the inside now at turn 11, and that is that job done. Splits those Kart Republics up and moves up now 11 places in this race. Here at the front then, well, is your technical race leader, Jarlis Sayer, at the front, but is under pressure from Antonio Pedzonia there in second place. This is your race lead now with that retirement from Priam Bruno as we go on to the final lap of this race. Jarlis Sayer is under pressure, but Pedzonia, well, he's closed in. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as well. He is trying to get a nose down the inside. I don't think it's going to work out for him. As right now, well, someone else it's not going to work out for is the 106 machine, unfortunately. Mohamed El-Bazaki out of this race on the final lap. Disaster for him. Oh, I thought there was going to be a move down the inside there from Pedzonia. Sayer just leaving the door slightly open here. Well, a shaky start then for the drivers to go onto those slick tyres, but seemingly it has worked out well for them here as they exit out of that final chicane. Oh, drama, very slow for Pedzonia. I thought he was going to lose out to Spencer then. Sayer takes the win, his first of the weekend, and for Jarlis Sayer in the 97 machine, I think that's his first points of the season as well, so very good job for him out there on track. So strong race nonetheless. Yeah, his first heat win of the season in the form of his last race of the day. Jarlis Sayer comes away from it, and then, of course, get a race winner here in Valencia. Other drivers, Pitonia for Ward Racing, taking that P2 from Spencer Fusion Motorsport there with a third place. Alex Malota for Hagman Racing. Forza Racing with Zaric. Roland Nagy with DPK Racing. Prima Racing with Matvey Durganov. And Kart Republic Motorsport with Manny Nuvolini. Multiple different teams there and manufacturers up at that sharp end of the field. Brilliant end to their racing. Leon Shilidze, 9th from Teopal Frayne. 18 places gained. Biggest mover rounds out the top 10. The rest of the results here on your screen. Rocco Simon finishing in 11th place from Oyvind Veterata. Nilnek Mush from Giafway. Christian Alexander Rust and Lorenzo Sacchetto. Emerson McAndrew Uren finishes that one ahead of Alexandre Point in 18th place. An unfortunate run there at 12 places lost. Michelle Orlando, Alexander Lazarus, Tony Cachafero, Zach Zhu from Benjamin Westwood, Francisco Roja from Julia Angelard, Maxim Noapel from Jonas Pundis, Stepan Mazepin rounds out the bottom half of the field. The first of those retirements, Mohamed El-Bazaki, Priyan Bruno and Elton Hedfors unfortunately not making it through. So, the results then in terms of the intermediate classification then with the unfortunate retirement from Priya Bruno, Ascari Rolli holds on to the points lead. Truchot second, Priyan Bruno drops to third, stays third. Nuvolini up to fourth, Saya up to fifth. Here's your highlights from that race. Elton Hedford's the spin at the very start, very unfortunate for him. You can see the other drivers who had scrambled to get out of the way managing to rejoin, but a lot further down in the order. Then you saw the chain guard fly off there. The race leader at that time, Priyan Bruno, the pole sitter from qualifying, loses out on pole position for the Superheats because of that, and that is such a shame for him out there on track. Drivers making places here. I think it's Antonio Pitonia. It was pushing his way through. 5 places gained, managing to step his way up. We were expecting to see that a lot. The drivers through the chicane pushing hard, but of course the slick tyres on board on a slightly greasy circuit was making it very challenging for them to keep control over the braking. Then that overtake for Pitonia on Spencer, that got him up to second place. Spencer down to third, but still on an 8th place gain. We saw the dramas that unfolded. There was Priyan Bruno retiring from the race. That's a very unorthodox racing line out of turns 15 there as well for others, and certainly not the optimal line at all for Benjamin Westwood, that was. Over the line though, Jarlath Sayer would collect a victory here. His first victory of the 2026 campaign here in the Champions of the Future after nothing in Le Conca. Well, more action coming up very, very soon. We are nearing the end of the rotations here. A&F for seniors, of course, will be coming up next. Then we go into the last 2 races. Groups B versus C. We will determine who starts on pole position. That is going to be the key moment that we will see. And there you can see from that live picture the track conditions. Still a very wet racing line on that inside row going in towards turn 1. The racing line itself, though, clearly, obviously, very dry. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, down here with Jarlath Sayer, who's just taken his first heat win of the year. Jarly, good stuff from you. Track conditions, you know, tyre going into that first corner, not easy, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the start, there was a very big moment for everyone because I don't think anyone expected it to be as wet as it was. But, you know, after the first lap, I think everyone got settled into it, and the track conditions felt perfect for slicks, really. So.
And for you as a driver coming from the UK, where you're maybe a bit used to that sort of slick, dry weather condition, do you think that gave you an advantage going into those laps?
Yeah, I would definitely say it gave me an advantage, you know, all those days at PF where it's always wet and you just get set out in slicks. I think it's helped a lot.
Well, Jarlath, looking like you're going to be in the sharper end of the field going into tomorrow's Super Heats. Great job so far, and like we said, first qualifying heats win of the year. We'll go back up then into our commentary box and back over to our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Seniors coming up next and can report all drivers are once again on those slick tyres after seeing that the juniors can do it. We could probably do it as well. Can report as well, a lot of new tyres have gone on board here as well for a lot of drivers. We'll go over that when the karts go out, which they do now. Can report all of those tyres on the left-hand side of the kart. So again, that would be, for a lot of drivers, maybe a later call, because again, there are clouds off in the distance, but clearly a dry running circuit that we have got now. Let's take you through then that full starting lineup as drivers get themselves out on the track now to get temperature into those slick tyres. Will be very challenging there with those conditions still being a little bit dramatic. Davide Battaro, his last chance here to get the points on the board. He'll be joined by Benjamin Magnac on the front row of the grid. Nicolo Caman, though, is going to say something about that result because he's got fresh tyres on the left-hand side on row 2, starting alongside Noah Baglin. Luke Tal and Dean Hugendorn, they go from row 3. There we'll see the likes of Asher Ostin and Iskender Sofakari on row 4. Ludovica Mattula and Angelina Simmons go from row 5. Simmons with the new tyres on the left-hand side. Row 6, both have new tyres on the left-hand side. It's Ili Christian and Pietro Baguti. Row 7, we'll see Marco Garston, Mariana Lopez, Manuel Miguez and Sebastian Mins go from row number 8. Row 9 sees brand new tyres on both sides for Jean-Matteo Rousseau on the left-hand side and Gustavo da Silva also on the left-hand side. Clara Kowalczyk and Nefeli Cosmopoulos on row 10. Cosmopoulos with the tyres, left-hand side. Row 11, Igor Pedrotti and Anya Lavar. Anya Lavar also going for tyres on the left-hand side. Row 12, Nikita Bott and Zemo Yang. Nikita Bott, brand new tyres, left-hand side. Row 13, Thomas Chikaraski and Yuri Lavar. Lavar has gone, brand new set of tyres. And so have the remaining 3 drivers on the grid. Nathan Kapin, Michael Gorecki and Ilya Berezkin. All new tyres, left-hand side. Nicole Sutherland joins me again in the commentary box. Track drying, all driver slicks, a lot of fresh tyres on here. I'm expecting some shuffling.
I don't want to upset anyone.
Okay.
It's ever so slightly raining again.
Ooh.
Just a few drops as I was walking up the stairs back into the commentary box. Could feel it in the air again. You know, a couple drops actually landed on my forehead. And I thought, I don't know if it's going to rain halfway through this race again.
Funsies. There's the radar. Well, the radar says there's no rain. Radar says you're lying, Nicole. That looks fun. Oh, nearly popped a wheelie there.
It's Jamie Green. Thanks, Jamie.
It is, yes, indeed. Right, that's going to be a fun one then. Right, here we go. Front of the grid. For Davide Battaro, this is a very important race. He's 4th of the points, 188 to his name. He could take the points lead here quite convincingly, but he needs that win. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. Fight is on as we head down and towards turn 1. Battaro immediately in control. Spat out goes the Forza. Out of the race goes the... Now, who is that? Is that Nicolo Caman? It is, who had gone for brand new tyres. Were those tyres just a little bit too brand new for the start of that race? I think the answer is yes, and that is such a shame for him starting it from the second row of the grid.
Well, good start, though, by Davide Battaro. I'd say the way he approached that first corner, it wasn't as if it was even slippy out there, completely driving his own race so far. As shortly behind, he's got Dean Hugendorn back into P2, like what we saw from him earlier on in heats today. Noah Baglin now being...
Oh, Nicole,
whoa.
It's raining. I'm hearing the reports from the camera crews out there. The rain is coming down and everyone's on slick tyres, and Davide Battaro has gone straight off the road at the final chicane, and that is dramatic, and no one else has gone through. This is huge moments here.
I don't know if you just spotted it whilst Davide Battaro was trying to get back onto the road, but I think Noah Baglin could potentially have a problem out there. He was signalling something to the mechanic, whether or not it's just about the rain, whether or not he's got an issue out there, but I could see him potentially pointing to something on the radiator side of the kart. Interesting indeed. Of course, Pace-wise, looks pretty okay right now in P7, shortly behind Simmons, Krishon and Asher Oshtein, as now actually gets overtaken this time by Pietro Baguti as retirements out there. Drivers actually now being forced slightly wide off the road. So the rain is coming round. The rain is throwing something into the mix here.
Well, this is going to be a long old race. Hugendorn now takes the lead of it. However, Davide Bottaro sitting there in 10th place is still your points leader by 3 points right now from Zach Drummond. 215 for Bottaro, 212 for Drummond. But of course, we will still see William Kalesia out in that last race of the day. That's what's going to make it interesting. Baglin's just tumbled down to 10th place now. Bottaro up to 9th. Every position that Davide Bottaro gains now in this is another point that goes onto that tally. So again, this is going to be really important throughout this race. Gustavo Silva's had a good race. He's gained 11 places in this race. He's currently in P7. But the rest of the field here are all fighting for the rest of those positions. Down the inside, big lunge there. Pietro Baguti on the charge now. And that's up into 7th place.
Yeah, Angelina Simmons was originally fighting up the order, but now she's just lost those positions to De Silva and Baguti there. That was through that second sector. There is Davide Bottaro just coming up on your screen now, being challenged once more, this time by Juan Mateo Russo down the inside at turn number 1. That's a big send, and that's a send probably taught to him by driver coach of Morgan Porter, as muscles are being deployed within this race. Elbows out or around the road. Backwards goes
Pietro
one of the
Baguti.
forces. Pietro Baguti, rear is lost, ends up all the way over on the grass and will join Nicolo Kumon teammate as another retirement.
Oh, that is such a shame. As he was saying, he was pushing his way through the field there. And that is disaster in his last race of the day as well. But many of these drivers here pushing as hard as they can. Benjamin Magnac on the tail of Dean Hugendorn. Not sure what the rain is doing right now, Nicole. Maybe it could have simmered down here because the drivers have stayed on. I've heard reports that the rain has now stopped. And back out on track, Luke Tal. Now, he retired earlier on. Well, I say he retired. He may have come into the repair area, fixed something, and came back out onto the track. There as well, the driver of the 244 machine that is out there is under investigation. I think has picked up actually a warning flag. That is Sebastian Mins, who can confirm is not Freddie Lloyd. He is wearing Lloyd's suit.
I was just thinking, since when was Freddie Lloyd back in OKJ?
Yeah, no, he's not. Right, so this is that moment again. Right, so one thing I've got to say for that one. Yes, they made contact on the rear wheels there. You can see it ran over it. However, it did not ping up into the air and flip the kart like we've seen in other areas. That anti-launch device may have sent it up just that little bit, but prevented anything even worse happening.
Well, then, Anthony, eyes back on the front. Hugendorn and Benjamin Magnac, both drivers there on those parallels. One for the factory team, one for Ward, currently P1 and P2. We've then got Ili Christian inside the top 3 for one of the first times this weekend as the battles in the background still rage on. This, of course, is Klara Kowalczyk. Klara Kowalczyk, I think, probably feels a bit hard done by after some results earlier on, is now trying to get back into the sharper end of the order. Hasn't quite managed to get things going just yet within this race, but is a driver that is definitely trying to make a good go of things in P11 for now. Looks down the inside. Is she going to have a go? Absolutely does just that. And now breaks inside the top 10.
Indeed. Nice run there for Kowalczyk, who's, again, continuing to push through that field. Right, update on movers in this field. Gustavo Silva, 13 gained, Rousseau, 11. Then you've got Berezkin with 16, Chigarashki with 10, Gorecki, Michael Gorecki, that is, with 12 places gained. So still some big movers here. This, though, is starting to get interesting now. Christen's closed in on the top 2 now.
Yeah.
So 2 was company, 3 is now a crowd. Hugendorn under some serious pressure here. with everyone else trying to close in.
Yeah, well, we've got Paralin, Tony Kart now going through this phase of the race. Is the door going to open on Benjamin Maniac for Christian? Not just yet, but puts in a purple lap, so we know that he's got the pace on those 4 wheels on that green machine to give it a go. Out of turn number 14, these drivers pinned, trying to hunt down for some grip that will start to come back into life now as the circuit develops into that drier and drier phase. And down the inside at the final chicane, brave as you like, uses the curb on the inside to get the car hooked and promotes himself into P2. A second position for the first time this weekend for Illy Christian, the Alpine-backed driver.
Yeah, indeed. And Christian, of course, who had deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side, might be being helped up by this one. Birrell mutiny between teammates, switching spots there, battling away. Matteo Russo on Gustavo da Silva, both of them now on a 12th place gain, now 5th and 6th place.
Warning flag out there this time for Sebastian Mins for causing a collision. So instant 5-second penalty for that driver. Mins currently sat on the road in P21, and that will drop him to pretty much. Noah Baglin out of this race. Is that because of contact? Is there drama out there for him? Or is it pace-wise? Has he got some sort of mechanical issue out there? Because pretty sure at the start of this race he was signalling to mechanic on the side that something wasn't quite right. So we don't know why he's out of this one. But he did drop really far down the order, way further back than where you typically see him.
And I think it's mechanical because he was the only name that tumbled down the order. And that's the wheel coming off there on the 217 machine of Iskender Sulfakari. And this is what we talk about with double chassis and mechanics. Last second trying to get a wheel onto the chassis to find out what's going on. Disaster striking for Iskender Sulfakari. And a change of the lead as well. Dean Hugendorn's lost out to Christian. It's all kicking off here now. How does that come off? Is that from the hub? I think the hub's still attached there. So no, I don't think that's just the wheel coming off. It's the whole back end's come off there. There's the change for the lead. Down at turn 3. Beautifully done. Christian taking the lead away.
Yeah, Christian back into life then, first senior year for the driver then of Canada. Of course, last year, great success for Tony Kart for him. Now he's finding his feet again this weekend. Didn't see too much of him at Le Conquer for round 1, but here at round 2, looking like he's thrown himself back inside of the mix and now is actually bolted off from Dean Hugendorn by quite some way. So we've got Tony Kart as your race lead in the form of Illy Christian, when Dean Hugendorn, Benjamin Maniac, Juan Mateo Russo and Gustavo da Silva as your top 5, despite what the timing board might currently say. So this is the race lead.
Wow.
Great stuff for the race lead that changed simultaneously as this happened for Iskender Sulfakari.
Yeah, indeed. That rear right wheel coming off, and there it is. Complete failure of the hub there. And that is such a shame. So quite the challenge that they've got there ahead of them for the rest of the weekend. Last lap board is out. You have to remember all these positions that have slowly been disappearing from these top runners has been bringing Davide Battaro back into play now. He's up into 7th place after that spin, which means he's now got 220 points. He has helped himself out big style here, and he's held on to the points lead despite the dramas that have unfolded within this last race of the day for groups A and F. This fight, though, far from over. Benjamin Maniac trying to get past Dean Hugendorn. Any position will help him out as he sits currently 5th with 183 points. I don't even think that position will help him out in the points, but we'll have to wait and see. Over the finish line, Christian takes the win ahead of Hugendorn. Maniac 3rd from Rousseau. Da Silva takes 5 from Simmons in P6. Battaro 7th, and with that result keeps hold of the lead, but only has a buffer of 20 points from William Kalesia, who will be out in that last race today. Can he take that pole position away? We'll have to wait and see. Christian with the result, though, and like you say, Gas finishing that race in P8. Klara Kowalczyk, 9th place, a 10th-place gain there. Good run ahead of Asha Ostin, who rounded out the top 10. Biggest mover in that race, you look to Ilya Berezkin in 13th place, 16 places gained, an incredible drive there. Here's your results on your screen, and for that one, for Ilya Christian, is the race win in the senior category. Christian taking the win from Hugendorn, Magnac from Rousseau, De Silva from Simmons, Bataro from Gast, Klara Kowalczyk, Asha Ostin, Manuel Maguez finishes that one in P11 from Tomasz Chikarawski, Ilya Berezkin from Michael Gorecki, Anya Lavar from Nefeli Cosmopoulos, Mariana Lopez from Sebastian Mins, Nathan Kappin, Yuri Lavar, Nikita Bok, Zemo Yang, Egon Pedrotti, Ludovico Mazzola, and Luke Tal, who rounds out the top 25 retirements in that one. Nicolo Kaman right at the start of this one. Now, keep an eye on him. So he's the forcer on the inside line here. How does that happen? Oh, you know what? I don't think there's much contact there. I don't think there was any contact, to be fair. I think he just hit the brakes. It locked up and it went round. He did get going again, but yeah, just later retired out of the race. Then we saw the, well, the demise of the front of the grid here. Davide Bataro, well, he was very lucky to keep that going, but out of the race lead. A huge moment there into that final chicane. There was the retirement, well, not the retirement, the pit stop for Luke Tal, as they're off the road and going very wide. Nathan Kappin, unfortunately, not the result he would have wanted there. But falling down the order was the Fusion driver, who gained 8 places in that race, though, still. Other moves that had happened thick and fast while we saw Christian closing in on the rest. Hugendorn was in the lead comfortably, but as everyone closed in, this moment here for Pietro Bagutti. Tried to go down the inside. He had gained multiple positions, and then unfortunately just got squeezed side by side, the wheels going over each other, and spat out of the field, and such a shame there for the rest of his racing. More overtakes, thick and fast. Klara Kowalczyk getting through. 10 places gained, finished inside the top 10. Good result there. This was Chrisen on the charge. The Canadian, who had the retirement, of course, in the previous race, pushed his way through. And, well, Baglin there chatting and, well, not happy with the marshal out there. But, no, he's unfortunately a retirement for him. The same part of the track that Bagutti was at as well. That dramatic moment there. It's Skender Sulfakari, rear wheel coming off out of turn 1. And frustration kicking in. And there you can see from where the marshal's holding it, a complete hub failure there off the rear axle. Then the change for all the lead, and that was at the same time as that had happened. Ilya Christian taking it, those fresh tyres on the left-hand side, working out well to take the checker flag and the race win. Christian, that was damage limitations there after the retirement, and that could put him back in a good spot for those superheats, but is still outside that top 10. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, what race that we've just had then, Anthony. Davide, good race for you at the start, and then it almost went completely wrong. Final chicane, tell us about what happened.
Yeah, the track was a bit wet, and I arrived in the last corner. I brake on the curb, and I just almost not switch, but go out. And then, yeah, the tires were not clean, and then I lost a lot of position, and yeah.
But in a moment like that, for a driver where you think, I could be in trouble here, I've just made a mistake, to actually stay back on the track, continue to fight, and actually not panic, how do you pull something like that off? Because that's actually what we've just seen from you.
Yeah, I was a little bit panicked because I was first, and I want to win that heat, but yeah, it goes like that, and we'll see tomorrow.
Well, we can't be despondent at all because you still had a great day of running so far today. Davide, thank you very much. We're going to throw back up then to Anthony Jordan in our commentary box to go back over to our OKJs.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed. Juniors are out next onto the track. And reports from the front of the grid, Nicolo Perico has elected to switch sides of the grid, and confirmation there on your screens. Martin Bertolacini now on the inside line going into turn 1. So Perico, of course, will be seeing that drier line that's forming on the actual main racing line. This is very similar conditions to what we saw at the very beginning of the day after the morning warm-ups that were on the wet tyres. So for 2 times today, these drivers have had to deal with conditions such as this. But it's still going to work out for them. There are some fresh tyres in this race, but they do not fall for any of the drivers inside the top 9 rows. So we'll go over those as and when we need to. Engines fire up then, and hopefully everyone gets themselves started and out onto the track. It looks like they have done so. Maybe 1 or 2 just struggling there as they make their way out of the pit lane here. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup for the last race of the day then for qualifying groups B versus C. Nicolo Perico and Martin Bertolacini go from row number 1. They see Antoine Vinard and Jeff Verbeek on row 2. Julian Frasnelli and Harry Williams go from row 3. They will see Mason Robertson and Maxim Bobajov on row 4. Olivier Edicini and Felipe Sanchez on row 5. And they will see Sami Hugon and Antonio Ianni on row 6. Jay Kostecki and Stan Ratajski go from row number 7. Row 8 sees Will Green and Remy Samchek. They will see Augustine Felignoli and Xavier Lazaro on row 9. Row 10 onwards is where we start to see some tyres coming into play. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Nicholas Guth on row 10. Guth has got the fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Christian Kobe and Ava Lawrence on row 11. Kobe has gone for the fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Bawano Gisese and Dinia Izmi on row 12. They will see Wenyabu and Lenny Makinen on row 13. Alba Cueva and Ludwig Granquist go from row 14. Granquist, brand new set of tyres, left-hand side. Tiberius Müller and Kim Min-jae on row 15. Min-jae with the fresh tyres, left-hand side. Lisandro Caraballo and Jan Garzelik round out the 32-kart field out on track. So good to see them as now they're just waiting to see how the track feels on those slick tyres. Of course, this is now the 3rd race in this second half of the day after the rain had stopped when we were in the lunch break. And that may be helping them out in terms of feeling what the track is like. They've had a couple of races now where the slick tyres have been out there to help clear it, but I don't think have cleared it too well. And there you can see the Marshal's done a great job there of opening up that final that corner, the barriers that make the chicane, that acts as basically a runoff area for the drivers, and of course for where they would go at the start of the races. Nicole Sutherland back in the box. No reports for any rain this time around.
No rain at all.
Excellent.
Not even a spot.
Excellent. Good stuff. So hopefully we get going for this one. There is a plethora of talent on that hill there. Jeremy Iglesias, one of them, joined alongside on his left-hand side, Brandon Nilsson, the CRG team, watching along for their drivers in this one. And for CRG, Samuel Hugon in this one, who starts a little further down in the field. Not only that, but of course, Bawano Gisese, who also starts a little further down in the field, as well as Alessandro Caraballo. Drivers all over the grid for the CRG team. Right then, field making their way into the final corner in front of the grandstand now. Perico and Bertolacini, they have switched sides of the grid. Will this benefit Perico in his fight to see where he will start for those Superheats later on this weekend? Lights are out, fight is on then in the juniors for the last race of the day for them. Towards turn 1, slippery under braking. Are they all going to make it through? Answer is yes. Perico holds on to the lead and opens up a gap already.
Well, for a split second, it looked like it was going to be taken away from him from the ward. But it's not. Perico holds on to this one for the time being, but now actually the VDK of Anton Venant is right there, hot on his tails. Venant then has challenged time and time again so far this weekend as we go through this first lap. The challenge is on and Perico loses the position now. We've got a change for the race lead and Venant again today takes the command. Shortly behind, Julian Frasnelli, who was the driver to be out at Le Conca inside of the top 3 for one of the first times this weekend. Frasnelli has not matched what he achieved in Italy just yet, but he's not out of the fight, and not out of the fight, not out of the woods, also includes Will Green. Green had a really good previous qualifying heat, but not the weekend he would have expected so far. Now sits already, though, just outside of the top 10 with a 4th place gain. This is getting quite busy in the mid-pack section. Robertson, Bobrishov, Sini and Williams fighting out.
Certainly are. Right, update on this one then. Oscar Volley cannot be caught by these drivers. 235 was enough. Antoine Venant with 220. But Martin Bertolacini, who sits there third, 217. Nicole could take pole position for the Super Heat 2, especially if the two collide with each other, which they do. Venant and Bertolacini and Julian Frasnelli tangle. Bertolacini up to P2. That puts him pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow.
Julian Frasnelli for the first time today is right at the front. So we've got Frasnelli from Bertolacini, Venant. The direct battle now that's going out is going out between those two that you just said here, Anthony, the Ward and the VDK, points-wise. 220 to Martin Bertolacini, 211 to Anton Venant. So Venant really needs to try and stay here, really needs to try and actually get back into this race lead as we were losing another one of the energies again out there. Could have potentially been Felipe Sanchez that looked to just be struggling down that start-finish straight as this is a change again inside of the top 4. This time it's the Forza of Harry Williams fighting his way through.
I believe it was Jan Garzielik in the energy course that was struggling across the line there. So a tough run from there. For everyone else, there you can see Nicola Perico now in his fight in this one. Is 7th in the points. However, he has gone down to 3rd place now. So he is looking to see if we can try and push it back up that order as Venant now started to fall back into the field here. This has been a real shake-up for him. This might help out Perico quite massively because now he's up to 6th in the points.
Well, Perico actually for a moment dropped down to P5 just a couple of laps ago. So fights back his way through the field, is not allowing what happened in his previous qualifying heat earlier on, just after the lunch break to occur again, where he got absolutely pushed into the hands of the drivers behind, dealt with and ended up right back in around about P15.
Yeah, indeed. Frasnelli, now the fastest driver out there, hasn't deployed the tyres in this one. I'm trying to cast my mind back as he had moments. Someone who is having a moment, though, off the road is the MP 117 machine, Ludwig Granqvist. He says he's hit off the track and it's caused something visibly upset. Such a shame for the young man there. And now Kim and Jay under, well, no, a warning flag, straight 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Not sure if it was related to that one with Granqvist.
War over the curb, over the final chicane. We've got Harry Williams has just been forced to cut the corner. Williams was sat P4, now drops down to P8 as down the inside. Mason Robertson now having a chunk out of Anton Venant. So Venant, now he was on 211 positions, now is on, 211 points, now is on 208. And this loss of positions is going to cost him points-wise and do great things from Martin Bertolacini. So Bertolacini still looking at Julian Frasnelli, but will now probably be thinking, actually, my direct competitor going into the Super Heats qualification, trying to hold on to that pole, is being pushed down and has actually now swapped positions once more with Alessandro Trisciot on those points.
This is quite a busy race as well. 4 different junior drivers from the F1 teams. You've got Mercedes, Nicola Perico, McLaren's Harry Williams.
Talking of Perico off the road.
Very wide, pushing hard. You've got Mason Robertson's Red Bull and Will Green with Williams. And speaking of Green, he's now got through past the likes of Antoine Venant, and that is up into 6th place. This at the front here, Martin Bertolacini, he would cement his pole position for Super Heat 2 if he can get this move done on Frasnelli. That would be very nice for him. He can't get outright pole, but he can only cement the pole for Superheat 2. He is clear by a fair few points, and that will help him out down the inside. Takes it and will gain another 6 points, and will now have 226 to definitely secure, as it stands, pole position for Superheat 2.
Pretty steady move there from Martin Bertolacini. Knew that he didn't need to do anything high risk, high reward. Didn't want to cost himself anything because Anton Venant has now been pushed into the hands of the pack behind. He's holding on to this P2 overall, but Superheat B pole quite nicely. Like you just said, Anthony, is actually, I would say, calculated that switch between himself and Julian Frasnelli very well, and I'm sure he's being probably told by the Ward team as well just to hold on to it nice and careful. Doesn't need to go all guns blazing into this one, as out of the final chicane, this was that big moment for Nicolo Perico, as you absolutely said his name there, Anthony. It was as if we cursed him slightly, just caught the rumble strip a little bit too much, would have had dust and dirt onto the tyres going into that first corner, and now finds himself still P3, but quite a wail off the back of Julian Frasnelli and Martin Bertolacini.
I can imagine the words out of his head there would probably have been, whoops, that was a bit wide. But yeah, all fine, no drama. Down the inside, big move there for the number 6-2, maybe too big of a move because straight off the track goes both of them. Drama for Harry Williams and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Bob Brajov and Jay Kostecki capitalise on that massively.
Well, Lolo gets it back, then going down towards that first corner, so slight mistake for him, but still in this fight. It includes, like you said, Harry Williams, Bob Brajov very much in it as well. Ratajski is in this one as well. 4 places gained for him so far, but not the biggest mover within this battle. That goes to Remy Samchek, who again finds himself in the sharper end of the field. Not too much drama within this last junior qualifying heat of the day. You'd expect things to light up a little bit more typically, but everybody looking quite steady as we head into what will now be the final lap. The final lap for Martin Bertolacini as your race leader, still under some pressure though by Julian Frasnelli, who's now also still thinking about Nicolo Perico.
Yes, indeed. Here we are then, your top 3. Bertolacini clear by 0.4 of a second. However, Frasnelli under pressure from Perico, the fellow countryman here, trying to push his way forward. But as they do now, just can't seemingly find a way down the inside. Looked like they've really closed in on Bertolacini just then for a moment, but I think just the trick of the eye as they go through the tight infield section, as you see there, opens back up. Big lunge from Perico down the inside. Frasnelli won't be happy with that one. And now Robertson closes in. Can Robertson get a move down the inside for 3rd place? Frasnelli will defend it on this final lap. It's going to be a defensive posture in it. They're not even in the camera shot. That's how defensive they'd been. Across the line, Bertolacini takes it, secures pole position for Superheat 2. Perico takes 2nd. Frasnelli does hold on to 3rd. Robertson has to settle for 4th place ahead of Green. Sini finishing in P6 out of Antoine Venal, Remy Samchek, Kostecki and Ratajski, who finishes that race inside the top 10. But for Martin Bertolacini and for Ward Racing, that is their man on pole position for Superheat 2. And for Ascari Rolli, he will be pole position for Superheat 1. And this is excellent news for the Paralin team. Of course, the Paralin brand, they've got a factory kart and a satellite kart as well on the pole position spots here for the Superheats in the juniors. Sure, they can be delighted with that result. And for Martin Bertolacini, with Ward Racing, he's put that machine exactly where he wants it for tomorrow's racing. We look forward to seeing those Superheats, of course, tomorrow's for the Junior Superheat 1 first race of the day. I'll be starting at 10 to 10 in the morning. Make sure you set your alarms for that one. There is your full results then on your screen. The top 10 we've gone over. Maxim Bobashov in 11th from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Harry Williams in 13th out of Christian Kobe, out of Augustine Felignoli. Felipe Sanchez and Sami Hugon. Jeff Verbeek from Lenny Makinen, Alba Cueva and Alessandro Caraballo, who rounds out the top 21 on a 10th-place gain, is one of the biggest movers out there. Same with Will Green. Kim Min-jae from Dinia Islami, Wen Yabu from Ava Lawrence, Nicholas Good from Antonio Iani, and then we saw the likes of Xavier Lazaro, Jan Garzielik, Bwana Gisese and Tiberius Mueller, Ludwig Granqvist, the only retirement from that race, which is a shame to see. There, though, as drivers make their way in, here is your highlights. Well, Perico switching sides. You can see Bertolucci on the inside line here. Did lose out in a fair few spots. Ran a little wide there on the exit. Opened the door up for 1 or 2 cuts just to send it through. That, of course, brought in the likes of Antoine Venot and Julian Frasnelli. Frasnelli would have a spell at the start of the race at the front. Would later lose out on that lead with everyone closing in. Only the one retirement that happened at the sort of early doors of that race. Ludwig Granqvist for MP Motorsports. Not sure what had happened for him as this moment here put Bertolucci on the top of the points for Superheat 2. Slight bit of contact between Frasnelli and Venot, and that just put everything into play for Bertolucci. Put him into second in the points, and with that pole position for Superheat 2. Then later, more moments here. Perico back down the inside. Everyone else trying to follow through as well. Olivier Dicini there as well. Mason Robertson later would go in. There we saw the retirement for Ludwig Granqvist. The heart and mouth moment for Nicolo Perico. At the end of that one would finish in P2 ahead of Frasnelli. This was that change for the lead. Bertolucci down the inside. This really cemented his pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Beautiful run there. Then we saw the dramatic moments here for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Harry Williams. Di Pietrantonio down the inside, unfortunately forcing both drivers to go just that little bit wide. Brought everyone back into play, and it's actually benefited Maxim Bobrajov, who would gain 2 for 1 on that moment. Then we saw the fight from Will Green. Once again, him pushing himself forward, battling away with Olivier Dicini. That was for 5th and 6th place on track. No drama would come from that one. And then on that final lap, we're seeing Nicolo Perico on Julian Frasnelli. But across the line, it would be Martin Bertolucci, Ward Racing, securing pole position for Superheat 2. Oscar Rivoli for Parallel Motorsport, securing pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Martin Bertolucci then has set himself up for a pole position going into that second Superheat going tomorrow. Martin, great stuff for you, and in Champions of the Future, this is the first pole that we have seen from you. Happy?
Yeah, I'm very excited because it's my first heat win, so yeah, we can do a good race, and yeah, so exciting.
And of course, there was a lot going on in that heat. Julian Frasnelli at points in the race was right at the front, Nicolo Perico as well. For you, keeping cool, keeping charge of things as well, how did you manage it?
Yeah, the race, I overtook Julian when I have the gap behind, and I overtake him, and then I say, okay, I need qualifying all the laps, and yeah, I start to go fast, I start to push, and yeah, after I won.
Well, Martin, we'll see you tomorrow. Of course, Superheat B, you will be on pole position. Thank you very much, and some good stuff from you today. See if you can replicate that tomorrow, of course. One more qualifying heat coming up today. We'll go back to our seniors for the final time.
Thank you very nice. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. We will take a short break, though, before this last race heads out onto the track. Like we're saying, it will be qualifying heat B versus C. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be a belter. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are only just joining us here on this live stream, first question, where have you been? Because you've missed everything apart from the last race of the day, which is coming up next. Qualifying Heat B versus C, 11 laps for the seniors. And this has the, well, theoretical points leader in the senior category. He sits currently 4th in the points with 200, but he has not lost a race yet so far today for Parallel Motorsport there on the right-hand side of your screen. William Kalesia, he starts it though P2 because the pole sitter is Nicholas Schaufler, who has that inside line. Now, I've done some maths, Nicole. Risky, I know. Kalesia needs 17th place or higher to secure pole position. That is the target. He starts P2. As it stands, absolutely fine. Thank you to that mechanic for blocking the camera view. Right then, engines fire up, or nearly all of them do fire up. There I could see Max Whelan's machine for the USA not firing up, but hopefully that gets going. But it will be a late release to the track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one then, as I'm sure as well. Very late to the scene, but I think we have got some tyres in this. Oh, we've got a lot of tyres. It's probably better to tell you who isn't got tyres on this one. Right then, front row of the grid, Nicholas Schaufler, William Kalesia, no tyres for them. Row 2, Aaron Garcia, no tyre for him either. Everyone else has got them. Row 3, Dan Aleman and, Henry Domain starting alongside Garcia. Row 3 sees Dan Aleman and Emil Hernandez. They've got new tyres. Row 4 sees Zach Green, no tyres for him. Luke Cornder, yes. Row 5, no Luke Sell, not there, of course, after that accident earlier on. Vladimir Ivanikov, yes, new tyres. Row 6 onwards, all new tyres here. Armin Kari, Osman, Lev Krutilov, Drew Waltz, Bruno Blanco, Rafael Bassato, and Louis Nunes on row 8, all brand new tyres.
No new tyres for Gavin Adam on row number 9. He's starting alongside Andrea Manni, who has gone new. No new tyres for your drivers that round out your top 20, including Isaac Sayer and Oscar Gallen on that 10th row of your field. New on the left-hand side for both Matteo Gallo and Max Lacroix on row number 11. And your 12th row, no new tyres for Max Wayland of the USA, but new tyres on the left for Raphael Boulard. All new tyres on the left-hand row of the following and remaining drivers. Row number 13, it's Jude Thiramaswamy alongside Nicholas Stanley. And from row number 14, your penultimate row of your field, Daniel Picorni will start alongside Daniel Macier. Like we said then, left-hand side of the carts have new tyres for both Solomon Zanfari and Svet Simonov, who will round out your grid for the final qualifying heat of the day, the final qualifying heat of the 30 that we will see in total.
There it is. That's a great shot there of the hard-working camera crews giving us our live pictures, and now he knows it because it's just come up on his screen. So there we go. Great work there from the team. Sergio, I think, is out there. Tanya is out there. Nikos is out there, and Oleg on the roaming camera as well, who are all out there giving us the pictures. Good to see. And then, of course, main man Edgar's just said, nice, in my ears. He's giving you the pictures as well.
And Thanos at home.
Thanos at home. He's not here at the track, but he is at home. Great to have him on board. He's given us all the graphics. Right. Here we go then, into that final turn. Are we going to go racing then for the first time, the last time today, into the tram lines? Lights are out, fighters on, and remember, it's all down to what Kalesia can do here. Can he take pole position at the end of the day for Superheat 1 tomorrow? He sweeps around the outside, he slots into second place. Right now, that is exactly what he needs. No drama whatsoever as Nicholas Schaufler takes the lead of the race and pushes through. The only thing that's going to be a potential threat for William Kalesia is the fact that nearly the entirety of the grid behind him have all got fresh tyres, and he does not.
Well, Kalesia is a driver that we know is very gentle on the kart. He has a smoother, more gentle approach to the driving style, so I think he would have preserved some tyre. Now he's being overtaken by Aaron Garcia, but Garcia actually losing position for Henry Domain, so a bit of a back out, half attempt of a move on William Kalesia has cost the Spaniard some position, and it's cost him position to the MP. The MP now the newest driver to maybe make it go on the parallel of William Kalesia. down in towards turn number 1, where that hotspot does open up and opens up for Henry Domain. Down the inside, Kalija will have to allow him the room to go and finds himself back in close company with Aaron Garcia.
Yes, he does. So points at the moment then. It stands 244 then for Kalija, now to 241. Still has a 21-point advantage from the rest, but there's another place. There's a second place as well. Garcia and Ivanikov go through. This is what it was a concern for me in this one. He's managed to get back past Garcia here, but I think he just outbraked himself there a little bit now, and now it's all kicking off behind, and that's a big train starting to form behind William Kalija here. Nicole, these are the sort of situations you don't want to find yourself in, and maybe it could have been more beneficial to go for those slick tyres here, because down the inside, forcing through goes the VDK of Dan Alaman. Kalija goes off the road and crucially holds on to the position. That could be an interesting factor in this race as well.
Could be interesting indeed, but is it the case that Kalija didn't really have anywhere else to go? We'll see how that one unfolds, of course, throughout the race and post-race as well. Lev Krutulov is the newest driver to be arriving on the door of this train. He's now looking at Luke Cordner just shortly ahead of him. Emil Hernandez, another driver looking for some points within this result after a DNF earlier on, and gets all involved there with the Ricky Flynn. They tag each other through turn number 8. Both cost each other time and both cost each other position to not just Krutulov but to Drew Waltz as well.
Indeed, a very dramatic one there, and hand gestures going up. Right, this one here, Nicholas Schaufler and Henry Domain, as we keep an eye on the Kalija development. This development for the race leader certainly kicking off down the inside. Here's Domain. He's got the waft, he's got the pass, and he's got the place through into P1 as drama at the chicane. Out of the race goes Max Lacroix and Nicholas Stanley out of the race. That is a huge shame for those two.
Henry Domain now looking to push past and away from the driver's back. He's, of course, got Schaufler. Schaufler, I'm sure, will be trying to pick off the position again, because after a DNF, a self-inflicted DNF in those wet and dry, slick conditions earlier on, where the drivers had to deal with a wet surface on the Maxix slip option, difficult stuff for the drivers, difficult for even the fastest. We saw Schaufler lose the rear end and it cost him a race win as well. Now William Kalija headed into this race with a clean sweep, a qualifying pole, heat win after heat win. Now, however, finds himself potentially in some trouble for what will be, of course, him cutting that final corner.
Yeah, I did have a sneaking suspicion that that would come into play. I do remember sitting in the driver's briefing and they were told if you cut the chicane and you gain a lasting advantage, and it might put you in a spot of bother, and now he's in even more bother here, because down the inside they're going 3 wide out of turn number 7 and 8, and that's disastrous here. Kalija under pressure from Hernandez and Waltz. Manny's behind, Garcia's there as well, Armin Kelly Osman, they've all got new tyres as well. They'll all have the pace to push forward. At the moment, Zach Green, a driver who has been fighting right up at the sharp end, is the driver currently sitting in 17th place, the position that is where Kalija does not want to be. If he's anywhere above that, he's still got pole position, but remember, he's under investigation as well.
Yeah, so Kalija, 234 points, is still ahead, but not ahead of the driver of Emil Hernandez, who's now just found his way past as well. So William Kalija, 234 points to own the lead of the qualifying heats, now loses out to Andrea Manni potentially as well, absolutely does. So the KR Prema driver gets his way past, opens up the door for Waltz as well. So Kalija is actually dropping position time after time, corner after corner now. This is going to reduce his points to Davide Bataro, who's still sat there in the sharper end, looking maybe on for an overall pole position here, Anthony, because Kalija under investigation and absolutely in the woods of this race now. He's currently sat in P9, well down compared to where he would have expected.
Yeah, but again, still a long way to go. Well, I say a long way to go. We are laps 7 now of 11, and that is time very quickly running out here for the field. Replay here. That is that Kalija moment. Well, there's no contact between the two of them. Yes, okay, he has avoided there to go over that line to avoid any contact, but that's what they're investigating for him for. for cutting the track.
Absolutely is. So Domain still out there in the front, just under 0.3 of a second ahead of Vladimir Ivanikov now. So Ivanikov and Schaufler have switched positions on the screen as now big switches going on. Whoa, 2 for the price of 1. 2 birds, 1 stone there for Waltz. Gets past both Andrea Mani and Emiliano Hernandez there for that P6.
Now, you got to love when that happens, don't you, as a driver? You just think, oh, yeah, got it. Oh, 2, okay,
Thanks.
Lovely, thanks. And, yeah, you just get through. Makes life so much easier. This is back with the Kalija fight down to 10th place here, Nicole. And again, remember, it's under investigation. If that investigation comes to fruition, it could be a 5-second. That could tumble him down to, well, that could come tumbling down to about 19th place if it was to happen, if it was to finish now the race. So very, very interesting. Here, though, is Schaufler, I believe. No, this is Ivanikov changing for the lead, actually. So Ivanikov through past Domain. Vladimir Ivanikov on a 9th place gain now, taking the lead away.
Ivanikov then did have previous good races, but this is the drama out there. Both drivers ending up almost on the racing line on the other end of the track. This is around that back straight, the 135-metre back straight, heading down towards the chicane. So we've got one of the victory lanes and one of the fusions that will tumble down the order. But big moments, of course, drivers, when they get onto the grass. It's rained so far today, and they've got a lot to say to each other out there on the track. Those 2 names, I think, could be Jude Thirumala Swami, maybe Daniel Picorni as well.
Yeah, indeed. So a very interesting location to be at. And I'm just trying to think where they crashed. I don't think they crashed on that specific corner. I think they crashed at turn 9. Or 10, Nicole,
yeah,
and those carts have reversed onto that part of the track.
Of course, like I was saying, wet grass because of the rain that's gone down. So if they've come off at turn 10, turn 9, they've gone over across the grass and over onto the other side. William Kalija, is there William Kalija drama out there?
Where is he?
Well within the mix. Now timing screen-wise, can't see him. It says on the board
he's out of the race.
Out.
He's out of the race. William Kalija is not circulating anymore in this race, and he will lose out on pole position for Superheat 1. However, he is still pole position for Superheat 2. Drummond is going to miss out by 1 point here. It's 212. And with Kalija retiring where he is, he cannot lose anymore unless...
Is that tactical?
I don't know. Because where is he now? I mean, he's on the same lap as Adam Gavin. If he still gets a penalty, does he still move down the order if he's on the same lap as someone? I don't know that question. I don't know the answer to that, if I'm brutally honest, so I'm going to stop that one. But still, this could be a very interesting one. He's definitely lost out in pole position. He's gifted it to Davide Bataro.
Yeah, but only pole position for Superheat A. For Superheat B, he's still got that front row, still got that pole start, and it's just over a point ahead of Zach Drummond, who I'm sure is probably somewhere around the circuit thinking, really?
Really?
Really, 1 point?
1 point. But the good news is that Drummond starts alongside Bataro. Gustafsson starts alongside Kalija for tomorrow. As it stands, of course, all of that provisional with a capital P. Vladimir Ivanikov then at the front of the field. The 269 machine has done a brilliant job in this one and has done and delivered everything he has needed to do throughout the entirety of the day. I don't think he scored any points on that one, and a last change there for Domain and Schaufler. Wheel to wheel goodness between these two. MP versus DPK. But it's Birolart that wins across the line. Vladimir Ivanikov takes the checkered flag, and I think that's his first heat win of the 2026 campaign in the Champions of the Future. Domain from Schaufler, Krutelov from Aleman, Mani, 12 places gained, finishes P6 ahead of Drew Waltz, Emil Hernandez, Aaron Garcia and Daniel Macier. The biggest mover out in that race is Daniel Macier. 18 places gained as Vladimir Ivanikov takes the win out on track. But there you can see biggest mover confirmation. Daniel Macier 18 places gained, though, 28th to 10th. Great race there. But I'm sure Ivanikov will be delighted with that one. Be curious to chat to Kalija on this. Not sure where he is on the circuit, if he retired on the circuit, if he retired into Parc Fermé. That will be the biggest question. We're not too sure. But there's your provisional classification. Then at the end of that race, top 10 we've gone over. Luke Cornder finishes in 11th place from Zach Green. Louis Nunez from Suleiman Zanfari. Max Wieland from Isaac Sayer. Oscar Gallin from Rafael Bassato. Bruno Blanco from Matteo Gallo. Rafael Ballard from Svet Simonov, who rounds out the top 22. The retirement, Armin Kari Osman, William Kalija retiring from that race. Adam Gavin, Daniel Picorni, Jude Thirumalai Swami out of the race. Max Lacroix, Nicholas Stanley, and of course the non-starter from Lucas Sell. And congratulations there for Vladimir Ivanikov. A deserved win there right at the end of the day. But certainly puts himself in a good position, I'm sure, still to make sure he gets through into those superheats tomorrow. Here's your highlights from that one. Well, front row, no tyres for them. The rest of the field all behind them, all pretty much fresh tyres, and there was a risk that they were going to push through, and they certainly did. This one here, Garcia. Now, Garcia also didn't have fresh tyres. Domain did, and that was why he was able to push his way through down the inside. Later then getting it done on Kalija. This put Kalija down into 3rd place. Garcia there was also able to push his way back there, but he also later dropped down to about 9th place. For William Kalija, retirements out there, not sure how it transpired, and of course he's also under investigation for this moment here of cutting the track. Not sure what they will make of that one, but I'm sure he will defend it to say he had nowhere to go. There, then you saw more dramas throughout the field. DPK's Emil Hernandez, Aaron Garcia fighting away for position, then getting involved in the Ricky Flynn's. Drew Waltz pushing his way through. He ended up with a 6th place gain. Then you saw the change for the lead. Henry Domain getting past Nicholas Schaufler. Schaufler in the end dropping down to 3rd, as then Vladimir Ivanikov would slowly start to close in. Before that, though, we would see more retirements there. Unfortunately, out of the race, we would see the likes of Nicholas Stanley and Max Lacroix. Later, we would see the dramatics between Daniel Picorni and Jude Thirumalai Swami, who unfortunately all ended up out of the race as well. Adam Gavin, William Kalija, and Armin Kari Osman also having dramas out on track. Other drivers here pushing forward as much as they can. Andrea Mani certainly getting involved. There was the change for the lead for Vladimir Ivanikov, who would push his way forward. Beautiful look down the inside there. That's at turn number 6. Defended it, kept Domain at bay. Confirmation that they did go off at turn number 9. Rejoined there, and there you can see them having that word with each other. Daniel Picorni being very vocal there, and clearly his hand a little bit sore. But Jude Thirumalai Swami just trying to debate his innocence there in that incident. Across the line, though, Vladimir Ivanikov would take the win. Domain and Schaufler neck and neck across the line. Bataro points leader, though. 222 points. Provisionally secures pole position. William Kalija, 213, 1 point ahead of Drummond's 212. Provisionally secures pole position for Superheat 2. And you can catch all those races tomorrow, of course. The Superheats kick-starting at 10 to 10 in the morning. Make sure you set your alarms for that one, for the OK Junior and then the Senior Superheat 1s. Then we go into the Juniors and Seniors for Superheat 2. And then, of course, the 2 finals, 18 and 22 laps. They start at 1 o'clock. Make sure you do not miss it. Of course, that is tomorrow, as we are all done and dusted for today. A big thank you to the marshals out on track for their hard work in the challenging conditions. And a big thanks to the camera ops as well, giving us our live pictures over the course of the day as well. But of course, very soon we will head down to Nicole Sutherland, who I believe well, we'll try and chat to her a little bit later on. But we'll see you tomorrow. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you bright and early with those Superheats and Finals.